This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joy Chan. Mysticism, a study in nature and development of spiritual consciousness, by Evelyn Underhill. First half of Part 2, Chapter 6. Introversion, Part 1, Recollection and Quiet. In our study of the first mystic life, its purification and illumination, we have been analyzing and considering a process of organic development, an evolution of personality. We may treat this either as a movement of consciousness towards higher levels, or as a remaking of the consciousness consequent on the emergence and growth of a factor which is dormant in ordinary man, but destined to be supreme in the full-grown mystic type. We have seen the awakening of this factor, this spark of the soul, with its innate capacity for apprehending the absolute. We have seen it attack and conquer the old sense-fed and self-centered life of the normal self, and introduce it into a new universe, lit up by the uncreated light. These were the events which, taken together, constituted the first mystic life, a complete round upon the spiral road which leads from man to God. What we have been looking at then is a life process, the establishment of a certain harmony between the created self and that reality whose invitation it has heard, and we have discussed this life process rather as if it contained no elements which were not referable to natural and spontaneous growth, to the involuntary adjustments of the organism to that extended or transcendental universe of which it gradually becomes aware. But side by side with this organic growth, there always goes a specific kind of activity which is characteristic of the mystic, an education which he is called to undertake, that his consciousness of the infinite may be stabilized, enriched, and defined. Already once or twice we have been in the presence of this activity, have been obliged to take its influence into account, as, were we studying other artistic types, we could not leave on one side the medium in which they work. Contemplation is the mystic's medium. It is an extreme form of that withdrawal of attention from the external world and total dedication of the mind which also, in various degrees and ways, conditions the creative activity of musician, painter, and poet, releasing the faculty by which he can apprehend the good and beautiful, enter into communion with the real. As voice or vision is often the way in which the mystical consciousness presents its discoveries to the surface mind, so contemplation is the way in which it makes those discoveries, perceives the suprasensible over against itself. The growth of the mystic's effective genius, therefore, is connected with his growth in this art, and that growth is largely conditioned by education. The painter, however great his natural powers, can hardly dispense with some technical training. The musician is wise if he acquaint himself at least with the elements of counterpoint. So too the mystic. It is true that he sometimes seems to spring abruptly to the heights, to be caught into ecstasy without previous preparation, as a poet may startle the world by a sudden masterpiece. But unless they be backed by discipline, these sudden and isolated flashes of inspiration will not long avail for the production of great works. Ordini quest amore, or to che mami, is the imperative demand made by goodness, truth, and beauty, by every aspect of reality, upon the human soul. Lover and philosopher, saint, artist and scientist must alike obey or fail. Transcendental genius, then, obeys the laws which govern all other forms of genius in being susceptible of culture, and indeed cannot develop its full powers without an educative process of some kind. This strange art of contemplation which the mystic tends to practice during the whole of his career, which develops step by step with his vision and his love, demands of the self which undertakes it the same hard, dull work, the same slow training of the will, which lies behind all supreme achievement, and is the price of all true liberty. It is the want of such training, such supersensual drill, which is responsible for the mass of vague, ineffectual, and sometimes harmful mysticism which has always existed. The dilute cosmic emotion and limp spirituality which hang, as it were, on the skirts of the true seekers of the Absolute, and bring discredit upon their science. In this, as in all the other and lesser arts which have been developed by the race, education consists largely in a humble willingness to submit to the discipline and profit by the lessons of the past. Tradition runs side by side with experience. The past collaborates with the present. Each new and eager soul rushing out towards the only end of love passes on its way the landmarks left by others upon the pathway to reality. If it be wise, it observes them, and finds in them rather helps towards attainment than hindrances to that freedom which is of the essence of the mystic act. This act, it is true, is in the last resort a solitary experience, the flight of the alone to the alone. Even though no achievement of the soul truly takes place in vatel, or leaves the universal souls unchanged, at the same time, here as elsewhere, man cannot safely divorce his personal history from that of the race. The best and truest experience does not come to the eccentric and individual pilgrim whose intuitions are his only law, but rather to him who is willing to profit by the culture of the spiritual society in which he finds himself, and submit personal intuition to the guidance afforded by the general history of the mystic type. Those who refuse this guidance expose themselves to all the dangers which crowd about the individualist, from heresy at one end of the scale to madness at the other. Vai soli! Nowhere more clearly than in the history of mysticism do we observe the essential solidarity of mankind, the penalty paid by those who will not acknowledge it. The education which tradition has ever prescribed for the mystic consists in the gradual development of an extraordinary faculty of concentration, a power of spiritual attention. It is not enough that he should naturally be aware of the absolute, unless he be able to contemplate it. Just as the mere possession of eyesight or hearing, however acute, needs to be supplemented by trained powers of perception and reception if we are really to appreciate, see or hear to any purpose, the masterpieces of music or of art. More, nature herself reveals little of her secret to those who only look and listen with the outward ear and eye. The condition of all valid seeing and hearing, upon every plane of consciousness, lies not in the sharpening of the senses, but in a peculiar attitude of the whole personality, in a self-forgetting attentiveness, a profound concentration, a self-merging, which operates a real communion between the seer and the seen, in a word, in contemplation. Contemplation, then, in the most general sense, is a power which we may, and often must, apply to the perception, not only of divine reality, but of anything. It is a mental attitude under which all things give up to us the secret of their life. All artists are of necessity in some measure contemplative. In so far as they surrender themselves without selfish preoccupation, they see creation from the point of view of God. Innocence of eye is little else than this, and only by its means can they see truly those things which they desire to show the world. I invite those to whom these statements seem a compound of cheap psychology and cheaper metaphysics to clear their minds of prejudice and submit this matter to an experimental test. If they will be patient and honest, and unless they belong to that minority which is temperamentally incapable of the simplest contemplative act, they will emerge from the experiment possessed of a little new knowledge as to the nature of the relation between the human mind and the outer world. All that is asked is that we shall look for a little time, in a special and undivided manner, at some simple, concrete, and external thing. This object of our contemplation may be almost anything we please, a picture, a statue, a tree, a distant hillside, a growing plant, running water, little living things. We need not, with Kant, go to the starry heavens. A little thing the quantity of an hazelnut will do for us, as it did for Lady Julian long ago. Remember, it is a practical experiment on which we are set, not an opportunity of pretty and pantheistic meditation. Look, then, at this thing which you have chosen. Wilfully, yet tranquilly, refuse the messages which countless other aspects of the world are sending, and so concentrate your whole attention on this one act of loving sight, that all other objects are excluded from the conscious field. Do not think, but as it were pour out your personality towards it. Let your soul be your eyes. Almost at once, this new method of perception will reveal unsuspected qualities in the external world. First, you will perceive about you a strange and deepening quietness, a slowing down of our feverish mental time. Next, you will become aware of a heightened significance and intensified existence in the thing at which you look. As you, with all your consciousness, lean out towards it, an answering current will meet yours. It seems as though the barrier between its life and your own, between subject and object, had melted away. You are merged with it in an act of true communion, and you know the secret of its being deeply and unforgettably, yet in a way which you can never hope to express. Seen thus, a thistle has celestial qualities, a speckled hen a touch of the sublime. Our greater comrades, the trees, the clouds, the rivers, initiate us into mighty secrets, flame out at us like shining from shook foil. The eye which looks upon eternity has been given its opportunity. We have been immersed for a moment in the life of the All. A deep and peaceful love unites us with the substance of all things. A mystic marriage has taken place between the mind and some aspect of the external world. Cor ad cor loquitur. Life has spoken to life, but not to the surface intelligence. That surface intelligence knows only that the message was true and beautiful, no more. The price of this experience has been a stilling of that surface mind, a calling in of all our scattered interests, an entire giving of ourselves to this one activity, without self-consciousness, without reflective thought. To reflect is always to distort. Our minds are not good mirrors. The contemplative, on whatever level his faculty may operate, is contented to absorb and be absorbed. And by this humble access he attains to a plane of knowledge which no intellectual process can come near. I do not suggest that this simple experiment is in any sense to be equated with the transcendental contemplation of the mystic. Yet it exercises on a small scale, and regard to visible nature, the same natural faculties which are taken up and used, it is true upon other levels and in subjection to the transcendental sense, in his apprehension of the invisible real. Though it is one thing to see truthfully for an instant the flower in the crannied wall, another to be lifted up to the apprehension of eternal truth, true love and loved eternity. Yet both according to their measure are functions of the inward eye, operating in the suspension of the mind. This humble receptiveness, this still and steady gazing, in which emotion, will, and thought are lost and fused, is the secret of the great contemplative on fire with love of that which he has been allowed to see. But whilst the contemplation of nature entails an outgoing towards somewhat indubitably external to us, and has as its material the world of sensible experience, the contemplation of spirit, as it seems to those who practise it, requires a deliberate refusal of the messages of the senses, an ingoing or introversion of our faculties, a journey towards the centre. The kingdom of God, they say, is within you. Seek it, then, in the most secret habitations of the soul. The mystic must learn so to concentrate all his faculties, his very self, upon the invisible and intangible, that all visible things are forgot, to bring it so sharply into focus that everything else is blurred. He must call in his scattered faculties by a deliberate exercise of the will, empty his mind of its swarm of images, its riot of thought. In mystical language, he must sink into nothingness, into that blank abiding place where busy, clever reason cannot come. The whole of this process, this gathering up and turning inwards of the powers of the self, this gazing into the ground of the soul, is that which is called introversion. Introversion is an art which can be acquired as gradually and as certainly by the born mystic as the art of piano playing can be acquired by the born musician. In both cases, it is the genius of the artist which makes his use of the instrument effective. But it is also his education in the use of the instrument which enables that genius to express itself in an adequate way. Such mystical education, of course, presumes a something that can be educated. The new birth, the awakening of the deeper self, must have taken place before it can begin. It is a psychological process and obeys psychological laws. There is in it no element of the unexpected or the abnormal. In technical language, we are here concerned with ordinary, not extraordinary contemplation. In its early stages, the practice of introversion is voluntary, difficult, and deliberate, as are the early stages of learning to read or write. But as reading or writing finally becomes automatic, so as the mystic's training in introversion proceeds, habits are formed, and those contemplative powers which he is educating establish themselves amongst his normal faculties. Sometimes they wholly dominate these faculties, escape the control of the will, and appear spontaneously, seizing upon the conscious field. Such violent and involuntary invasions of the transcendental powers, when they utterly swamp the surface consciousness, and the subject is therefore cut off from his ordinary external world, constitute the typical experience of rapture or ecstasy. It is under the expansive formula of such abrupt ecstatic perception, not by gradual steps, but by sudden ecstatic flights soaring aloft to the glorious things on high, that the mystical consciousness of divine transcendence is most clearly expressed. Those wide, exalted apprehensions of the Godhead which we owe to the mystics have usually been obtained not by industrious meditation, but by a transcending of all creatures, a perfect going forth from oneself, by standing in an ecstasy of mind. Hence the experiences peculiar to these ecstatic states have a great value for the student of mysticism. It will be our duty to consider them in detail in a later section of this book. The normal and deliberate practice of introversion, on the contrary, is bound up with the sense of divine immanence. Its emphasis is on the indwelling God, who may be found by a journey towards the centre, on the conviction indeed that angels and archangels are with us, but he is more truly our own, who is not only with us, but in us. Contemplation, taking that term in its widest sense, as embracing all the degrees and kinds of mystical prayer, establishes communion between the soul and the Absolute by way of these complementary modes of apprehending that which is one. A. The usually uncontrollable, definitely outgoing, ecstatic experience, the attainment of pure being or flight to God. B. The more controllable ingoing experience, the breaking down of the barrier between the surface self and those deeper levels of personality where God is met and known in our nothingness, and a mysterious fusion of divine and human life takes place. The one, says the Christian mystic, is the going forth to the Father. The other is the marriage with the Son. Both are operated by the Spirit, whose dwelling is in the spark of the soul. Yet it is probable, in spite of the spatial language which the mystics always use concerning them, that these two experiences in their most sublime forms are but opposite aspects of one whole, the complementary terms of a higher synthesis beyond our span. In that consummation of love which Rusbroek has called the peace of the summits, they meet. Then distinctions between inward and outward, near and far, cease to have any meaning in the dim silence where lovers lose themselves. To mount to God, says the writer of De Adhaerando Deo, is to enter into oneself. For he who inwardly entereth and intimately penetrateth into himself gets above and beyond himself and truly mounts up to God. Says Torlo of this ineffable meeting-place, which is to the intellect an emptiness, and to the heart a fulfilment of all desire. All there is so still and mysterious and so desolate, for there is nothing there but God only, and nothing strange. This wilderness is the quiet desert of the Godhead, into which he leads all who are to receive this inspiration of God, now or in eternity. From this quiet desert, this still plain of being, so near to her, though she is far from it, the normal self is separated by all the unquiet desert of sensual existence. Yet it stretches through and in her, the stuff of reality, the very ground of her being, since it is, in Julian's words, the substance of all that is, linking that being at once with the universe and with God. God is near us, but we are far from him. God is within, we are without. God is at home, we are in the far country, said Meister Eckhart, struggling to express the nature of this intelligible where. Clearly, if the self is ever to become aware of it, definite work must be undertaken, definite powers of perception must be trained, and the consciousness which has been evolved to meet the exigencies of the world of becoming must be initiated into that world of being from which it came forth. Plato long ago defined the necessity of such a perception, and the nature of that art of contemplation by which the soul can feed upon the real, when he said in one of his most purely mystical passages, "When the soul returns into itself and reflects, it passes into the region of that which is pure and everlasting, immortal and unchangeable, and, feeling itself kindred thereto, it dwells there under its own control and has rest from its wanderings." In the contemplation of Plato and of the Platonic schools generally, however, the emphasis lies at least as much on intellect as on intuition. With him the head and not the heart is the meeting place between man and the real. Anciently, says Augustine Baker, there was a certain kind of false contemplation, which we may call philosophical, practised by some learned heathens of old, and imitated by some in these days, which hath for its last and best end only the perfection of knowledge and a delightful complacency in it. To this rank of philosophical contemplations may be referred those scholastic wits which spend much time in the study and subtle examinations of the mysteries of faith, and have not for their end the increasing of divine love in their hearts. We cannot long read the works of the mystics without coming across descriptions, often first-hand descriptions of great psychological interest, of the processes through which the self must pass, the discipline which it must undertake, in the course of acquiring the art of contemplation. Most of these descriptions differ in detail, in the divisions adopted, the emotions experienced, the number of degrees through which the subject passes, from the first painful attempt to gather up its faculties to the supreme point at which it feels itself to be lost in God. In each there is that quality of uniqueness which is inherent in every expression of life. In each the temperamental bias and analytical powers of the writer have exerted a further modifying influence. All, however, describe a connected experience, the progressive concentration of the entire self under the spur of love upon the contemplation of transcendental reality. As the mystic way involves transcendence of character, the sublimation of the instinctive life and movement of the whole man to higher levels of vitality, his attainment of freedom, so the ascent of the ladder of contemplation involves such a transcendence or movement to high levels of liberty of his perceptive powers. The steps of the ladder, the substance of the progressive exercises undertaken by the developing self, its education in the art of contemplation, are usually known by the Christian mystics as the degrees of prayer or orison. By the common implications of the word prayer, with its suggestions of formal devotion, detailed petition, a definite something asked for, and a definite duty done by means of extemporary or traditional allocutions, do not really suggest the nature of those supersensual activities which the mystics mean to express in their use of this term. Mystical prayer, or orison, the term which I propose for the sake of clearness to use here, has nothing in common with petition. It is not articulate, it has no forms. It is, says the Mirror of St. Edmund, naught else but yearning of soul, the expression of man's metaphysical thirst. In it, says Gros, the soul is united to God in its ground, the created intelligence to the intelligence increate, without the intervention of imagination or reason, or of anything but a very simple attention of the mind and an equally simple application of the will. On the psychological side, its development involves a steady discipline of the mystic's rich subliminal mind, slowly preparing the channels in which the deeper consciousness is to flow. This discipline reduces to some sort of order, makes effective for life, those involuntary states of passivity, rapture, and intuition, which are the characteristic ways in which an uncontrolled, uncultivated genius for the absolute breaks out. To the subject himself, however, his orison seems rather a free and mutual act of love, a supernatural intercourse between the soul and the divine, or some aspect of the divine, sometimes full of light and joy, sometimes dark and bare. In some of its degrees it is a placid, trustful waiting upon messages from without. In others it is an inarticulate communion, a wordless rapture, a silent gazing upon God. The mystics have exhausted all the resources of all tongues in their efforts to tell us of the rewards which await those who will undertake this most sublime and difficult of arts. As we come to know our friends better by having intercourse with them, so by this deliberate intercourse the self enters more and more deeply into the heart of reality. Climbing like Dante step by step up the ladder of contemplation, it comes at last to the Empyrean. Ivi è perfetta, matura ed intera ciascuna desianza. The true end of a horizon, like the true end of that mystical life within which it flowers, is the supreme meeting between lover and beloved, between God and the soul. Its method is the method of the mystic life, transcendence, a gradual elimination of sensible image, and bit by bit approximation of the contemplative self to reality, gradually producing within it those conditions in which union can take place. This entails a concentration, a turning inwards, of all those faculties which the normal self has been accustomed to turn outwards, and fritter upon the manifold illusions of daily life. It means, during the hours of introversion, a retreat from and refusal of the many, in order that the mind may be able to apprehend the one. Behold, says Boehme, if thou desirest to see God's light in thy soul, and be divinely illuminated and conducted, this is the short way that thou art to take, not to let the eye of thy spirit enter into matter, or fill itself with anything whatever, either in heaven or earth, but to let it enter by a naked faith into the light of the Majesty. What this opening of the ghostly eye is, says Hilton, the greatest clerk on earth could not imagine by his wit, nor show fully by his tongue. For it may not be got by study, nor through man's travail only, but principally by grace of the Holy Ghost, and with travail of man. I dread mickle to spread aught of it, for methinketh I cannot. It passeth mine assay, and my lips are unclean. Nevertheless, for I expect love asketh, and love biddeth, therefore I shall say little more of it, as I hope love teacheth. This opening of the ghostly eyes, that lighty murkness and rich naught that I spake of before, and it may be called purity of spirit and ghostly rest, inward stillness and peace of conscience, highness of thought and onliness of soul, a lively feeling of grace and privily of heart, the waking sleep of the spouse, and tasting of heavenly savour, burning in love and shining in light, entry of contemplation and reforming in feeling. They are diverse in showing of words, nevertheless they are all one in sense of soothfastness. Human industry, says Hilton here, must be joined to grace. If the spiritual eye is to be opened, definite work must be done. So long as the eye which looks upon time fills itself with things and usurps the conscious field, that spiritual eye which looks upon eternity can hardly act at all. And this eye must not only be opened, it must be trained, so that it may endure to gaze steadfastly at the uncreated light. This training and purging of the transcendental sight is described under many images, diverse in showing of words, one in sense and soothfastness. Its essence is a progressive cleaning of the mirror, a progressive self-emptying of all that is not real, the attainment of that unified state of consciousness which will permit a pure, imageless apprehension of the final reality which hath no image to be received by the self. Naked horizon, emptiness, nothingness, entire surrender, peaceful love in life naughted, say the mystics again and again. Where apprehension of the divine comes by way of vision or audition, this is but a concession to human weakness, a sign, they think, that sensitive nature is not yet wholly transcended. It is a translation of the true tongue of angels into a dialect that the normal mind can understand, a steady abolition of sense imagery, a cutting off of all possible sources of illusion, all possible encouragements of selfhood and pride, the most fertile of all sources of deception. This is the condition of pure sight, and the degrees of horizon, the steep stairs of love which they climb so painfully, are based upon this necessity. The terms used by individual mystics, the divisions which they adopt in describing the self's progress in contemplation, are bewildering in their variety. Here, more than elsewhere, the mania for classification has obsessed them. We find, too, when we come to compare one with another, that the language which they employ is not always so exact as it seems, nor are traditional terms always used in the same sense. Sometimes by the word contemplation, they intend to describe the whole process of introversion. Sometimes they reserve it for the horizon of union, sometimes identify it with ecstasy. It has been pointed out by Delacroix that even St. Teresa's classification of her own states is far from lucid, and varies in each of her principal works. Thus in the Life she appears to treat recollection and quiet as synonymous, whilst in the Way of Perfection these conditions are sharply differentiated. In the Interior Castle she adopts an entirely different system, the prayer of quiet being there called tasting of God. Finally, Augustine Baker, in treating of the prayer of interior silence and quiet, insists that by the term quiet, St. Teresa did not mean this at all, but a form of supernatural contemplation. Thus we are gradually forced to the conclusion that the so-called degrees of horizon, so neatly tabulated by ascetic writers, are largely artificial and symbolic, that the process which they profess to describe is really, like life itself, one and continuous, not a stairway but a slope, and the parts into which they break it up are diagrammatic. Nearly every mystic makes these breaks in a different place, though continuing to use the language of his predecessors. In his efforts towards self-analysis he divides and subdivides, combines and differentiates his individual moods. Hence the confusion of mind which falls upon those who try to harmonize different systems of contemplation, to identify St. Teresa's 4 degrees with Hugh of St. Victor's other 4, and with Richard of St. Victor's 4 steps of ardent love, or to accommodate upon this diagram Hilton's simple and poetic 3 steps of contemplations, knowing, loving, and knowing and loving, where the adventurer rather than the map-maker speaks. Such fine shades, says Augustine Baker in this connection, are nicely distinguished by the author rather out of a particular experience of the effects passing in his own soul, which perhaps are not the same in all, than for any more general reason. Some diagram, however, some set scheme, the writer on introversion must have, if he is to describe with lucidity the normal development of the contemplative consciousness, and so long as the methodological nature of this diagram is kept in mind, there can be little objection to the use of it. I propose then to examine under 3 divisions that continuous and orderly growth, that gradual process of change, by which the mystical consciousness matures and develops its apprehension of God. We will give to these 3 divisions names familiar to all readers of ascetic literature: recollection, quiet, and contemplation. Each of these 3 parts of the introversive experience may be discerned in embryo in that little experiment at which the reader has been invited to assist, the act of concentration, the silence, the new perception which results. Each has a characteristic beginning which links it with its predecessor, and a characteristic end which shades off into the next state. Thus recollection commonly begins in meditation, and develops into the horizon of inward silence or simplicity, which again melts into the true quiet. Quiet, as it becomes deeper, passes into ordinary contemplation, and this grows through contemplation proper to that horizon of passive union, which is the highest of the non-ecstatic introversive states. Merely to state the fact thus is to remind ourselves how smoothly continuous is this life process of the soul. It is the object of contemplative prayer, as it is the object of all education, to discipline and develop certain growing faculties. Here the faculties are those of the transcendental self, the new man, all those powers which we associate with the spiritual consciousness. The sons of God, however, like the sons of men, begin as babies, and their first lessons must not be too hard. Therefore the educative process conforms to and takes advantage of every step of the natural process of growth, as we, in the education of our children, make the natural order in which their faculties develop the basis of our scheme of cultivation. Recollection, quiet, and contemplation, then, answer to the order in which the mystic's powers unfold. Roughly speaking, we shall find that the form of spiritual attention which is called meditative or recollective goes side by side with the purification of the self. That quiet tends to be characteristic of illumination. That contemplation proper, at any rate in its higher forms, is most fully experienced by those who have attained or nearly attained the unitive way. At the same time, just as the self in its first mystic life, before it has passed through the dark night of the spirit, often seems to run through the whole gamut of spiritual states, and attain that immediate experience of the Absolute which it seeks, though as a fact it has not reached those higher levels of consciousness on which true and permanent union takes place, so too in its horizon. At any point in its growth, it may experience for brief periods that imageless and overpowering sense of identity with the Absolute Life, that loving and exalted absorption in God, which is called passive union, and anticipates the consciousness which is characteristic of the unitive life. Over and over again in its prayerful process, it recapitulates in little the whole great process of its life. It runs up for an instant to levels where it is not yet strong enough to dwell, seeks God in its ground, and finds that which it seeks. Therefore we must not be too strict in our identification of the grades of education with the stages of growth. This education, rightly understood, is one coherent process. It consists in a steady and voluntary surrender of the awakened consciousness, its feeling, thought, and will, to the play of those transcendental influences, that inflowing vitality, which it conceives of as divine. In the preparative process of recollection, the unruly mind is brought into subjection. In quiet, the eager will is silenced, the wheel of imagination is stilled. In contemplation, the heart at last comes to its own, cor ad cor loquitur. In their simplest forms, these three states involve the deliberate concentration upon, the meek resting in, the joyous communion with, the ineffable object of man's quest. They require a progressive concentration of the mystic's powers, a gradual handing over of the reins from the surface intelligence to the deeper mind, that essential self which alone is capable of God. In recollection, the surface mind still holds, so to speak, the leading strings, but in quiet it surrenders them wholly, allowing consciousness to sink into that blissful silence in which God works and speaks. This act of surrender, this deliberate negation of thought, is an essential preliminary of the contemplative state. Lovers put out the candles and draw the curtains when they wish to see the god and the goddess, and in the higher communion, the night of thought is the light of perception. The education of the self in the successive degrees of horizon has been compared by St. Teresa, in a celebrated passage in her life, to 4 ways of watering the garden of the soul so that it may bring forth its flowers and fruits. The first and most primitive of these ways is meditation. This, she says, is like drawing water by hand from a deep well, the slowest and most laborious of all means of irrigation. Next to this is the horizon of quiet, which is a little better and easier, for here soul seems to receive some help, i.e., with the stilling of the senses, the subliminal faculties are brought into play. The well has now been fitted with a windlass, that little Moorish water-wheel possessed by every Castilian farm. Hence we get more water for the energy we expend, more sense of reality in exchange for our abstraction of the unreal. Also the water is higher, and accordingly the labour is much less than it was when the water had to be drawn out of the depths of the well. I mean that the water is nearer to it, for grace now reveals itself more distinctly to the soul. In the third stage, or horizon of union, we leave all voluntary activities of the mind. The gardener no longer depends on his own exertions. Contact between subject and object is established. There is no more stress and strain. It is as if a little river now ran through our garden and watered it. We have but to direct the stream. In the fourth and highest stage, God himself waters our garden with rain from heaven, drop by drop. The attitude of the self is now that of perfect receptivity, passive contemplation, loving trust. Individual activity is sunk in the great life of the all. The measure of the mystic's real progress is and must always be his progress in love, for his apprehension is an apprehension of the heart. His education, his watering of the garden of the soul, is a cultivation of this one flower, this Rosa Mystica which has its root in God. His advance in contemplation, then, will be accompanied step by step by those exalted feeling states which Richard of St. Victor called the degrees of ardent love. Without their presence, all the drill in the world will not bring him to the timed contemplative state, though it may easily produce abnormal powers of perception of the kind familiar to students of the occult. Thus our theory of mystic education is in close accord with our theory of mystic life. In both, there is progressive surrender of selfhood under the steady advance of conquering love, a stilling of that I, me, and mine, which is linked by all the senses, and by all its own desires, to the busy world of visible things. This progressive surrender usually appears in the practice of arisen as a progressive inward retreat from circumference to centre, to that ground of the soul, that substantial somewhat in man, deep buried for most of us beneath the great rubbish heap of our surface interests, where human life and divine life meet. To clear away the rubbish heap so that he may get down to this treasure house is from one point of view the initial task of the contemplative. This clearing away is the first part of introversion, that journey inwards to his own centre where, stripped of all his cleverness and merit, reduced to his nothingness, he can meet God without intermediary. This ground of the soul, this strange inward sanctuary to which the normal man so seldom penetrates, is, says Eckhart, immediately receptive of the divine being, and no one can move it but God alone. There the finite self encounters the infinite, and by a close and loving communion with, and feeding on the attributes of the divine substance, is remade in the interests of the absolute life. This encounter, the consummation of mystical culture, is what we mean by contemplation in its highest form. Here we are on the verge of that great self-merging act which is of the essence of pure love, which reality has sought of us, and we have unknowingly desired of it. Here contemplation and union are one. Thus do we grow, says Rusborough, and carried above ourselves, above reason, into the very heart of love, there do we feed according to the Spirit, and taking flight for the Godhead by naked love, we go to the encounter of the bridegroom, to the encounter of his Spirit, which is his love. And thus we are brought forth by God, out of our selfhood, into the immersion of love, in which we possess blessedness and are one with God. End of first half of Part 2, Chapter 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joy Chan. Mysticism, A Study in Nature and Development of Spiritual Consciousness by Evelyn Underhill. Second half of Part 2, Chapter 6. Recollection. The beginning of the process of introversion, the first deliberate act in which the self turns towards the inward path, will not merely be the yielding to an instinct, the indulgence of a natural taste for reverie. It will be a voluntary and purposeful undertaking. Like conversion, it entails a break with the obvious, which must of necessity involve and affect the whole normal consciousness. It will be evoked by the mystic's love, and directed by his reason, but can only be accomplished by the strenuous exercise of his will. These preparatory labours of the contemplative life, these first steps upon the ladder, are, says St. Teresa, very hard, and require greater courage than all the rest. All the scattered interests of the self have here to be collected. There must be a deliberate and unnatural act of attention, a deliberate expelling of all discordant images from the consciousness, a hard and ungrateful task. Since the transcendental faculties are still young and weak, the sense is not wholly mortified. It needs a stern determination, a wilful choice, if we are to succeed in concentrating our attention upon the whispered messages from within, undistracted by the loud voices which besiege us from without. How, says the disciple to the master in one of Boehm's dialogues, am I to seek in the centre this fountain of light, which may enlighten me throughout and bring my properties into perfect harmony? I am in nature, as I said before, and which way shall I pass through nature and the light thereof, so that I may come into the supernatural and supersensual ground whence this true light, which is the light of minds, doth arise? And this without the destruction of my nature, or quenching the light of it, which is my reason. Master, cease but from thine own activity, steadfastly fixing thine eye upon one point. For this end, gather in all thy thoughts, and by faith press into the centre, laying hold upon the word of God, which is infallible, and which hath called thee. Be thou obedient to this call, and be silent before the Lord, sitting alone with him in thy inmost and most hidden cell, thy mind being centrally united in itself, and attending his will in the patience of hope. So shall thy light break forth as the morning, and after the redness thereof is past, the sun himself which thou waitest for shall arise unto thee, and under his most healing wings thou shalt greatly rejoice, ascending and descending in his bright and health-giving beams. Behold, this is the true supersensual ground of life. In this short paragraph, Boehm has caught and described the psychological state in which all introversion must begin, the primary simplification of consciousness, steadfastly fixing the soul's eye upon one point, and the turning inwards of the whole cognitive powers for a purpose rather believed in than known, by faith pressing into the centre. The unfortunate word recollection, which the hasty reader is apt to connect with remembrance, is the traditional term by which mystical writers define just such a voluntary concentration, such a first collecting or gathering in of the attention of the self to its most hidden cell. That self is as yet unacquainted with the strange plane of silence which so soon becomes familiar to those who attempt even the lowest activities of the contemplative life, where the self is released from succession, the noises of the world are never heard, and the great adventures of the spirit take place. It stands here between the two planes of its being. The eye of time is still awake. It knows that it wants to enter the inner world, that interior palace where the King of Kings is guest, but it must find some device to help it over the threshold. Rather, in the language of psychology, to shift that threshold and permit its subliminal intuition of the absolute to emerge. This device is as a rule the practice of meditation, in which the state of recollection usually begins, that is to say, the deliberate consideration of and dwelling upon some one aspect of reality, an aspect most usually chosen from amongst the religious beliefs of the self. Thus Hindu mystics will brood upon a sacred word, whilst Christian contemplatives set before their minds one of the names or attributes of God, a fragment of Scripture, an incident of the life of Christ, and allow, indeed encourage, this consideration and the ideas and feelings which flow from it to occupy the whole mental field. This powerful suggestion, kept before the consciousness by an act of will, overpowers the stream of small suggestions which the outer world pours incessantly upon the mind. The self, concentrated upon this image or idea, dwelling on it more than thinking about it, as one may gaze upon a picture that one loves, falls gradually and insensibly into the condition of reverie, and, protected by this holy daydream from the more distracting dream of life, sinks into itself, and becomes, in the language of asceticism, recollected, or gathered together. Although it is deliberately ignoring the whole of its usual external universe, its faculties are wide awake. All have had their part in the wilful production of this state of consciousness, and this it is which marks off meditation and recollection from the higher or infused degrees of horizon. Such meditation as this, says Richard of St. Victor, is the activity proper to one who has attained the first degree of ardent love. By it, God enters into the mind, and the mind also enters into itself, and thus receives in its inmost cell the first visit of the beloved. It is a kind of half-way house between the perception of appearance and the perception of reality. To one in whom this state is established, consciousness seems like a blank field, save for the one point in its centre, the subject of the meditation. Towards this focus the introversive self seems to press inwards from every side, still faintly conscious of the buzz of the external world outside its ramparts, but refusing to respond to its appeals. Presently the subject of meditation begins to take on a new significance, to glow with life and light. The contemplative suddenly feels that he knows it, in the complete, vital, but indescribable way in which one knows a friend. More, through it hints are coming to him of mightier, nameless things. It ceases to be a picture, and becomes a window through which the mystic peers out into the spiritual universe, and apprehends to some extent, though how he knows not, the veritable presence of God. In these meditative and recollective states, the self still feels very clearly the edge of its own personality, its separateness from the somewhat other, the divine reality set over against the soul. It is aware of that reality. The subject of its meditation becomes a symbol through which it receives a distinct message from the transcendental world, but it is still operating in a natural way, as mystical writers would say, by means of the faculties. There is yet no conscious fusion with a greater life, no resting in the divine atmosphere as in the quiet, no involuntary and ecstatic lifting up of the soul to direct apprehension of truth as in contemplation. Recollection is a definite psychic condition which has logical psychic results. Originally induced by meditation, or absorbed brooding upon certain aspects of the real, it develops in the self, by way of the strenuous control exercised by the will over the understanding, a power of cutting its connection with the external world and retreating to the inner world of the spirit. True recollection, says St. Teresa, has characteristics by which it can be easily recognized. It produces a certain effect which I do not know how to explain, but which is well understood by those who have experienced it. It is true that recollection has several degrees, and that in the beginning these great effects are not felt, because it is not yet profound enough. But support the pain which you first feel in recollecting yourself. Despise the rebellion of nature. Overcome the resistance of the body, which loves a liberty which is its ruin. Learn self-conquest. Persevere thus for a time, and you will perceive very clearly the advantages which you gain from it. As soon as you apply yourself to Horizon, you will at once feel your senses gather themselves together. They seem like bees which return to the hive, and there shut themselves up to work at the making of honey. And this will take place without effort or care on your part. God thus rewards the violence which your soul has been doing to itself, and gives to it such a domination over the senses that a sign is enough when it desires to recollect itself, for them to obey, and so gather themselves together. At the first call of the will they come back more and more quickly. At last, after countless exercises of this kind, God disposes them to a state of utter rest and of perfect contemplation. This description makes it clear that recollection is a form of spiritual gymnastics, less valuable for itself than for the training which it gives, the power which it develops. In it, says St. Teresa again, the soul enters with its God into that paradise which is within itself, and shuts the door behind it upon all the things of the world. You should know, my daughters, she continues, that this is no supernatural act, but depends upon our will, and that therefore we can do it with that ordinary assistance of God which we need for all our acts and even for our good thoughts. For here we are not concerned with the silence of the faculties, but with the simple retreat of these powers into the ground of the soul. There are various ways of arriving at it, and these are described in different books. There it is said that we must abstract the mind from exterior things in order that we may inwardly approach God. That even in our work we ought to retire within ourselves, though it be only for a moment. That this remembrance of a God who companions us within is a great help to us. Finally, that we ought little by little to habituate ourselves to gentle and silent converse with him, so that he may make us feel his presence in the soul. Quiet. More important for us because more characteristically mystical is the next great stage of Horizon, that curious and extremely definite mental state which mystics call the prayer of quiet, or simplicity, or sometimes the interior silence. This represents the result for consciousness of a further degree of that inward retreat which recollection began. Out of the deep, slow brooding and pondering on some mystery, some incomprehensible link between himself and the real, or the deliberate practice of loving attention to God, the contemplative, perhaps by way of a series of moods and acts which his analytic powers may cause him nicely to distinguish, glides almost insensibly onto a plane of perception for which human speech has few equivalents. It is a plane which is apparently characterized by an immense increase in the receptivity of the self and by an almost complete suspension of the reflective powers. The strange silence which is the outstanding quality of this state, almost the only note in regard to it which the surface intelligence can secure, is not describable. Here Samuel Rutherford said of another of life's secrets, "Come and see will tell you much, come nearer will say more." Here the self passes beyond the stage at which its perceptions are capable of being dealt with by thought. It can no longer take notes, can only surrender itself to the stream of an inflowing life and to the direction of a larger will. Discursive thought would only interfere with this process, as it interferes with the vital processes of the body if it once gets them under its control. That thought, then, already disciplined by recollection, gathered up and forced to work in the interests of the transcendental mind, is now to be entirely inhibited. As recollection becomes deeper, the self slides into a certain dim yet vivid consciousness of the infinite. The door tight shut on the sensual world, it becomes aware that it is immersed in a more real world which it cannot define. It rests quietly in this awareness, quite silent, utterly at peace. In the place of the struggles for complete concentration which mark the beginning of recollection, there is now a living, somehow self-acting recollection, with God, his peace, power, and presence, right in the midst of this rose of spiritual fragrance. With this surrender to something bigger, as with the surrender of conversion, comes an immense relief of strain. This is quiet in its most perfect form. This sinking, as it were, of the little child of the infinite into its father's arms, the giving up of I-hood, the process of self-stripping, which we have seen to be the essence of the purification of the self, finds its parallel in this phase of the contemplative experience. Here, in this complete cessation of man's proud effort to do somewhat of himself, humility, who rules the fourth degree of love, begins to be known in her paradoxical beauty and power. Consciousness loses to find, and dies that it may live. No longer in Roll's pungent phrase is it a ransacker of the might of God and of his majesty. Thus the act by which it passes into the quiet is a sacrament of the whole mystic quest, of the turning from doing to being, the abolition of separateness in the interests of the absolute life. The state of quiet, we have said, entails suspension of the surface consciousness, yet consciousness of the subject's personality remains. It follows generally on a period of deliberate and loving recollection, of a slow and steady withdrawal of the attention from the channels of sense. To one who is entering this state, the external world seems to get further and further away, till at last nothing but the paramount fact of his own existence remains. So startling, very often, is the deprivation of all his accustomed mental furniture, of the noise and flashing of the transmitting instruments of sense, that the negative aspect of his condition dominates consciousness, and he can but describe it as a nothingness, a pure passivity, an emptiness, a naked horizon. He is there, as it were, poised, resting, waiting. He does not know for what, only he is conscious that all, even in this utter emptiness, is well. Presently, however, he becomes aware that something fills this emptiness, something omnipresent, intangible, like sunny air. Ceasing to attend to the messages from without, he begins to notice that which has always been within. His whole being is thrown open to its influence. It permeates his consciousness. There are, then, two aspects of the horizon of quiet, the aspect of deprivation, of emptiness which begins it, and the aspect of acquisition, of something found in which it is complete. In its description, all mystics will be found to lean to one side or the other, to the affirmative or negative element which it contains. The austere mysticism of Eckhart and his followers, their temperamental sympathy with the Neoplatonic language of Dionysius the Areopagite, cause them to describe it, and also very often the higher state of contemplation to which it leads, as above all things an emptiness, a divine dark, an ecstatic deprivation. They will not profane its deep satisfactions by the inadequate terms proper to earthly peace and joy, and, true to their school, fall back on the paradoxically suggestive powers of negation. To St. Teresa and mystics of her type, on the other hand, even a little and inadequate image of its joy seems better than none. To them it is a sweet calm, a gentle silence in which the lover apprehends the presence of the beloved, a God-given state over which the self has little control. In Eckhart's writings, enthusiastic descriptions of the quiet, of inward silence and passivity as the fruit of a deliberate recollection, abound. In his view, the psychical state of quiet is preeminently that in which the soul of man begins to be united with its ground, pure being. It marks the transition from natural to supernatural prayer, the emptying of the field of consciousness, its cleansing of all images, even of those symbols of reality which are the objects of meditation, is the necessary condition under which alone this encounter can take place. The soul, he says, with all its powers, has divided and scattered itself in outward things, each according to its functions, the power of sight in the eye, the power of hearing in the ear, the power of taste in the tongue, and thus they are the less able to work inwardly, for every power which is divided is imperfect. So the soul, if she would work inwardly, must call home all her powers and collect them from all divided things to one inward work. If a man will work in inward work, he must pour all his powers into himself, as into a corner of the soul, and must hide himself from all images and forms, and then he can work. Then he must come into a forgetting and a not knowing. He must be in a stillness and silence, where the word may be heard. One cannot draw near to this word better than by stillness and silence. Then it is heard and understood in utter ignorance. When one knows nothing, it is opened and revealed. Then we shall become aware of the divine ignorance, and our ignorance will be ennobled and adorned with supernatural knowledge. And when we simply keep ourselves receptive, we are more perfect than when at work. The psychic state of quiet has a further value for the mystic, as being the intellectual complement and expression of the moral state of humility and receptivity, the very condition, says Eckhart, of the new birth. It may be asked whether this birth is best accomplished in man when he does the work and forms and thinks himself into God, and when he keeps himself in silence, stillness, and peace, so that God may speak and work in him. The best and noblest way in which thou mayst come into this work in life is by keeping silence and letting God work and speak. When all the powers are withdrawn from their work and images, there is this word spoken. Eckhart's view of the primary importance of quiet as essentially the introverted state is shared by all those medieval mystics who lay stress on the psychological rather than the objective aspect of the spiritual life. They regard it as the necessary preliminary of all contemplation, and describe it as a normal phase of the inner experience, possible of attainment by all those who have sufficiently disciplined themselves in patience, recollection, and humility. In an old English mystical tract by the author of The Cloud of Unknowing, there is a curious and detailed instruction on the disposition of mind proper to this horizon of silence. It clearly owes much to the teaching of the Areopagite, and something surely, if we may judge by its vivid and exact instructions, to personal experience. When thou comest by thyself, says the Master to the disciple from whom this epistle was composed, think not before what thou shalt do after, but forsake as well good thoughts as evil thoughts, and pray not with thy mouth, but lift thee right well, and look that nothing live in thy working mind, but a naked intent stretching unto God, not clothed in any special thought of God in thyself, how he is in himself or in any of his works, but only that he is as he is. Let him be so, I pray thee, and make him on none otherwise speech, nor search in him by subtlety of wit, but believe thy ground. This naked intent, freely fastened and grounded by very belief, shall be naught else to thy thought and thy feeling, but a naked thought and a blind feeling of thine own being. That darkness be thy mirror, and thy mind whole. Think no further of thyself than I bid thee do of thy God, so that thou be one with him in spirit, as in thought, without departing and scattering. For he is thy being, and in him thou art that thou art, not only by cause and by being, but also he is in thee both thy cause and thy being. And therefore think on God as in this work as thou dost on thyself, and on thyself as thou dost on God, that he is as he is, and thou art as thou art, and that thy thought be not scattered nor departed, but privy in him that is all. Let him be so, I pray thee. It is an admonition against spiritual worry, an entreaty to the individual already at work, twisting experience to meet his own conceptions, to let things be as they are, to receive and be content. Leave off doing that you may be. Leave off analysis that you may know. That meek darkness be thy mirror. Humble receptivity is the watchword of this state. In this, says Eckhart finely, the soul is of equal capacity with God. As God is boundless in giving, so the soul is boundless in receiving. And as God is almighty in his work, so the soul is an abyss of receptivity, and so she is formed anew with God and in God. The disciples of St. Dionysius asked him why Timotheus passed them all in perfection. Then said Dionysius, Timotheus is receptive of God. And thus thine ignorance is not a defect, but thy highest perfection, and thine inactivity thy highest work. And so in this work thou must bring all thy works to naught, and all thy powers into silence, if thou wilt in truth experience this birth within thyself. It is interesting to contrast these descriptions of the quiet with St. Teresa's subjective account of the same psychological state. Where the English mystic's teaching is full of an implied appeal to the will, the Spanish saint is all for the involuntary, or as she would call it, the supernatural actions of the soul. This true horizon of quiet, she says, has in it an element of the supernatural. We cannot, in spite of all our efforts, procure it for ourselves. It is a sort of peace in which the soul establishes itself, or rather in which God establishes the soul, as he did the righteous Simeon. All her powers are at rest. She understands, but otherwise than by the senses, that she is already near her God, and that if she draws a little nearer, she will become by union one with him. She does not see this with the eyes of the body, nor with the eyes of the soul. It is like the repose of a traveller who, within sight of the goal, stops to take breath, and then continues with new strength upon his way. One feels a great bodily comfort, a great satisfaction of soul. Such is the happiness of the soul in seeing herself close to the spring, that even without drinking of the waters she finds herself refreshed. It seems to her that she wants nothing more. The faculties which are at rest would like always to remain still, for the least of their movements is able to trouble or prevent her love. Those who are in this horizon wish their bodies to remain motionless, for it seems to them at the least movement they will lose this sweet peace. They are in the palace close to their king, and they see that he begins to give them his kingdom. It seems to them that they are no longer in the world, and they wish neither to hear nor to see it, but only God. There is this difference between the horizon of quiet and that in which the whole soul is united to God, that in this last the soul has not to absorb the divine food. God deposits it with her, she knows not how. The horizon of quiet, on the other hand, demands, it seems to me, a slight effort, but it is accompanied by so much sweetness that one hardly feels it. A slight effort, says St. Teresa, a naked intent stretching, says the Epistle of Private Counsel. These words mark the frontier between the true and healthy mystic state of quiet and its morbid perversion in quietism. The difference between the tense stillness of the athlete and the limp passivity of the sluggard who is really lazy though he looks resigned. True quiet is a means, not an end, is actively embraced, not passively endured. It is a phase in the self's growth in contemplation, a bridge which leads from its old and uncoordinated life of activity to its new unified life of deep action, the real mystic life of man. This state is desired by the mystic, not in order that consciousness may remain a blank, but in order that the word which is alive may be written thereon. Too often, however, this fact has been ignored, and the interior silence has been put by wayward transcendentalists to other and less admirable use. Quiet is the danger zone of introversion. Of all forms of mystical activity, perhaps this has been the most abused, the least understood. Its theory, seized upon, divorced from its context, and developed to excess, produced the foolish and dangerous exaggerations of quietism, and these, in their turn, caused a wholesale condemnation of the principle of passivity, and made many superficial persons regard naked orison as an essentially heretical act. The accusation of quietism has been hurled at mystics whose only fault was a looseness of language which laid them open to misapprehension. Others, however, have certainly contrived, by a perversion and isolation of the teachings of great contemplatives on this point, to justify the deliberate production of a half-hypnotic state of passivity. With this meaningless state of absorption in nothing at all they were content, claiming that in it they were in touch with the divine life, and therefore exempt from the usual duties and limitations of human existence. Quietism usually, and rather unfairly, regarded as the special folly of Madame Guyon and her disciples, already existed in a far more dangerous form in the Middle Ages, and was described and denounced by Rusborough, one of the greatest masters of true introversion whom the Christian world has known. Such quietude, he says, is naught else but idleness, into which a man has fallen, and in which he forgets himself and God, and all things and all that has to do with activity. This repose is wholly contrary to the supernatural repose one possesses in God, for that is a loving self-mergence and simple gazing at the incomprehensible brightness, actively sought with inward desire, and found in fruitive inclination. When a man possesses this rest in false idleness, and all loving adherence seems a hindrance to him, he clings to himself in his quietude, and lives contrary to the first way in which man is united with God, and this is the beginning of all ghostly error. There can be no doubt that for cells of a certain psychical constitution, such a false idleness is only too easy of attainment. They can, by wilful self-suggestion, deliberately produce this emptiness, this inward silence, and luxuriate in its peaceful effects. To do this from self-regarding motives, or to do it to excess, to let peaceful enjoyment swamp active love, is a mystical vice, and this perversion of the spiritual faculties, like perversion of the natural faculties, brings degeneration in its train. It leads to the absurdities of holy indifference, and ends in the complete stultification of the mental and moral life. The true mystic never tries deliberately to enter the horizon of quiet. With St. Teresa he regards it as a supernatural gift beyond his control, though fed by his will and love. That is to say, where it exists in a healthy form, it appears spontaneously, as a phase in normal development, not as a self-induced condition, a psychic trick. The balance to be struck in this stage of introversion can only be expressed, it seems, in paradox. The true condition of quiet, according to the great mystics, is at once active and passive. It is pure surrender, but a surrender which is not limp self-abandonment, but rather the free and constantly renewed self-giving and self-emptying of a burning love. The departmental intellect is silenced, but the totality of character is flung open to the influence of the real. Personality is not lost, only its hard edge is gone. A rest most busy, says Hilton. Like the soaring of an eagle, says Augustine Baker, when the flight is continued for a good space with a great swiftness, but withal with great stillness, quietness, and ease, without any waving of the wings at all, or the least force used in any member, being in as much ease and stillness as if she were reposing in her nest. According to the unanimous teaching of the most experienced and explicit of the specifically theistic and Christian mystics, says von Hugel, the appearance, the soul's own impression, of a cessation of life and energy of the soul in periods of special union with God, or of great advance in spirituality, is an appearance only. Indeed this, at such times strong, impression of rest springs most certainly from an unusually large amount of actualized energy, an energy which is now penetrating and finding expression by every pore and fibre of the soul. The whole moral and spiritual creature expands and rests, yes, but this very rest is produced by action, unperceived because so fleet, so near, so all-fulfilling. The great teachers of quietism, having arrived at and experienced the psychological state of quiet, having known the ineffable peace and certainty, the bliss which follows on its act of complete surrender, its utter and speechless resting in the absolute life, believed themselves to have discovered in this half-way house the goal of the mystic quest. Therefore, whilst much of their teaching remains true, as a real description of a real and valid state experienced by almost all contemplatives in the course of their development, the inference which they drew from it, that in this mere blank abiding in the deeps the soul had reached the end of her course, was untrue and bad for life. Thus Molinos gives in the Spiritual Guide many unexceptional maxims upon interior silence. By not speaking nor desiring and not thinking, he says justly enough of the contemplative spirit, she arrives at the true and perfect mystical silence wherein God speaks with the soul, communicates himself to it, and in the abyss of its own depth teaches it the most perfect and exalted wisdom. He calls and guides it to this inward solitude and mystical silence, when he says that he will speak to it alone in the most secret and hidden part of the heart. Here Molinos speaks the language of all mystics, yet the total result of his teaching was to suggest to the ordinary mind that there was a peculiar virtue in doing nothing at all, and that all deliberate spiritual activities were bad. Much of the teaching of modern mystical cults is thus crudely quietistic. It insists on the necessity of going into the silence, and even with a strange temerity, gives preparatory lessons in subconscious meditation, a proceeding which might well provoke the laughter of the saints. The faithful, being gathered together, are taught by simple exercises and recollection the way to attain the quiet. By this mental trick, the modern transcendentalist naturally attains to a state of vacant placidity, in which he rests, and remaining in a distracted idleness and misspending the time in expectation of extraordinary visits, believes, with a faith which many of the orthodox might envy, that he is here united with his principle. But, though the psychological state which contemplatives call the prayer of quiet is a common condition of mystical attainment, it is not by itself mystical at all. It is a state of preparation, a way of opening the door. That which comes in when the door is opened will be that which we truly and passionately desire. The will makes plain the way. The heart, the whole man, conditions the guest. The true contemplative, coming to this plane of utter stillness, does not desire extraordinary favours and visitations, but the privilege of breathing for a little while the atmosphere of love. He is about that which St. Bernard called the business of all businesses, goes in perfect simplicity to the encounter of perfection, not to the development of himself. So, even at this apparently passive stage of his progress, the mystic's operations are found on analysis to have a dynamic and purposive character. His very repose is the result of stress. He is a pilgrim that still seeks his country. Urged by his innate tendency to transcendence, he is on his way to higher levels, more sublime fulfilments, greater self-giving acts. Though he may have forsaken all superficial activity, deep, urgent action still remains. The possession of God, says Rusbroek, demands and supposes active love. He who thinks or feels otherwise is deceived. All our life as it is in God is immersed in blessedness. All our life as it is in ourselves is immersed in active love. And though we live wholly in ourselves and wholly in God, it is but one life, but it is twofold and opposite according to our feeling, rich and poor, hungry and fulfilled, active and quiet. The essential difference between this true active quiet and quietism of all kinds has been admirably expressed by Baron von Hugel. Quietism, the doctrine of the one act, passivity in a literal sense, as the absence or imperfection of the power or use of initiative on the soul's part, in any and every state. These doctrines were finally condemned, and most rightly and necessarily condemned, the prayer of quiet, and the various states and degrees of an ever-increasing predominance of action over activity, an action which is all the more the soul's very own, because the more occasioned, directed, and informed by God's action and stimulation. These and the other chief lines of the ancient experience and practice remain as true, correct, and necessary as ever. The ever-increasing predominance of action over activity, the deep and vital movement of the whole self, too utterly absorbed for self-consciousness, set over against its fussy surface energies, here is the true ideal of Horizon. This must inform all the soul's aspiration towards union with the absolute life and love which waits at the door. It is an ideal which includes quiet, as surely as it excludes quietism. As for that doctrine of the one act here mentioned, which was preached by the more extreme quietists, it, like all else in this movement, was the perversion of a great mystical truth. It taught that the turning of the soul towards reality, the merging of the will in God, which is the very heart of the mystic life, was one act never to be repeated. This done, the self had nothing more to do but to rest in the divine life, be its unresisting instrument. Pure passivity and indifference were its ideal. All activity was forbidden it, all choice was a negation of its surrender, all striving was unnecessary and wrong. It needed only to rest for evermore, and let God work, and speak in the silence. This doctrine is so utterly at variance with all that we know of the laws of life and growth, that it hardly seems to stand in need of condemnation. Such a state of indifference, which the quietists strove in vain to identify with that state of pure love which seeketh not its own in spiritual things, cannot coexist with any of those degrees of ardent charity through which man's spirit must pass on its journey to the One, and this alone is enough to prove its non-mystical character. It is only fair to Madame Guyon to say that she cannot justly be charged with preaching this exaggeration of passivity, though a loose and fluid style has allowed many unfortunate inferences to be drawn from her works. Some persons, she says, when they hear of the prayer of quiet, falsely imagine that the soul remains stupid, dead, and inactive. But unquestionably it acted therein more nobly and more extensively than it had ever done before. For God himself is the mover, and the soul now acteth by the agency of his spirit. Instead, then, of promoting idleness, we promote the highest activity, by inculcating a total dependence on the Spirit of God as our moving principle, for in him we live and move and have our being. Our activity should therefore consist in endeavouring to acquire and maintain such a state as may be most susceptible of divine impressions, most flexile to all the operations of the eternal Word. Whilst a tablet is unsteady, the painter is unable to delineate a true copy, so every act of our own selfish and proper spirit is productive of false and erroneous lineaments. It interrupts the work and defeats the design of this adorable artist. The true mystics, in whom the horizon of quiet develops to this state of receptivity, seldom use in describing it the language of holy indifference. Their love and enthusiasm will not let them do that. It is true, of course, that they are indifferent to all else save the supreme claims of love. But then it is of love that they speak. Ego dormio et cor meum vigilat. This, says St. Teresa, is a sleep of the powers of the soul, which are not wholly lost, nor yet understanding how they are at work. To me it seems to be nothing else than a death, as it were, to all the things of this world, and a fruition of God. I know of no other words whereby to describe it or explain it. Neither does the soul then know what to do, for it knows not whether to speak or be silent, whether it should laugh or weep. It is a glorious folly, a heavenly madness wherein true wisdom is acquired, and to the soul a kind of fruition most full of delight. The faculties of the soul now retain only the power of occupying themselves wholly with God. Not one of them ventures to stir, neither can we move one of them without making great efforts to distract ourselves, and indeed I do not think we can do it at all at this time. Here then we see the horizon of silence melting into true contemplation. Its stillness is ruffled by its joy. The quiet reveals itself as an essentially transitional state, introducing the self into a new sphere of activity. The second degree of ardent love, says Richard of St. Victor, binds, so that the soul which is possessed by it is unable to think of anything else. It is not only insuperable, but also inseparable. He compares it to the soul's bridal, the irrevocable act by which permanent union is initiated. The feeling state, which is the equivalent of the quiet, is just such a passive and joyous yielding up of the virgin soul to its bridegroom, a silent marriage vow. It is ready for all that may happen to it, all that may be asked of it, to give itself and lose itself, to wait upon the pleasure of its love. From this inward surrender the self emerges to the new life, the new knowledge which is mediated to it under the innumerable forms of contemplation. End of Part 2, Chapter 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joy Chan. Mysticism, a study in nature and development of spiritual consciousness, by Evelyn Underhill. First half of Part 2, Chapter 7. Introversion, Part 2, Contemplation. We must now consider under the general name of contemplation those developed states of introversion in which the mystic attains somewhat, the results and rewards of the discipline of recollection and quiet. If this course of spiritual athletics has done its work, he has now brought to the surface, trained and made efficient for life, a form of consciousness, a medium of communication with reality, which remains undeveloped in ordinary men. Thanks to this faculty, he is now capable of the characteristic mystic experience, temporary union with that spiritual fount closed to all reactions from the world of sense, where, without witnesses of any kind, God and our freedom meet. The degrees of recollection trained the self in spiritual attention, and at the same time lifted it to a new level of perception where, by means of the symbol which formed the gathering point of its powers, it received a new inflow of life. In the degrees of quiet, it passed on to a state characterized by a tense stillness, in which it rested in that reality at which, as yet, it dared not look. Now, in contemplation, it is to transcend alike the stages of symbol and of silence, and energize enthusiastically on those high levels which are dark to the intellect, but radiant to the heart. We must expect this contemplative activity to show itself in many different ways, and take many different names, since its character will be largely governed by individual temperament. It appears under the forms which ascetic writers call ordinary and extraordinary, infused or passive contemplation, and as that horizon of union which we have already discussed. Sometimes, too, it shows itself under those abnormal psychophysical conditions in which the intense concentration of the self upon its transcendental perceptions results in the narrowing of the field of consciousness to a point at which all knowledge of the external world is lost, all the messages of the senses are utterly ignored. The subject then appears to be in a state of trance, characterized by physical rigidity and more or less complete anesthesia. These are the conditions of rapture or ecstasy, conditions of which the physical resemblances to certain symptoms of hysteria have so greatly reassured the enemies of mysticism. Rapture and ecstasy differ from contemplation proper in being wholly involuntary states. Rapture, says St. Teresa, who frequently experienced it, is absolutely irresistible. We cannot hinder it. Whereas the horizon of union, which is one of the forms in which pure contemplation appears at its highest point of development, is still controlled to a large extent by the will of the subject, and may be hindered, although that resistance be painful and violent. There is thus a sharp distinction, a distinction both physical and psychical, between the contemplative and the ecstatic states, and we shall do well to avail ourselves of it in examining their character. First, then, as to contemplation proper. What is it? It is a supreme manifestation of that indivisible power of knowing which lies at the root of all our artistic and spiritual satisfactions. In it, man's made trinity of thought, love, and will becomes a unity, and feeling and perception are fused, as they are in all our apprehensions of beauty, our best contacts with life. It is an act not of the reason, but of the whole personality working under the stimulus of mystic love. Hence its results feed every aspect of that personality, minister to its instinct for the good, the beautiful, and the true. Psychologically, it is an induced state in which the field of consciousness is greatly contracted, the whole of the self, its cognitive powers being sharply focused, concentrated upon one thing. We pour ourselves out, or, as it sometimes seems to us, in towards this overpowering interest, seem to ourselves to reach it and be merged with it. Whatever the thing may be, in this act it is given to us and we know it, as we cannot know it by the ordinary devices of thought. The turning of our attention from that crisp and definite world of multiplicity, that cinematographs show, with which intelligence is accustomed and able to deal, has loosed new powers of perception which we never knew that we possessed. Instead of sharply perceiving the fragment, we apprehend, yet how we know not, the solemn presence of the whole. Deeper levels of personality are opened up, and go gladly to the encounter of the universe. That universe, or some reality hid between it and ourselves, responds to the true lovely will of our heart. Our ingoing concentration is balanced by a great outgoing sense of expansion, of new worlds made ours, as we receive the inflow of its life. So complete is the self's absorption, that it is for the time unconscious of any acts of mind or will. In technical language, its faculties are suspended. This is the ligature frequently mentioned by teachers of contemplative prayer, and often regarded as an essential character of mystical states. Delacroix has described with great subtlety the psychological character of pure contemplation. When contemplation appears, he says, (a) It produces a general condition of indifference, liberty, and peace, an elevation above the world, a sense of beatitude. The subject ceases to perceive himself in the multiplicity and division of his general consciousness. He is raised above himself. A deeper and a purer soul substitutes itself for the normal self. (b) In this state, in which consciousness of I-hood and consciousness of the world disappear, the mystic is conscious of being in immediate relation with God himself, of participating in divinity. Contemplation installs a method of being and of knowing. Moreover, these two things tend at bottom to become one. The mystic has more and more the impression of being that which he knows, and of knowing that which he is. Temporarily rising, in fact, to levels of freedom, he knows himself real, and therefore knows reality. Now the object of the mystic's contemplation is always some aspect of the infinite life, of God, the one reality. Hence that enhancement of vitality which artists or other unself-conscious observers may receive from their communion with scattered manifestations of goodness, truth, and beauty, is in him infinitely increased. His uniformly rapturous language is alone enough to prove this. In the contemplative act, his whole personality, directed by love and will, transcends the sense world, casts off its fetters, and rises to freedom, becoming operative on those high levels where, says Tauler, reason cannot come. There it apprehends the suprasensible by immediate contact, and knows itself to be in the presence of the supplier of true life. Such contemplation, such positive attainment of the absolute, is the whole act of which the visions of poets, the intuition of philosophers, give us hints. It is a brief act. The greatest of the contemplatives have been unable to sustain the brilliance of this awful vision for more than a little while. A flash, an instant, the space of an Ave Maria, they say. My mind, says St. Augustine, in his account of his first purely contemplative glimpse of the one reality, withdrew its thoughts from experience, extracting itself from the contradictory throng of sensuous images, that it might find out what that light was wherein it was bathed. And thus with the flash of one hurried glance it attained to the vision of that which is. And then at last I saw thy invisible things understood by means of the things that are made. But I could not sustain my gaze. My weakness was dashed back, and I was relegated to my ordinary experience, bearing with me only a loving memory, as it were the fragrance of those desirable meats on the which as yet I was not able to feed. This fragrance, as St. Augustine calls it, remains for ever with those who have thus been initiated, if only for a moment, into the atmosphere of the real, and this, the immortal and indescribable memory of their communion with that which is, gives to their work the perfume of the inviolate rose, and is the secret of its magic power. But they can never tell us in exact and human language what it was that they attained in their ecstatic flights towards the thought of God, their momentary emergence in the absolute life. That which is, says St. Augustine, the one, the supplier of true life, says Plotinus, the energetic word, says St. Bernard, Eternal light, says Dante. The abyss, says Rusbroek. Pure love, says St. Catherine of Genoa. Poor symbols of perfection at the best. But, through and by these oblique utterances, they give us the assurance that the object of their discovery is one with the object of our quest. William James considered ineffability and noetic quality to be the constant characteristics of the contemplative experience. Those who have seen are quite convinced. Those who have not seen can never be told. There is no certitude to equal the mystic certitude, no impotence more complete than that which falls on those who try to communicate it. Of these most excellent and divine workings in the soul, when God doth manifest himself, says Angelo Foligno, we can in no wise speak or even stammer. Nevertheless, the greater part of mystical literature is concerned with the attempts of the mystics to share their discoveries, under a variety of images, by a deliberate exploitation of the musical and suggestive qualities of words, often too by the help of desperate paradoxes, those unfailing stimulants of man's intuitive power. They try to tell others somewhat of that veritable country which eye hath not seen. Their success, partial though it be, can only be accounted for upon the supposition that somewhere within us lurks a faculty, a spark, a fine point of spirit, which has known this country from its birth, which dwells in it, partakes of pure being, and can under certain conditions be stung to consciousness. Then transcendental feeling, waking from its sleep, acknowledges that these explorers of the infinite have really gazed upon the secret plan. Contemplation is not, like meditation, one simple state, governed by one set of psychic conditions. It is a general name for a large group of states, partly governed, like all other forms of mystical activity, by the temperament of the subject, and accompanied by feeling states which vary from the extreme of quietude or peace in life naughted to the rapturous and active love in which thought into song is turned. Some kinds of contemplation are inextricably entwined with the phenomena of intellectual vision and inward voices. In others we find what seems to be a development of the quiet, a state which the subject describes as a blank absorption, a darkness, or contemplation in caligine. Sometimes the contemplative tells us that he passes through this darkness to the light. Sometimes it seems to him that he stays forever in the beneficent dark. In some cases the soul says that even in the depths of her absorption she knows her own bliss. In others she only becomes aware of it when contemplation is over and the surface intelligence reassumes the reins. In this welter of personal experiences, it becomes necessary to adopt some basis of classification, some rule by which to distinguish true contemplation from other introversive states. Such a basis is not easy to find. I think, however, that there are two marks of the real condition: A, the totality and givenness of the object; B, self-mergence of the subject. These we may safely use in our attempt to determine its character. A, whatever terms he may employ to describe it, and however faint or confused his perceptions may be, the mystic's experience in contemplation is the experience of the All, and this experience seems to him to be given rather than attained. It is indeed the Absolute which is revealed to him, not, as in meditation or vision, some partial symbol or aspect thereof. B, this revealed reality is apprehended by way of participation, not by way of observation. The passive receptivity of the quiet is here developed into an active, outgoing self-donation, which is the self's response to the divine initiative. By a free act independent of man's effort, God is self-disclosed to the soul, and that soul rushes out willingly to lose itself in him. Thus a give and take, a divine osmosis, is set up between the finite and the infinite life. That dreadful consciousness of a narrow and limiting I-hood which dogs our search for freedom and full life is done away. For a moment at least the independent spiritual life is achieved. The contemplative is merged in it, like a bird in the air, like a fish in the sea, loses to find and dies to live. We must, says Dionysius the Areopagite, be transported wholly out of ourselves and given unto God. This is the passive union of contemplation, a temporary condition in which the subject receives a double conviction of ineffable happiness and ultimate reality. He may try to translate this conviction into something said or something seen, but in the end he will be found to confess that he can tell nothing save by implication. The essential fact is that he was there, as the essential fact for the returning exile is neither landscape nor language, but the homely spirit of the place. To see and to have seen that vision, says Plotinus in one of his finest passages, is reason no longer. It is more than reason, before reason and after reason, as also is the vision which is seen, and perhaps we should not here speak of sight, for that which is seen is not discerned by the seer. If indeed it is possible here to distinguish seer and seen as separate things. Therefore this vision is hard to tell of, for how can a man describe as other than himself that which, when he discerned it, seemed not other, but one with himself indeed? Rusborough, who continued in the medieval world the best traditions of Neoplatonic mysticism, also describes a condition of supreme insight, a vision of truth, which is closely related to the Plotinian ecstasy. Contemplation, he says, places us in a purity and a radiance which is far above our understanding, and none can attain to it by knowledge, by subtlety, or by any exercise whatsoever. But he whom God chooses to unite to himself, and to illuminate by himself, he and no other can contemplate God. But few men attain to this divine contemplation because of our incapacity and of the hiddenness of that light in which one sees. And this is why none by his own knowledge or by subtle consideration will ever really understand these things. For all words and all that one can learn or understand in a creaturely way are foreign to the truth that I mean and far below it. But he who is united to God and illumined by this truth, he can understand truth by truth. This final satisfying knowledge of reality, this understanding of truth by truth, is at bottom that which all men desire. The saints thirst for God, the philosopher's passion for the absolute. These are nothing else than the crying need of the spirit, variously expressed by the intellect and by the heart. The guesses of science, the diagrams of metaphysics, the intuitions of artists, all are pressing towards this. Adam sinned when he fell from contemplation. Since then there has been division in man. Man's soul, says Hilton, feeleth well that there is somewhat above itself that it knoweth not, nor hath not yet. But it would have it, and burningly yearneth for it. And that is naught else but the sight of Jerusalem without forth, the which is like to a city that the prophet Ezekiel saw in his visions. He saith that he saw a city set upon an hill, sloping to the south, that to his sight when it was measured was no more of length and of breadth than a rood, that was 6 cubits and a palm of length. But as soon as he was brought into the city and looked about him, then thought him that it was wonder mickle, for he saw many halls and chambers both open and privy. He saw gates and porches outward and inward, and mickle more building than I say now, on length and on breadth, many 100 cubits. Then was this wonder to him, how this city within was so long and so large, that was so little to his sight when he was without. This city betokeneth the perfect love of God, set in the hill of contemplation, the which unto the sight of a soul that is without the feeling of it, and travaileth in desire toward, seemeth somewhat, but it seemeth but a little thing, no more than a rood that is 6 cubits and a palm in length. By 6 cubits is understood the perfection of man's work, by the palm a little touching of contemplation. He seeth well that there is such a thing, that passeth the desert of all working of man a little, as the palm passeth over the 6 cubits, but he seeth not within what that is. Nevertheless, if he may come within the city of contemplation, then seeth he mickle more than he saw the first. As in the case of vision, so here, all that we who without the feeling travail in desire can really know concerning contemplation, its value for life, the knowledge it confers, must come from those who have come within the city, have, in the metaphor of Plotinus, taken flight towards the thought of God. What, in effect, can they tell us about the knowledge of reality which they attained in that brief communion with the Absolute? They tell us chiefly, when we come to collate their evidence, two apparently contradictory things. They speak, almost in the same breath, of an exceeding joy, a beatific vision, an intense communion, and a loving sight, and of an exceeding emptiness, a barren desert, an unfathomable abyss, a nescience, a divine dark. Again and again these pairs of opposites occur in all first-hand descriptions of pure contemplation, remoteness and intimacy, darkness and light, bearing in mind that these four metaphors all describe the same process seen through a temperament and represent the reaction of that temperament upon absolute reality. We may perhaps by their comparison obtain some faint idea of the totality of that indescribable experience at which they hint. Note first that the emotional accompaniments of his perceptions will always and necessarily be the stuff from which the mystic draws suggestive language, by which to hint at his experience of supernal things. His descriptions will always lean to the impressionistic rather than to the scientific side. The deep yet dazzling darkness, the unfathomable abyss, the cloud of unknowing, the embrace of the beloved, all represent not the transcendent, but his relation with the transcendent, not an object observed, but an overwhelming impression felt by the totality of his being during his communion with a reality which is one. It is not fair, however, to regard contemplation on this account as preeminently a feeling state, and hence attribute to it, as many modern writers do, a merely subjective validity. It is, of course, accompanied, as all humanity's supreme and vital acts are accompanied, by feeling of an exalted kind, and since such emotions are the least abnormal part of it, they are the part which the subject finds easiest to describe. These elusive combinations of fear, amazement, desire, and joy are more or less familiar to him. The accidents of sensual life have developed them. His language contains words which are capable of suggesting them to other men, but his total experience transcends mere feeling, just as it transcends mere intellect. It is a complete act of perception, inexpressible by these departmental words, and its agent is the whole man, the indivisible personality, whose powers and nature are only partially hinted at in such words as love, thought, or will. The plane of consciousness, however, the objective somewhat, of which this personality becomes aware in contemplation, is not familiar to it. Neither is it related to its systems of thought. Man, accustomed to dwell amongst spatial images, adapted to the needs of daily life, has no language that will fill it. So, a person hearing for the first time some masterpiece of classical music would have no language in which to describe it objectively, but could only tell us how it made him feel. This is one reason why feeling states seem to preponderate in all descriptions of the mystic act. Earthly emotions provide a parallel which enables the subject to tell us by implication something of that which he felt, but he cannot describe it to us, for want of standards of comparison, that wholly other which induced him thus to feel. His best efforts to fit words to this elusive but objective experience generally result in the evaporation alike of its fragrance and of its truth. As St. Augustine said of time, he knows what it is until he is asked to define it. How symbolic and temperamental is all verbal description of mystical activity may be seen by the aspect which contemplation took in the music-loving soul of Richard Rolle, who always found his closest parallels with reality not in the concepts of intimate union or of self-loss in the divine abyss, but in the idea of the soul's participation in a supernal harmony, that sweet minstrelsy of God in which thought into song is turned. To me, he says, it seems that contemplation is joyful song of God's love taken in mind, with sweetness of angels' praise. This is jubilation, that is the end of perfect prayer and high devotion in this life. This is that mirth in mind, had ghostily by the lover everlasting, with great voice outbreaking, contemplative sweetness not without full great labour is gotten, and with joy untold it is possessed. Forsooth it is not man's merit, but God's gift, and yet from the beginning to this day never might man be ravished in contemplation of love everlasting, but if he before perfectly all the world's vanity had forsaken. We must then be prepared to accept, sift and use many different descriptions of evoked emotion in the course of our inquiry into the nature of the contemplative's perceptions of the Absolute. We find on analysis that these evoked emotions separate themselves easily into two groups. Further, these two groups answer to the two directions in which the mystic consciousness of reality is extended, and to the pairs of descriptions of the Godhead which we have found to be characteristic of mystical literature, i.e., the personal and spatial, immanental and transcendental, indwelling life and unconditioned source. A, the strange, dark, unfathomable abyss of pure being always dwelt upon the mystics of the metaphysical type, and B, the divine and loved companion of the soul, whose presence is so sharply felt by those selves which lean to the concept of divine personality. A, the contemplation of transcendence. The first group of feeling states, allied to those which emphasize the theological idea of divine transcendence, is born of the mystic's sense of his own littleness, unworthiness, and incurable ignorance in comparison with the ineffable greatness of the absolute Godhead which he has perceived, and in which he desires to lose himself, of the total and incommunicable difference in kind between the divine and everything else. Awe and self-abasement, and the paradoxical passion for self-loss in the all, here govern his emotional state. All affirmative statements seem to him blasphemous, so far are they from an ineffable truth which is more than reason, before reason, and after reason. To this group of feelings, which usually go with an instinctive taste for Neoplatonism, an iconoclastic distrust of personal imagery, we owe all negative descriptions of supreme reality. For this type of self, God is the unconditioned, the wholly other for whom we have no words, and whom all our poor symbols insult. To see him is to enter the darkness, the cloud of unknowing, and know only that we know naught. Nothing else can satisfy this extreme spiritual humility, which easily degenerates into that subtle form of pride which refuses to acquiesce in the limitations of its own creaturely state. There is none other God but he that none may know, which may not be known, says this contemplative soul. No, soothly no, without fail no, says she. He only is my God, that none can one word of say, nor all they of paradise one only point attain nor understand, for all the knowing that they have of him. When they try to be geographically exact, to define and describe their apprehension of and contact with the unconditioned one who is the only country of the soul, contemplators of this type become, like their great master the Areopagite, impersonal and remote. They seem to have been caught up to some measureless height, where the air is too rarefied for the lungs of common men. When we ask them the nature of the life on these summits, they are compelled as a rule to adopt the Dionysian concept of divine darkness, or the parallel idea of the fathomless abyss, the desert of the Godhead, the Acartian still wilderness where no one is at home. Oddly enough, it is in their language concerning this place or plane of reality in which union with the super-essential Godhead takes place, this lightsome darkness and rich naught, that they come nearer to distinct affirmation, and consequently offer more surprises to sentimental and anthropomorphic piety than in any other department of their work. Unquestionably this language, with its constant reference to a still desert, a vast sea, an unplumbed abyss, in which the emptiness, the nothing, the dark on which the self entered in the horizon of quiet is infinitely increased, yet positive satisfaction is at last attained, does correspond with a definite psychological experience. It is not merely the convention of a school. These descriptions, incoherent as they are, have a strange note of certainty, a stranger note of passion, an odd realism of their own, which mean, wherever we meet them, that experience, not tradition, is their source. Driven of necessity to a negation of all that their surface minds have ever known, with language strained to the uttermost, failing them at every turn, these contemplatives are still able to communicate to us a definite somewhat, news as to a given and actual reality, an unchanging absolute, and a beatific union with it, most veritably attained. They agree in their accounts of it, in a way which makes it obvious that all these reporters have sojourned in the same land, and experienced the same spiritual state. Moreover, our inmost minds bear witness for them. we meet them halfway. We know instinctively and irrefutably that they tell true, and they rouse in us a passionate nostalgia, a bitter sense of exile and of loss. One and all, these explorers of the infinite fly to language expressive of great and boundless spaces. In their withdrawal from the busy, fretful sense world, they have sunk down to the ground of the soul and of the apparent universe. Being, the substance of all that is. Multiplicity is resolved into unity, a unity with which the perceiving self is merged. Thus the mystic, for the time of this union with the divine, does find himself, in Tauler's words, to be simply in God. The great wastes to be found in this divine ground, says that great master, have neither image nor form nor condition, for they are neither here nor there. They are like unto a fathomless abyss, bottomless and floating in itself, even as water ebbs and flows up and down, now sinking into a hollow, so that it looks as if there were no water there, and then again in a little while rushing forth as if it would engulf everything. So does it come to pass in this abyss. This truly is much more God's dwelling place than heaven or man. A man who verily desires to enter will surely find God here, and himself simply in God. For God never separates himself from this ground. God will be present with him, and he will find and enjoy eternity here. There is no past nor present here, and no created light can reach unto or shine into this divine ground. For here only is the dwelling place of God and his sanctuary. Now this divine abyss can be fathomed by no creatures, it can be filled by none, and it satisfies none. God only can fill it in his infinity. For this abyss belongs only to the divine abyss of which it is written, Abyssus abyssum invoco. He who is truly conscious of this ground, which shone into the powers of his soul, and lighted and inclined its lowest and highest powers to turn to their pure source and true origin, must diligently examine himself and remain alone, listening to the voice which cries in the wilderness of this ground. This ground is so desert and bare that no thought has ever entered there. None of all the thoughts of man which, with the help of reason, have been devoted to meditation on the Holy Trinity, and some men have ever occupied themselves much with these thoughts, have ever entered this ground. For it is so close and yet so far off, and so far beyond all things, that it has neither time nor place. It is a simple and unchanging condition. A man who really and truly enters feels as though he had been here throughout eternity, and as though he were one therewith. Many other mystics have written to the same effect, have described with splendour the ineffable joys and terrors of the abyss of being where man existed in God from all eternity, the soul's adventures when, stripped of its very life, it sails the wild billows of the sea divine. But their words merely amaze the outsider and give him little information. The contemplative self who has attained this strange country can only tell an astonished and incredulous world that here his greatest deprivation is also his greatest joy, that here the extremes of possession and surrender are the same, that ignorance and knowledge, light and dark, are one. Love has led him into that timeless, spaceless world of being, which is the peaceful ground, not only of the individual striving spirit, but also of the striving universe, and he can but cry with Philip, "It is enough." Here, says Maeterlinck, we stand suddenly at the confines of human thought, and far beyond the polar circle of the mind. It is intensely cold here, it is intensely dark, and yet you will find nothing but flames and light. But to those who come without having trained their souls to these new perceptions, this light and these flames are as dark and as cold as if they were painted. Here we are concerned with the most exact of sciences, with the exploration of the harshest and most uninhabitable headlands of the divine Know Thyself, and the midnight sun reigns over that rolling sea, where the psychology of man mingles with the psychology of God. On one hand, flames and light, the flame of living and creative love which fills the universe; on the other, the quiet desert of Godhead, transcending all succession and dark to the single sight of earth-born men. Under these two metaphors, one affirmative, one negative,
resumed in his most daring paradox nearly the whole of man's contemplative experience of the Absolute can be and is expressed. We have considered his negative description of utmost transcendence, that confession of divine ignorance which is a higher form of knowledge. But this is balanced in a few elect spirits by a positive contemplation of truth, an ecstatic apprehension of the secret plan. Certain rare mystics seem able to describe to us a beatific vision experienced here and now, a knowledge by contact of the flaming heart of reality, which includes in one great whole the planes of being and becoming, the simultaneous and the successive, the eternal Father and his manifestation in the energetic Word. We saw something of this power, which is characteristic of mystical genius of a high order, in studying the characteristics of illumination. Its finest literary expression is found in that passage of the Paradiso where Dante tells us how he pierced, for an instant, the secret of the Empyrean. Already he had enjoyed a symbolic vision of twofold reality as the moving river of light and the still white rose. Now these two aspects vanished, and he saw the one. La mia vista, venendo sincera e più entrava per lo raggio dell'alta luce, che era sé vera. Da quinci innanzi il mio vede fumaggio che il pala nostra che tal vista cede, e cede la memoria tanto oltraggio. Qual è colui che somniando vede, che dopo il sogno la passione impressa rimane, e l'altra alla mente non riede. Cotal sogno, che quasi tutte cisse mie visioni, ed anco mi destia, nel collo dolce che nac da assa. Io credo, palucheme ch'io soffersi del vivo radio, ch'io sarei smarrito, se gli occhi miei da lui fossero aversi. E mi raccora ch'io fui qui addito per questo a sostene tanto ch'io guisi aspetto mio col valor infinito. Così la mente mia, tutta sospesa, mirava fissa, immobile ed attenta, a sempre del mira facessi accesa. A quella luce cotel si diventa, che volgersi di lei per altro aspetto è impossibile che mai si consenta, però che il ben, che del vero obietto, tutto s'accoglie in lei, e fuor di quello è definitivo ciò che lì è perfetto. My vision, becoming purified, entered deeper and deeper into the ray of that supernal light which in itself is true. Thenceforth my vision was greater than our language, which fails such a sight, and memory too fails before such excess, as he who sees in a dream, and after the dream is gone the impression of emotion remains, but the rest returns not to the mind. Such am I, for nearly the whole of my vision fades, and yet there still wells within my heart the sweetness born therefrom. I think that by the keenness of the living ray which I endured I had been lost, had I once turned my eyes aside, and I remember that for this I was the bolder so long to sustain my gaze, as to unite it with the power infinite. Thus did my mind wholly in suspense gaze fixedly, immovable and intent, ever enkindled by its gazing. In the presence of that light one becomes such that never could one consent to turn from it to any other sight, because the good, which is the object of the will, is therein wholly gathered, and outside of this, that is defective which therein is perfect. Intermediate between the Dantesque apprehension of eternal reality and the contemplative communion with divine personality is the type of mystic whose perceptions of the suprasensible are neither wholly personal nor wholly cosmic and transcendental in type. To him God is preeminently the perfect, goodness, truth, and beauty, light, life, and love, discovered in a moment of lucidity at the very door of the seeking self. Here the symbols under which he is perceived are still the abstractions of philosophy, but in the hands of the mystic these terms cease to be abstract, are stung to life. Such contemplatives preserve the imageless and ineffable character of the Absolute, but are moved by its contemplation to a joyous and personal love. Thus, in a striking passage of her Revelations, Angela of Foligno suddenly exclaims, "I saw God!" And I, the writing brother, says her secretary, asked her what she saw, how she saw, and if she saw any bodily thing. She replied thus, I beheld a fullness and a clearness, and I felt them within me so abundantly that I cannot describe it, or give any likeness thereof. I cannot say I saw anything corporeal. It was as though it were in heaven, a beauty so great that I can say naught concerning it, save that it was supreme beauty and sovereign good. Again, I beheld the ineffable fullness of God, but I can relate nothing of it, save that I have seen in it the sovereign good. End of the first half of Part 2, Chapter 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joy Chan. Mysticism, a study in nature and development of spiritual consciousness, by Evelyn Underhill. Second half of Part 2, Chapter 7. B. The contemplation of immanence. The second group of contemplatives is governed by that love which casteth out fear, by a predominating sense of the nearness, intimacy, and sweetness, rather than the strangeness and unattainable transcendence, of that same infinite life, at whose being the first group could only hint by amazing images, which seem to be borrowed from the poetry of metaphysics. These are, says Hilton in a lovely image, feelingly fed with the savour of his invisible blessed face. All the feelings which flow from joy, confidence, and affection, rather than those which are grouped about rapture and awe, though awe is always present in some measure, as it is always present in all perfect love, here contribute towards a description of the truth. These contemplatives tell us of their attainment of that which is, as the closest and most joyous of all communions, a coming of the bridegroom, a rapturous immersion in the uncreated light. Nothing more profitable, nothing merrier than grace of contemplation, cries Roll, that lifts us from this low and offers to God. What is grace of contemplation but beginning of joy? What is parfaitness of joy but grace confirmed? In such bright contemplation as this, says the mirror of simple souls, the soul is full gladsome and jolly. Utter peace and wild delight, every pleasure state known to man's normal consciousness, are inadequate to the description of her joy. She has participated for an instant in the divine life, knows all and knows naught. She has learnt the world's secret, not by knowing, but by being, the only way of really knowing anything. Where the dominant emotion is that of intimate affection, and where the training or disposition of the mystic inclines him to emphasize the personal and incarnational rather than the abstract and Trinitarian side of Christianity, the contemplative of this type will always tend to describe his secret to us as above all things an experience of adorable friendship. Reality is for him a person, not a state. In the horizon of union, it seems to him that an actual communion, a merging of his self with this other and strictly personal self takes place. God, he says, then meets the soul in her ground, i.e., in that secret depth of personality where she participates in the absolute life. Clearly the degree of contemplation, the psychological state, is here the same as that in which the mystic of the impersonal type attained the abyss. But from the point of view of the subject, this joyful and personal encounter of lover and beloved will be a very different experience from the soul's immersion in that desert of deity, as described by Eckhart and his school. In this owning, says Hilton, is the marriage made betwixt God and the soul that shall never be broken. St. Teresa is the classic example of this intimate and effective type of contemplation, but St. Gertrude, Suso, Julian, Mechthild of Magdeburg, and countless others provide instances of its operation. We owe to it all the most beautiful and touching expressions of mystic love. Julian's "I saw him and sought him," and "I had him, I wanted him," expresses in epigram its combination of rapturous attainment and insatiable desire, its apprehension of a presence at once friendly and divine. So too does her description of the 10th revelation of love, when, with this sweet enjoying, he showed unto mine understanding, in part the blessed Godhead, stirring then the poor soul to understand, as it may be said. That is, to think on the endless love that was without beginning, and is and shall be ever. And with this our good Lord said full blissfully, Lo, how that I loved thee! As if he had said, My darling, behold and see thy Lord, thy God that is thy matter, and thine endless joy. The eyes of her soul were opened, says the scribe to whom Angela of Foligno dictated her revelations, and she saw love advancing gently towards her, and she saw the beginning but not the end, for it was continuous, and there was no colour to which she could compare this love. But directly it reached her she beheld it with the eyes of the soul more clearly than she might do with the eyes of the body, take us towards her the semblance of a sickle. Not that there was any actual and measurable likeness, but this love took on the semblance of a sickle, because it first withdrew itself, not giving itself so fully as it had allowed itself to be understood, and she had understood it, the which caused her to yearn for it the more. It is to Mechthild of Magdeburg, whose contemplation was emphatically of the intimate type, that we owe the most perfect definition of this communion of the mystic with his friend. Orison, she says, draws the great God down into the small heart. It drives the hungry soul out to the full God. It brings together the two lovers, God and the soul, into a joyful room where they speak much of love. We have already seen that the doctrine of the Trinity makes it possible for Christian mystics, and, still more, for Christian mysticism as a whole, to reconcile this way of apprehending reality with the negative and impersonal perception of the ineffable one, the absolute which hath no image. Though they seem in their extreme forms to be so sharply opposed as to justify Eckhart's celebrated distinction between the unknowable totality of the Godhead and the knowable personality of God, the image and the circle yet represent diverse apprehensions of one whole. All the mystics feel, and the German school in particular have expressed, Dante's conviction that these two aspects of reality, these two planes of being, however widely they seem to differ, are one. Both are ways of describing man's partial contacts with that absolute truth, present yet absent, near yet far, that triune fact, di tre colori e d'un continenza, which is God. Both are necessary if we are to form any idea of that complete reality, imperfect as any such idea must be, as when two men go together to some undiscovered country, one will bring home news of its great spaces, its beauty of landscape, another of its geological formation, or the flora and fauna that express its life, and both must be taken into account before any just estimate of the real country can be made. Since it is of the essence of the Christian religion to combine personal and metaphysical truth, a transcendent and an incarnate God, it is not surprising that we should find in Christianity a philosophic and theological basis for this paradox of the contemplative experience. Most often, though not always, the Christian mystic identifies the personal and intimate lover of the soul, of whose elusive presence he is so sharply aware, with the person of Christ, the unknowable and transcendent Godhead, with that Eterna Luce, the undifferentiated one in whom the trinity of persons is resumed. Temperamentally, most practical contemplatives lean to either one or other of these apprehensions of reality, to a personal and immanental meeting in the ground of the soul, or to the austere joys of the naughted soul abased before an impersonal transcendence which no language but that of negation can define. In some, however, both types of perception seem to exist together, and they speak alternately of light and darkness, of the rapturous encounter with love, and of supreme self-loss in the naked abyss, the desert of the essence of God. Rusbroek is the perfect example of this type of contemplative, and his works contain numerous and valuable passages descriptive of that synthetic experience which resumes the personal and transcendental aspects of the mystic fact. When we have become seeing, he says, that is to say, when we have attained to spiritual lucidity, we are able to contemplate in joy the eternal coming of the bridegroom. And this is the second point on which I would speak. What, then, is this eternal coming of our bridegroom? It is a perpetual new birth and a perpetual new illumination, for the ground whence the light shines and which is itself the light is life-giving and fruitful. and hence the manifestation of the eternal light is renewed without interruption in the hiddenness of the spirit. Behold, here all human works and active virtues must cease, for here God works alone at the apex of the soul. Here there is naught else but an eternal seeing and staring at that light, by the light, and in the light. And the coming of the bridegroom is so swift that he comes perpetually, and he dwells within us with his abysmal riches, and he returns to us anew in his person without interruption, with such new radiance that he seems never to have come to us before. For his coming consists, outside all time, in an eternal now, always welcomed with new longing and new joy. Behold, the delights and the joys which this bridegroom brings in his coming are fathomless and limitless, for they are himself, and this is why the eyes by which the spirit contemplates the bridegroom are opened so widely that they can never close again. Now this active meeting and this loving embrace are in their essence fruitive and unconditioned, for the infinite undifferentiation of the Godhead is so dark and so naked of all image, that it conceals within itself all the divine qualities and works, all the attributes of the persons in the all-enfolding richness of the essential unity, and brings about a divine fruition in the abyss of the ineffable. And here there is a death in fruition, and a melting and dying into the nudity of pure being, where all the names of God, and all conditions, and all the living images which are reflected in the mirror of divine truth, are absorbed into the ineffable simplicity, the absence of image and of knowledge. For in this limitless abyss of simplicity, all things are embraced in the bliss of fruition, but the abyss itself remains uncomprehended, except by the essential unity. The persons and all that which lives in God must give place to this, for there is naught else here but an eternal rest in the fruitive embrace of an outpouring love, and this is the wayless being that all interior souls have chosen above all other things. This is the dim silence where all lovers lose themselves. Here Rusbroek, beginning with the symbol of the divine personality as bridegroom of the soul, which would have been congenial to the mind of St. Catherine of Siena, ends upon the summits of Christian metaphysics, with a description of the loving immersion of the self in that unconditioned one who transcends the persons of theology and beggars human speech. We seem to see him desperately clutching at words and similes which may, he hopes, give some hint of the soul's fruition of reality, its immeasurable difference in kind from the dreams and diagrams of anthropomorphic religion. His strange statements in respect of this divine abyss are on a par with those which I have already quoted from the works of other contemplatives, who, refusing to be led away by the emotional aspect of their experience, have striven to tell us, as they thought, not merely what they felt, but what they beheld. Rusbroek's mystical genius, however, the depth and wholeness of his intuition of reality, does not allow him to be satisfied with a merely spatial or metaphysical description of the Godhead. The active meaning and the loving embrace are, he sees, an integral part of the true contemplative act. In the dim silence where lovers lose themselves, a person meets a person, and this it is, not the philosophic absolute, which all interior souls have chosen above all other thing. We must now look more closely at the method by which the contemplative attains to his unique communion with the absolute life, the kind of activity which seems to him to characterize his mergence with reality. As we might expect, that activity, like its result, is of two kinds, personal and affirmative, impersonal and negative. It is obvious that where divine perfection is conceived as the soul's companion, the bridegroom, the beloved, the method of approach will be very different from that which ends in the self's immersion in the paradoxical splendour of the abyss, the still wilderness where no one is at home. It is all the difference between the preparations for a wedding and for an expedition to the Arctic seas. Hence we find at one end of the scale that extreme form of personal and intimate communion, the going forth of lover to beloved, which the mystics call the horizon of union, and at the other end the dark contemplation, by which alone selves of the transcendent and impersonal type claim that they draw near to the unconditioned one. Of the dim and ineffable contemplation of unnameable transcendence, the imageless absorption in the absolute, Dionysius the Areopagite of course provides the classic example. It was he who gave to it the name of divine darkness, and all later mystics of this type borrow their language from him. His directions upon the subject are singularly explicit. His descriptions, like those of St. Augustine, glow with an exultant sense of a reality attained, and which others may attain if they will but follow where he leads. "As for thee, dear Timothy," he says, "I counsel that in the earnest exercise of mystical contemplation thou leave the senses and the operations of the intellect, and all things that the senses or the intellect can perceive, and all things in this world of nothingness or that world of being, and that, thine understanding being laid to rest, thou ascend, so far as thou mayest, towards union with him whom neither being nor understanding can contain. For by the unceasing and absolute renunciation of thyself and all things, thou shalt in pureness cast all things aside, and be released from all, and so shalt be led upwards to the ray of that divine darkness which exceedeth all existence. Again, the divine dark is naught else but that inaccessible light wherein the Lord is said to dwell. Although it is invisible because of its dazzling splendours, and unsearchable because of the abundance of its supernatural brightness, nevertheless, whosoever deserves to see and know God rests therein, and, by the very fact that he neither sees nor knows, is truly in that which surpasses all truth and all knowledge." It has become a commonplace with writers on mysticism to say that all subsequent contemplatives took from Dionysius this idea of divine darkness, and entrance therein as the soul's highest privilege; took it, so to speak, ready-made and on faith, and incorporated it in their tradition. To argue thus is to forget that mystics are above all things practical people. They do not write for the purpose of handing on a philosophical scheme, but in order to describe something which they have themselves experienced, something which they feel to be of transcendent importance for humanity. If, therefore, they persist, and they do persist, in using this simile of darkness to describe their experience and contemplation, it can only be because it fits the facts. No Hegelian needs to be told that we shall need the addition of its opposite before we can hope to approach the truth. And it is exactly the opposite of this dim ignorance which is offered us by mystics of the joyous or intimate type, who find their supreme satisfaction in the positive experience of union, the mystical marriage of the soul. What, then, do those who use this image of the dark really mean by it? They mean this, that God in his absolute reality is unknowable, is dark to man's intellect, which is, as Bergson has reminded us, adapted to other purposes than those of divine intuition. When under the spur of mystic love, the whole personality of man comes into contact with that of reality. It enters a plane of experience to which none of the categories of the intellect apply. Reason finds itself in a most actual sense in the dark, immersed in the cloud of unknowing. This dimness and lostness of the mind, then, is a necessary part of the mystic's ascent to the Absolute. That Absolute, the Mysterium Tremendum et Facinans, will not be known of the heart until we acknowledge that it is unknown of the intellect, and obey the Dionysian injunction to leave the operations of the understanding on one side. The movement of the contemplative must be a movement of the whole man. He is to precipitate himself, free and unfettered, into the bosom of reality. Only when he has thus transcended sight and knowledge can he be sure that he has also transcended the world with which these faculties are competent to deal, and is in that wholly other which surpasses all image and all idea. This is love, to fly heavenward, to rend every instant 100 veils, the first moment to renounce life, the last step to fare without feet, to regard this world as invisible, not to see what appears to oneself. This acknowledgment of our intellectual ignorance, this humble surrender, is the entrance into the cloud of unknowing, the first step towards mystical knowledge of the Absolute. For truth and humility are full true sisters, says Hilton, fastened together in love and charity, and there is no distance of counsel betwixt them two. Thou askest me, and sayest, says the author of the Cloud of Unknowing, how shall I think on himself, and what is he? And to this I cannot answer thee but thus, I wot not. For thou hast brought me with thy question into that same darkness and into that same cloud of unknowing that I would thou wert in thyself. For of all other creatures and their works, yea, and of the works of God's self, may a man through grace have full head of knowledge, and well he can think of them. But of God himself can no man think. And therefore I will leave all that thing that I can think, and choose to my love that thing that I cannot think. For why he may well be loved, but not thought. By love may he be gotten and holden, but by thought never. Smite upon that thick cloud of unknowing with a sharp dart of longing love, and go not thence for thing that befalleth. So long, therefore, as the object of the mystic's contemplation is amenable to thought, is something which he can know, he may be quite sure that it is not the absolute, but only a partial image or symbol of the absolute. To find that final reality, he must enter into the cloud of unknowing, must pass beyond the plane on which the intellect can work. When I say darkness, says the same great mystic, I mean thereby a lack of knowing. And for this reason it is not called a cloud of the air, but a cloud of unknowing, that is between thee and thy God. The business of the contemplative, then, is to enter this cloud, the good dark, as Hilton calls it. The deliberate inhibition of discursive thought and rejection of images, which takes place in the horizon of quiet, is one of the ways in which this entrance is effected. Personal surrender or self-naughting is another. He who, by dint of detachment and introversion, enters the nothingness or ground of the soul, enters also into the dark, a statement which seems simple enough until we try to realize what it means. "Oh, where," says the bewildered disciple in one of Boehm's dialogues, "is this naked ground of the soul void of all self? And how shall I come at the hidden centre, where God dwelleth and not man? Tell me plainly, loving soul, where it is, and how it is to be found of me and entered into." Master: "There where the soul hath slain its own will, and willeth no more any thing as from itself." Disciple: "But how shall I comprehend it?" Master: "If thou goest about to comprehend it, then it will fly away from thee, but if thou dost surrender thyself wholly up to it, then it will abide with thee, and become the life of thy life, and be natural to thee." The author of The Cloud of Unknowing is particularly explicit as to the sense of dimness and confusion which overwhelms the self when it first enters this dark, a proceeding which is analogous to that annihilation of thought in the interests of passive receptivity which we have studied in the quiet. At the first time when thou dost it, he says of the neophyte's first vague steps in contemplation, thou findest but a darkness, and as it were a cloud of unknowing, thou knowest not what, saving that thou feelest in thy will a naked intent unto God. This darkness and this cloud is, howsoever thou dost, betwixt thee and thy God, and letteth thee, that thou mayest neither see him clearly by light of understanding in thy reason, nor feel him in sweetness of love in thine affection. And therefore shape thee to bide in this darkness as long as thou mayest, evermore crying after him that thou lovest. For if ever thou shalt feel him or see him as it may be here, it behoveth always to be in this cloud and this darkness. From the same century, but from a very different country and temperament, comes another testimony as to the supreme value of this dark contemplation of the divine, this absorption beyond the span of thought or emotion in the substance of all that is. It is one of the most vivid and detailed accounts of this strange form of consciousness which we possess, and deserves to be compared carefully with the statements of the Cloud of Unknowing and of St. John of the Cross. We owe it to that remarkable personality, the blessed Angela of Foligno, who was converted from a life of worldliness to become not only a Franciscan, but also a Platonic mystic. In it we seem to hear the voice of Plotinus speaking from the veil of Spoleto. "Whilst I was questioning her," says her secretary, "Christ's faithful one was suddenly rapt in spirit, and seemed not to understand my words. And then was given her a wondrous grace. After a short time, she began to tell me what follows. My soul has just been rapt to a state in which I tasted unspeakable joy. I knew all I longed to know, possessed all I longed to possess. I saw all good." She said further, In this state the soul cannot believe that this good will ever depart from her, or that she will depart from it, or that she will again be separated from it, but she delights herself in that sovereign good. My soul sees nothing whatever that can be told of the lips or the heart. She sees nothing, and she sees all. No good that can be described or conceived is now the object of my hope, for I have put all my hope in a secret good, most hid in secret, which I apprehend in great darkness. And as I, the brother, could not receive or understand this dark, Christ's faithful one, wishing to explain, said, If I see it in the dark, it is because it surpasses all good. All the rest is but darkness. All which the soul or heart can reach is inferior to this good. That which I have told hitherto, namely, all the soul grasps when she sees all creatures filled with God, when she sees the divine power, and when she sees the divine will, is inferior to this most secret good, because this good which I see in the darkness is the all, and all other things are but parts. And she added, Though inexpressible, these other things bring delight, but this vision of God in darkness brings no smile to the lips, no devotion or fervour of love to the soul. All the countless and unspeakable favours God has done to me, all the words he has said to me, all you have written are, I know, so far below the good I see in that great darkness, that I do not put in them my hope. Christ's faithful one told me that her mind had been uplifted but 3 times to this most high and ineffable mode of beholding God in great darkness, and in a vision so marvellous and complete. Certainly she had seen the sovereign good countless times and always darkly, yet never in such a high manner and through such great dark. These words, and indeed the whole idea which lies at the bottom of dark contemplation, will perhaps be better understood in the light of Baron von Hugel's deeply significant saying, souls loving God in his infinite individuality will necessarily love him beyond their intellectual comprehension of him. The element of devoted trust, of free self-donation to one fully known only through and in such an act, will thus remain to man for ever. Hence, the contemplative act, which is an act of loving and self-forgetting concentration upon the divine, the outpouring of man's little and finite personality towards the absolute personality of God, will, in so far as it transcends thought, mean darkness for the intellect, but it may mean radiance for the heart. Psychologically, it will mean the necessary depletion of the surface consciousness, the stilling of the mechanism of thought in the interests of another centre of consciousness. Since this new centre makes enormous demands on the self-stock of vitality, its establishment must involve, for the time that it is active, the withdrawal of energy from other centres. Thus the night of thought becomes the strictly logical corollary of the light of perception. No one has expressed this double character of the divine dark, its nothingness for the dissecting knife of reason, its supreme fruitfulness for expansive, active love, with so delicate an insight as St. John of the Cross. In his work, the Christian touch of personal rapture vivifies the exact and sometimes arid descriptions of the Neoplatonic mystics. A great poet as well as a great mystic, in his poem on the Obscure Night, he brings to bear on the actual and ineffable experience of the introverted soul all the highest powers of artistic expression, all the resources of musical rhythm, the suggestive qualities of metaphor. Upon an obscure night, fevered with love's anxiety, O hapless, happy plight! I went, none seeing me, forth from my house where all things quiet be, by night secure from sight, and by a secret stair disguisedly. O hapless, happy plight! By night, and privily forth from my house where all things quiet be. Blest night of wandering, in secret, when by none might I be spied, nor I see anything, without a light to guide, save that which in my heart burnt in my side. That light did lead me on, more surely than the shining of noontide, where well I knew that one did for my coming bide. Where he abode might none but he abide. O night that didst lead thus, O night more lovely than the dawn of light, O night that broughtest us, lover to lover's sight, lover to loved, in marriage of delight. Upon my flowery breast, wholly for him and save himself for none, there did I give sweet rest to my beloved one, the fanning of the cedars breathed thereon. Observe in these verses the perfect fusion of personal and metaphysical imagery, each contributing by its suggestive qualities to a total effect which conveys to us, we hardly know how, the obscure yet flaming rapture of the mystic, the affirmation of his burning love, and the accompanying negation of his mental darkness and quiet, that hapless happy plight. All is here, the secrecy of the contemplative's true life, unseen of other men, his deliberate and active abandonment of the comfortable house of the senses, the dim, unknown plane of being into which his ardent spirit must plunge, a night more lovely than the dawn of light, the inward light, the fire of mystic love which guides his footsteps more surely than the shining of noontide, the self-giving ecstasy of the consummation wholly for him and save himself for none, in which lover attains communion with beloved in marriage of delight. In his book, The Dark Night of the Soul, St. John has commented upon the opening lines of this poem, and the passages in which he does this are amongst the finest and most subtle descriptions of the psychology of contemplation which we possess. The soul, he says, calls the dim contemplation by which it ascends to the union of love, a secret stair, and that because of two properties of this contemplation which I shall explain separately. First, this dark contemplation is called secret, because it is, as I have said before, the mystical theology which theologians call secret wisdom, and which, according to St. Thomas, is infused into the soul more especially by love. This happens in a secret, hidden way, in which the natural operations of the understanding and the other powers have no share. The soul can neither discern nor give it a name, neither desires so to do. And besides, it can discover no way nor apt comparison by which to make known a knowledge so high, a spiritual impression so delicate and infused. So that even if the soul felt the most lively desire to explain itself, and heaped up explanations, the secret would remain a secret still. Because this interior wisdom is so simply general and spiritual, that it enters not into the understanding under the guise of any form or image perceptible to sense. Therefore the senses and the imagination, which have not served as intermediaries, and have perceived no sensible form or colour, cannot account for it, nor form any conception of it, so as to speak about it, though the soul be distinctly aware that it feels and tastes this strange wisdom. The soul is like a man who sees an object for the first time, the like of which he has never seen before. He perceives it and likes it, yet he cannot say what it is, nor give it a name, do what he will, though it be even an object cognizable by the senses. How much less, then, can that be described which does not enter in by the senses? Inexpressible in its natures, as we have said, it is rightly called secret, and for yet another reason it is so called. For this mystical wisdom has the property of hiding the soul within itself. For beside its ordinary operation, it sometimes happens that this wisdom absorbs the soul and plunges it in a secret abyss, wherein it sees itself distinctly as far away and separated from all created things. It looks upon itself as one that is placed in a profound and vast solitude whither no creature can come, and which seems an immense wilderness without limits. And this solitude is the more delicious, sweet, and lovely, the more it is deep, vast, and empty. There the soul is the more hidden, the more it is raised up above all created things. This abyss of wisdom now lifts up and enlarges the soul, giving it to drink at the very sources of the science of love. Thereby it perceives how lowly is the condition of all creatures in respect to the supreme knowledge and sense of the divine. It also understands how low, defective, and, in a certain sense, improper are all the words and phrases by which in this life we discuss divine things, that they escape the best efforts of human art and science, and that only the mystical theology can know and taste what these things are in their reality. In this important passage we have a reconciliation of the four chief images under which contemplation has been described: the darkness and the light, the wilderness and the union of love. That is to say, the self's paradoxical sense of an ignorance which is supreme knowledge, and of a solitude which is intimate companionship. On the last of these antitheses, the wilderness that is more delicious, sweet, and lovely, the more it is wide, vast, and empty. I cannot resist quoting, as a gloss upon the dignified language of the Spanish mystic, the quaint and simple words of Richard Rolle. In the wilderness speaks the loved to the heart of the lover, as it were a bashful lover, that his sweetheart before men entreats not, nor friendly wise, but commonly and as a stranger he kisses. A devout soul safely from worldly business in mind and body departed. Anon comes heavenly joy, and it marvellously making merry melody to her springs, whose token she takes, that now forward worldly sound gladly she suffers not. This is ghostly music, that is unknown to all that with worldly business lawful or unlawful are occupied. No man there is that this has known, but he that has studied to God only to take heed. Doubtless the dark transcendence reported and dwelt upon by all mystics of the Dionysian type is nearest the truth of all our apprehensions of God, though it can be true only in the paradoxical sense that it uses the suggestive qualities of negation, the dark whose very existence involves that of light, to hint at the infinite affirmation of all that is. But the nearer this language is to the absolute, the further it is from ourselves. Unless care be taken in the use of it, the elimination of falsehood may easily involve for us the elimination of everything else. Man is not yet pure spirit, has not attained the eternal. He is in via, and will never arrive if impatient amateurs of reality insist on cutting the ground from under his feet. Like Dante, he needs a ladder to the stars, a ladder which goes the whole way from the human to the divine. Therefore the philosophic exactitude of these descriptions of the dark must be balanced, as they are in St. John of the Cross, by the personal, human, and symbolic affirmations of love, if we would avoid a distorted notion of the reality which the contemplative attains in his supreme flights towards God. Consciousness has got to be helped across the gap which separates it from its home. The wilderness, the dread abyss, must be made homely by the voice of the lover that his sweetheart before men entreats not. Approximate as we know such an image of our communion with the Absolute to be, it represents a real aspect of the contemplative experience which eludes the rule and compass of metaphysical thought. Blake, with true mystic insight, sums up the situation as between the two extreme forms of contemplation when he wrote, "God appears, and God is light to those poor souls who dwell in night, but doth a human form display to those who dwell in realms of day." In the horizon of union and the spiritual marriage, those contemplatives whose temperament inclines them to dwell in the realms of day receive just such a revelation of the human form, a revelation which the Christian dogma of the Incarnation brings to a point. They apprehend the personal and passionate aspect of the infinite life, and the love at once intimate and expansive, all demanding and all renouncing, which plays like lightning between it and the desirous soul. Thou saidst to me, my only love, that thou didst will to make me thyself, and that thou wast all mine, with all that thou hadst, and with all paradise, and that I was all thine, that I should leave all, or rather the nothing, and that then thou wouldst give me the all, and that thou hadst given me this name, at which words I heard within me, Dedite in lucem gentium, not without good reason. And it seemed then as though I had an inclination for nothing except the purest union, without any means, in accordance with that detailed sight which thou hadst given me. So then I said to thee, These other things give them to whom thou wilt, give me but this most pure union with thee, free from other means. Our work is the love of God, cries Rusborough. Our satisfaction lies in submission to the divine embrace. This utter and abrupt submission to the divine embrace is the essence of that form of contemplation which is called the horizon of union. Surrender is its secret, a personal surrender, not only of finite to infinite, but of bride to bridegroom, heart to heart. This surrender in contemplatives of an appropriate temperament is of so complete and ecstatic a type that it involves a more or less complete suspension of normal consciousness, an entrancement, and often crosses the boundary which separates contemplation from true ecstasy, producing in its subject physical as well as psychical effects. In this state, says St. Teresa, there is no sense of anything, only fruition, without understanding what that may be the fruition of which is granted. It is understood that the fruition is of a certain good, containing in itself all good together at once, but this good is not comprehended. The senses are all occupied in this fruition in such a way that not one of them is at liberty so as to be able to attend to anything else, whether outward or inward. But this state of complete absorption, together with the utter rest of the imagination, for I believe that the imagination is then wholly at rest, lasts only for a short time. Though the faculties do not so completely recover themselves as not to be for some hours afterwards as if in disorder. He who has had experience of this will understand it in some measure, for it cannot be more clearly described, because what then takes place is so obscure. All I am able to say is, that the soul is represented as being close to God, and that there abides a conviction thereof so certain and strong that it cannot possibly help believing so. All the faculties fail now, and are suspended in such a way that, as I said before, their operations cannot be traced. The will must be fully occupied in loving, but it understands not how it loves. The understanding, if it understands, does not understand how it understands. It does not understand, as it seems to me, because, as I said just now, this is a matter which cannot be understood. Clearly, the psychological situation here is the same as that in which mystics of the impersonal type feel themselves to be involved in the cloud of unknowing, or divine dark. Do not imagine, says St. Teresa in another place, that this horizon, like that which went before, i.e. the quiet, is a sort of drowsiness. I call it drowsiness because the soul seems to slumber being neither thoroughly asleep nor thoroughly awake. In the prayer of union the soul is asleep, fast asleep as regards herself and earthly things. In fact, during the short time that this state lasts, she is deprived of all feeling, and though she wishes it, she can think of nothing. Thus she needs no effort in order to suspend her thoughts. If the soul can love, she knows not how or when she loves, nor what she desires. She is, as it were, entirely dead to the world, the better to live in God. It may be asked, in what way does such contemplation as this differ from unconsciousness? The difference, according to St. Teresa, consists in the definite somewhat which takes place during this inhibition of the surface consciousness, a somewhat of which that surface consciousness becomes aware when it awakes. True contemplation, as the mystics are constantly assuring us, must always be judged by its fruits. If it be genuine, work has been done during the period of apparent passivity. The deeper self has escaped, has risen to freedom, and returns other than it was before. We must remember that Teresa is speaking from experience, and that her temperamental peculiarities will modify the form which this experience takes. The soul, she says, neither sees, hears, nor understands anything while this state lasts, but this is usually a very short time, and seems to the soul even shorter than it really is. God visits the soul in a way that prevents it doubting when it comes to itself that it has been in God and God in it. And so firmly is it convinced of this truth that though years may pass before this state recurs, the soul can never forget it nor doubt its reality. But you will say, how can the soul see and comprehend that she is in God and God in her, if during this union she is not able either to see or understand? I reply that she does not see it at the time, but that afterwards she perceives it clearly, not by a vision, but by a certitude which remains in the heart, which God alone can give. End of Part 2, Chapter 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joy Chan. Mysticism, a study in nature and development of spiritual consciousness by Evelyn Underhill. First half of Part 2, Chapter 8. Ecstasy and Rapture. Since the object of all contemplation is the production of that state of intimate communion in which the mystics declare that the self is in God and God is in her, It might be supposed that the horizon of union represented the end of mystical activity, in so far as it is concerned with the attainment of a transitory but exalted consciousness of oneness with the Absolute. Nearly all the great contemplatives, however, describe as a distinct, and regard as a more advanced phase of the spiritual consciousness, the group of definitely ecstatic states in which the concentration of interest on the transcendent is so complete, the gathering up and pouring out of life on this one point so intense, that the subject is more or less entranced, and becomes, for the time of the ecstasy, unconscious of the external world. In ordinary contemplation he refused to attend to that external world. It was there, a blurred image, at the fringe of his conscious field, but he deliberately left it on one side. In ecstasy he cannot attend to it. None of its messages reach him, not even those most insistent of all messages which are translated into the terms of bodily pain. All mystics agree in regarding such ecstasy as an exceptionally favourable state, the one in which man's spirit is caught up to the most immediate union with the divine. The word has become a synonym for joyous exaltation, for the inebriation of the infinite. The induced ecstasies of the Dionysian mysteries, the metaphysical raptures of the Neoplatonists, the voluntary or involuntary trance of Indian mystics and Christian saints, all these, however widely they may differ in transcendental value, agree in claiming such value, in declaring that this change in the quality of consciousness brought with it a valid and ineffable apprehension of the real. Clearly this apprehension will vary in quality and content with the place of the subject in the spiritual scale. The ecstasy is merely the psychophysical condition which accompanies it. It is hardly a paradox to say, says Myers, that the evidence for ecstasy is stronger than the evidence for any other religious belief. Of all the subjective experiences of religion, ecstasy is that which has been most urgently, perhaps the psychologist most convincingly, asserted, and it is not confined to any one religion. From the medicine man of the lowest savages up to St. John, St. Peter, and St. Paul, with Buddha and Mohammed on the way, we find records which, though morally and intellectually much differing, are in psychological essence the same. There are three distinct aspects under which the ecstatic state may be studied: A, the physical; B, the psychological; C, the mystical. Many of the deplorable misunderstandings and still more deplorable mutual recriminations which surround its discussion come from the refusal of experts in one of these three branches to consider the results arrived at by the other two. A. Physically considered, ecstasy is a trance, more or less deep, more or less prolonged. The subject may slide into it gradually from a period of absorption in, or contemplation of, some idea which has filled the field of consciousness, or it may come on suddenly, the appearance of the idea, or even some word or symbol suggesting the idea, abruptly throwing the subject into an entranced condition. This is the state which some mystical writers call rapture. The distinction, however, is a conventional one, and the works of the mystics describe many intermediate forms. During the trance, breathing and circulation are depressed. The body is more or less cold and rigid, remaining in the exact position which it occupied at the oncoming of the ecstasy, however difficult and unnatural this pose may be. Sometimes entrancement is so deep that there is complete anesthesia, as in the case which I quote from the life of St. Catherine of Siena. Credible witnesses report that Bernadette, the visionary of Lourdes, held the flaming end of a candle in her hand for 15 minutes during one of her ecstasies. She felt no pain, neither did the flesh show any marks of burning. Similar instances of ecstatic anesthesia abound in the lives of the saint, and are also characteristic of certain pathological states. The trance includes, according to the testimony of the ecstatics, two distinct phases: A, the short period of lucidity, and B, a longer period of complete unconsciousness, which may pass into a death-like catalepsy lasting for hours, or, as once with St. Teresa, for days. The difference between union and trance, says Teresa, is this: that the latter lasts longer and is more visible outwardly, because the breathing gradually diminishes, so that it becomes impossible to speak or to open the eyes. And though this very thing occurs when the soul is in union, there is more violence in a trance, for the natural warmth vanishes, I know not how, when the rapture is deep. And in all these kinds of horizon there is more or less of this. When it is deep, as I was saying, the hands become cold and sometimes stiff and straight as pieces of wood. As to the body, if the rapture comes on when it is standing or kneeling, it remains so. And the soul is so full of the joy of that which our Lord is setting before it, that it seems to forget to animate the body and abandons it. If the rapture lasts, the nerves are made to feel it. Such ecstasy as this, so far as its physical symptoms go, is not, of course, the peculiar privilege of the mystics. It is an abnormal bodily state, caused by a psychic state, and this causal psychic state may be healthy or unhealthy, the result of genius or disease. It is common in the little understood type of personality called sensitive or mediumistic. It is a well-known symptom of certain mental and nervous illnesses. A feeble mind concentrated on one idea, like a hypnotic subject gazing at one spot, easily becomes entranced, however trivial the idea which gained possession of his consciousness. Apart from its content, then, ecstasy carries no guarantee of spiritual value. It merely indicates the presence of certain abnormal psychophysical conditions, an alteration of the normal equilibrium, a shifting of the threshold of consciousness which leaves the body and the whole usual external world outside instead of inside the conscious field, and even affects those physical functions, such as breathing, which are almost entirely automatic. Thus ecstasy, physically considered, may occur in any person in whom 1. The threshold of consciousness is exceptionally mobile, and 2. There is a tendency to dwell upon one governing idea or intuition. Its worth depends entirely on the objective value of that idea or intuition. In the hysterical patient, thanks to an unhealthy condition of the centres of consciousness, any trivial or irrational idea, any one of the odds and ends stored up in the subliminal region, may thus become fixed, dominate the mind, and produce entrancement. Such ecstasy is an illness. The emphasis is on the pathological state which makes it possible. In the mystic, the idea which fills his life is so great a one, the idea of God, that in proportion as it is vivid, real, and intimate, it inevitably tends to monopolize the field of consciousness. Here the emphasis is on the overpowering strength of spirit, not on the feeble and unhealthy state of body or mind. This true ecstasy, says Godfreneau, is not a malady, but the extreme form of a state which must be classed amongst the ordinary accidents of conscious life. The mystics themselves are fully aware of the importance of this distinction. Ecstasies, no less than visions and voices, must, they declare, be subjected to unsparing criticism before they are recognized as divine. Whilst some are undoubtedly of God, others are no less clearly of the devil. The great doctors of the mystic life, says Malaval, teach that there are 2 sorts of rapture, which must be carefully distinguished. The first are produced in persons but little advanced in the way, and still full of selfhood, either by the force of a heated imagination, which vividly apprehends a sensible object, or by the artifice of the devil. These are the raptures which St. Teresa calls, in various parts of her works, raptures of feminine weakness. The other sort of rapture is, on the contrary, the effect of pure intellectual vision in those who have a great and generous love for God. To generous souls who have utterly renounced themselves, God never fails in these raptures to communicate high things. All the mystics agree with Malaval in finding the test of a true ecstasy, not in its outward sign, but in its inward grace, its after value. And here psychology would do well to follow their example. The ecstatic states, which are supreme instances of the close connection between body and soul, have bodily as well as mental results, and those results are as different and as characteristic as those observed in healthy and in morbid organic processes. If the concentration has been upon the highest centre of consciousness, the organ of spiritual perception, if a door has really been opened by which the self has escaped for an instant to the vision of that which is, the ecstasy will be good for life. The entrancement of disease, on the contrary, is always bad for life. Its concentration being upon the lower instead of the higher levels of mentality, it depresses rather than enhances the vitality, the fervour or the intelligence of its subject, and leaves behind it an enfeebled will, and often moral and intellectual chaos. Ecstasies that do not produce considerable profit either to the persons themselves or others deserve to be suspected, says Augustine Baker, and when any marks of their approaching are perceived, the persons ought to divert their minds some other way. It is the difference between a healthy appetite for nourishing food and a morbid craving for garbage. The same organs of digestion are used in satisfying both, yet he would be a hardy physiologist who undertook to discredit all nutrition by a reference to its degenerate forms. Sometimes both kinds of ecstasy, the healthy and the psychopathic, are seen in the same person. Thus, in the cases of St. Catherine of Genoa and St. Catherine of Siena, it would seem that as their health became feebler and the nervous instability always found in persons of genius increased, their ecstasies became more frequent. But these were not healthy ecstasies, such as those which they experienced in the earlier stages of their careers, and which brought with them an access of vitality. They were the results of increasing weakness of body, not of the overpowering strength of the spirit, and there is evidence that Catherine of Genoa, that acute self-critic, was conscious of this. Those who attended on her did not know how to distinguish one state from the other, and hence on coming to she would sometimes say, "Why did you let me remain in this quietude from which I have almost died?" Her earlier ecstasies, on the contrary, had in a high degree the positive character of exaltation and life enhancement consequent upon extreme concentration on the absolute, as well as the merely negative character of annihilation of the surface consciousness. She came from them with renewed health and strength, as from a resting in heavenly places and a feeding on heavenly food, and side by side with this ecstatic life fulfilled the innumerable duties of her active vocation as hospital matron and spiritual mother of a large group of disciples. Many times, says her legend, she would hide herself in some secret place and there stay, and being sought she was found upon the ground, her face hidden in her hands, altogether beyond herself, in such a state of joy as is beyond thought or speech. And being called, yea, even in a loud voice, she heard not, and at other times she would go up and down, as if beyond herself, drawn by the impulse of love, she did this. And certain other times she remained for the space of 6 hours as if dead, but hearing herself called, suddenly she got up, and answering she would at once go about all that needed to be done, even the humblest things. And in thus leaving the all, she went without any grief, because she fled all selfhood, la proprietà, as if it were the devil. And when she came forth from her hiding place, her face was rosy as it might be a cherub's, and it seemed as if she might have said, "Who shall separate me from the love of God?" Very often, says St. Teresa, describing the results of such rapturous communion with pure love as that from which St. Catherine came joyous and rosy-faced, he who was before sickly and full of pain comes forth healthy and even with new strength, for it is something great that is given to the soul in rapture. B. Psychologically considered, all ecstasy is a form, the most perfect form, of the state which is technically called complete monoideism, that withdrawal of consciousness from circumference to centre, that deliberate attention to one thing, which we discussed in recollection, is here pushed, voluntarily or involuntarily, to its logical conclusion. It is 1. Always paid for by psychophysical disturbances. 2. Rewarded in healthy cases by an enormous lucidity, a supreme intuition in regard to the one thing on which the self's interest has been set. Such ecstasy, then, is an exalted form of contemplation, and might be expected in appropriate subjects to develop naturally from that state. A simple difference of degree, says Maury, separates ecstasy from the action of forcibly fixing an idea in the mind. Contemplation implies exercise of will, and the power of interrupting the extreme tension of the mind. In ecstasy, which is contemplation carried to its highest pitch, the will, although in the strictest sense able to provoke the state, is nevertheless unable to suspend it. In complete monoideism, then, the attention to one thing, and the inattention to all else, is so entire that the subject is entranced. Consciousness has been withdrawn from those centres which receive and respond to the messages of the external world. He neither sees, feels, nor hears. The ego dormio et cor meum vigilat of the contemplative ceases to be a metaphor, and becomes a realistic description. It must be remembered that the whole trend of mystical education has been toward the production of this fixity of attention. Recollection and quiet led up to it. Contemplation cannot take place without it. All the mystics assure us that a unification of consciousness, in which all outward things are forgot, is the necessary prelude of union with the divine, for consciousness of the many and consciousness of the one are mutually exclusive states. Ecstasy, for the psychologist, is such a unification in its extreme form. The absorption of the self in the one idea, the one desire, is so profound, and in the case of the great mystics, so impassioned, that everything else is blotted out. The tide of life is withdrawn, not only from those higher centres which are the seats of perception and of thought, but also from those lower centres which govern the physical life. The whole vitality of the subject is so concentrated on the transcendental world, or, in a morbid ecstatic, on the idea which dominates his mind, that body and brain alike are depleted of their energy in the interests of this supreme act. Since mystics have, as a rule, the extreme susceptibility to suggestions and impressions which is characteristic of artistic and creative types, it is not surprising that their ecstasies are often evoked, abruptly, by the exhibition of, or concentration upon, some loved and special symbol of the divine. Such symbols form the rallying points about which are gathered a whole group of ideas and intuitions. Their presence, sometimes the sudden thought of them, will be enough, in psychological language, to provoke a discharge of energy along some particular path. That is to say, to stir to life all those ideas and intuitions which belong to the self's consciousness of the Absolute, to concentrate vitality on them, and introduce the self into that world of perception of which they are, as it were, the material keys. Hence the profound significance of symbols for some mystics, their paradoxical clinging to outward forms, whilst declaring that the spiritual and intangible alone is real. For the Christian mystics, the sacraments and mysteries of faith have always provided such a point d'appui, and these often play a large part in the production of their ecstasies. For St. Catherine of Siena, and also very often for her namesake of Genoa, the reception of Holy Communion was the prelude to ecstasy. Julian of Norwich and St. Francis of Assisi became entranced whilst gazing on the crucifix. We are told of Denis the Carthusian that towards the end of his life, hearing the Veni Creator, or certain verses of the Psalms, he was at once wrapped in God and lifted up from the earth. Of St. Catherine of Siena, her biographer says that she used to communicate with such fervour that immediately afterwards she would pass into the state of ecstasy, in which for hours she would be totally unconscious. On one occasion, finding her in this condition, they, the Dominican friars, forcibly threw her out of the church at midday, and left her in the heat of the sun, watched over by some of her companions till she came to her senses. Another, catching sight of her in the church when she was in ecstasy, came down and pricked her in many places with a needle. Catherine was not aroused in the least from her trance, but afterwards, when she came back to her senses, she felt the pain in her body and perceived that she had thus been wounded. It is interesting to compare with this objective description the subjective account of ecstatic union which St. Catherine gives in her Divine Dialogue. Here, the deeper self of the mystic is giving in a dramatic form its own account of its inward experiences. Hence we see the inward side of that outward state of entrancement, which was all that onlookers were able to perceive. As usual in the dialogue, the intuitive perceptions of the deeper self are attributed by St. Catherine to the divine voice speaking in her soul. Oftentimes, through the perfect union which the soul has made with me, she is raised from the earth almost as if the heavy body became light. But this does not mean that the heaviness of the body is taken away, but that the union of the soul with me is more perfect than the union of the body with the soul. Wherefore the strength of the spirit, united with me, raises the weight of the body from the earth, leaving it as if immovable, and all pulled to pieces in the affection of the soul. Thou rememberest to have heard it said of some creatures, that were it not for my goodness, in seeking strength for them, they would not be able to live, and I would tell thee that, in the fact that the souls of some do not leave their bodies, is to be seen a greater miracle than in the fact that some have arisen from the dead. So great is the union which they have with me. I, therefore, sometimes for a space withdraw from the union, making the soul return to the vessel of her body, from which she was separated by the affection of love. From the body she did not depart, because that cannot be except in death. The bodily powers alone departed, becoming united to me through affection of love. The memory is full of nothing but me. The intellect, elevated, gazes upon the object of my truth. The affection, which follows the intellect, loves and becomes united with that which the intellect sees. These powers being united and gathered together and immersed and inflamed in me, the body loses its feeling, so that the seeing eye sees not, and the hearing ear hears not, and the tongue does not speak, except as the abundance of the heart will sometimes permit it, for the alleviation of the heart, and the praise and glory of my name. The hand does not touch and the feet walk not, because the members are bound with the sentiment of love. A healthy ecstasy so deep as this seems to be the exclusive prerogative of the mystics, perhaps because so great a passion, so profound a concentration, can be produced by nothing smaller than their flaming love of God. But as the technique of contemplation is employed more or less consciously by all types of creative genius, by inventors and philosophers, by poets, prophets, and musicians, by all the followers of the Triple Star, no less than by the mystic saints, so too this apotheosis of contemplation, the ecstatic state, sometimes appears in a less violent form, acting healthily and normally in artistic and creative personalities at a complete stage of development. It may accompany the prophetic intuitions of the seer, the lucidity of the great metaphysician, the artist's supreme perception of beauty or truth. As the saint is caught up to God, so these are caught up to their vision, their partial apprehensions of the absolute life. Those joyous, expansive, outgoing sensations, characteristic of the ecstatic consciousness, are theirs also. Their greatest creations are translations to us, not of something they have thought, but of something they have known, in a moment of ecstatic union with the great life of the all. We begin then to think that the pure monoideism which the psychologist identifies with ecstasy, though doubtless a part, is far from being the whole content of this state. True, the ecstatic is absorbed in his one idea, his one love. He is in it and with it. It fills his universe. But this unified state of consciousness does not merely pour upon something already possessed. When it only does this, it is diseased. Its true business is pure perception. It is outgoing, expansive. Its goal is something beyond itself. The rearrangement of the psychic self which occurs in ecstasy is not merely concerned with the normal elements of consciousness. It is rather a temporary unification of consciousness round that centre of transcendental perception which mystics call the apex or the spark of the soul. Those deeper layers of personality which normal life keeps below the threshold are active in it, and these are fused with the surface personality by the governing passion, the transcendent love which lies at the basis of all sane ecstatic states. The result is not merely a mind concentrated on one idea, nor a heart fixed on one desire, nor even a mind and a heart united in the interests of a beloved thought, but a whole being welded into one, all its faculties, neglecting their normal universe, grouped about a new centre, serving a new life, and piercing, like a single flame, the barriers of the sensual world. Ecstasy is the psychophysical state which may accompany this brief synthetic act. C. Therefore, whilst on its physical side ecstasy is an entrancement, on its mental side a complete unification of consciousness, on its mystical side it is an exalted act of perception. It represents the greatest possible extension of the spiritual consciousness in the direction of pure being. The blind intent stretching here receives its reward in a profound experience of eternal life. In this experience, the departmental activities of thought and feeling, the consciousness of I-hood, of space and time, all that belongs to the world of becoming and our own place therein, are suspended. The vitality which we are accustomed to split amongst these various things is gathered up to form a state of pure apprehension, a vivid intuition of, or, if you like, conjunction with, the transcendent. For the time of his ecstasy, the mystic is, for all practical purposes, as truly living in the supersensual world as the normal human animal is living in the sensual world. He is experiencing the highest and most joyous of those temporary and unstable states, those passive unions, in which his consciousness escapes from the limitations of the senses, rises to freedom, and is united for an instant with the great life of the all. Ecstasy, then, from the contemplative's point of view, is the development and completion of the horizon of union, and he is not always at pains to distinguish the two degrees, a fact which adds greatly to the difficulties of students. In both states, though he may, for want of better language, describe his experience in terms of sight, the transcendent is perceived by contact, not by vision, as, enfolded in darkness with one whom we love, we obtain a knowledge far more complete than that conferred by the sharpest sight, the most perfect mental analysis. In ecstasy, the apprehension is perhaps more definitely beatific than in the horizon of union. Such memory of his feeling state as the ecstatic brings back with him is more often concerned with an exultant certainty, a conviction that he has known for once the reality which hath no image, and solved the paradox of life, than with meek self-loss in that cloud of unknowing, where the contemplative in union is content to meet his beloved. The true note of ecstasy, however, its only valid distinction from infused contemplation, lies in entrancement, in being ravished out of fleshly feeling, as St. Paul caught up to the third heaven, not in the lifting of mind unto God. This, of course, is an outward distinction only, and a rough one at that, since entrancement has many degrees, but it will be found the only practical basis of classification. Probably none but those who have experienced these states know the actual difference between them. Even St. Teresa's psychological insight fails her here, and she is obliged to fall back on the difference between voluntary and involuntary absorption in the divine, a difference not in spiritual values, but merely in the psychophysical constitution of those who have perceived these values. I wish I could explain with the help of God, she says, wherein union differs from rapture, or from transport, or from flight of the spirit, as they call it, or from trance, which are all one. I mean that all these are only different names for that one and the same thing, which is also called ecstasy. It is more excellent than union, the fruits of it are much greater, and its other operations more manifold, for union is uniform in the beginning, the middle, and the end, and is so also interiorly. But as raptures have ends of a much higher kind, they produce effects both within and without, i.e., both physical and psychical. A rapture is absolutely irresistible, whilst union, inasmuch as we are then on our own ground, may be hindered, though that resistance be painful and violent. End of first half of Part 2, Chapter 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joy Chan. Mysticism, A Study in Nature and Development of Spiritual Consciousness by Evelyn Underhill. Second half of Part 2, Chapter 8. From the point of view of mystical psychology, our interest in ecstasy will centre in 2 points. 1. What has the mystic to tell us of the object of his ecstatic perception? 2. What is the nature of the peculiar consciousness which he enjoys in his trance? That is to say, what news does he bring us as to the being of God and the powers of man? It may be said generally that on both these points he bears out, amplifies, and expresses under formulae of greater splendour, with an accent of greater conviction, the general testimony of the contemplatives. In fact, we must never forget that an ecstatic is really nothing else than a contemplative of a special kind, with a special psychophysical make-up. Moreover, we have seen that it is not always easy to determine the exact point at which entrancement takes place, and deep contemplation assumes the ecstatic form. The classification, like all classifications of mental states, is an arbitrary one, whilst the extreme cases present no difficulty. There are others less complete, which form a graduated series between the deeps of the quiet and the heights of rapture. We shall never know, for instance, whether the ecstasies of Plotinus and of Pascal involved true bodily entrancement, or only a deep absorption of the unitive kind. So too the language of many Christian mystics when speaking of their raptures is so vague and metaphorical that it leaves us in great doubts as to whether they mean by rapture the abrupt suspension of normal consciousness, or merely a sudden and agreeable elevation of soul. Ravishing, says Rolle, as it is showed, in 2 ways is to be understood. One manner, forsooth, in which a man is ravished out of fleshly feeling, so that for the time of his ravishing, plainly he feels naught in flesh, nor what is done of his flesh, and yet he is not dead, but quick, for yet the soul to the body gives life. And on this manner saints sometime are ravished, to their profit and other men's learning, as Paul ravished to the 3rd heaven. And on this manner sinners also in vision sometime are ravished, that they may see joys of saints and pains of damned for their correction. And many other as we read of. Another manner of ravishing there is, that is lifting of mind into God by contemplation. And this manner of ravishing is in all that are perfect lovers of God, and in none of them but that love God. And as well this is called a ravishing as the other, for with a violence it is done, and as it were against nature. It is, however, very confusing to the anxious inquirer when, as too often, lifting of mind by contemplation is as well called a ravishing as the other, and ecstasy is used as a synonym for gladness of heart. Here, so far as is possible, these words will be confined to their strict meaning, and not applied generally to the description of all the outgoing and expansive states of the transcendental consciousness. What does the mystic claim that he attains in this abnormal condition, this irresistible trance? The price that he pays is heavy, involving much psychophysical wear and tear. He declares that his rapture or ecstasy includes a moment, often a very short and always an indescribable moment, in which he enjoys a supreme knowledge of, or participation in, divine reality. He tells us under various metaphors that he then attains pure being, his source, his origin, his beloved, is engulfed in the very thing for which he longs, which is God. O wonder of wonders, cries Eckhart, when I think of the union the soul has with God. He makes the enraptured soul to flee out of herself, for she is no more satisfied with anything that can be named. The spring of divine love flows out of the soul and draws her out of herself into the unnamed being, into her first source, which is God alone. This momentary attainment of the source, the origin, is the theme of all descriptions of mystic ecstasy. In Rulman Merswin's Book of the Nine Rocks, That brief and overwhelming rapture is the end of the pilgrim's long trials and ascents. The vision of the infinite lasted only for a moment. When he came to himself, he felt inundated with life and joy. He asked, "Where have I been?" And he was answered, "In the upper school of the Holy Spirit." There you were surrounded by the dazzling pages of the Book of Divine Wisdom. Your soul plunged therein with delight, and the Divine Master of the school has filled her with an exuberant love by which even your physical nature has been transfigured. Another friend of God, Alina von Krevelsheim, who was of so abnormal a psychic constitution that her absorption in the divine love caused her to remain dumb for 7 years, was touched by the hand of God at the end of that period, and fell into a 5 days' ecstasy, in which pure truth was revealed to her, and she was lifted up to an immediate experience of the Absolute. There she saw the interior of the Father's heart, and was bound with chains of love, enveloped in light, and filled with peace and joy. In this transcendent act of union, the mystic sometimes says that he is conscious of nothing. But it is clear that this expression is figurative, for otherwise he would not have known that there had been an act of union. Were his individuality abolished, it could not have been aware of its attainment of God. What he appears to mean is that consciousness so changes its form as to be no longer recognizable or describable in human speech. In the paradoxical language of Richard of St. Victor, in a wondrous fashion, remembering we do not remember, seeing we do not see, understanding we not understand, penetrating we do not penetrate. In this indescribable but most actual state, the whole self, exalted and at white heat, is unified and poured out in one vivid act of impassioned perception, which leaves no room for reflection or self-observation. That aloof somewhat in us, which watches all our actions, splits our consciousness, has been submerged. The mystic is attending exclusively to eternity, not to his own perception of eternity. That he can only consider when the ecstasy itself is at an end. All things I then forgot, my cheek on him who for my coming came. All ceased, and I was not, leaving my cares and shame among the lilies, and forgetting them. This is that perfect unity of consciousness, that utter concentration on an experience of love which excludes all conceptual and analytic acts. Hence, when the mystic says that his faculties were suspended, that he knew all and knew naught, he really means that he was so concentrated on the Absolute that he ceased to consider his separate existence, so merged in it that he could not perceive it as an object of thought, as the bird cannot see the air which supports it, nor the fish the ocean in which it swims. He really knows all, but thinks naught, perceives all, but conceives naught. The ecstatic consciousness is not self-conscious. It is intuitive, not discursive. Under the sway of a great passion, possessed by a great idea, it has become a single state of enormous intensity. In this state it transcends our ordinary processes of knowledge and plunges deep into the heart of reality. A fusion which is the anticipation of the unitive life takes place, and the ecstatic returns from this brief foretaste of freedom, saying, "I know, as having known, the meaning of existence." The sane centre of the universe, at once the wonder and the assurance of the soul. This utter transformation of the soul in God, says St. Teresa, describing the same experience in the official language of theology, continues only for an instant. Yet while it continues, no faculty of the soul is aware of it, or knows what is passing there. Nor can it be understood while we are living on the earth. At least God will not have us understand it, because we must be incapable of understanding it. I know is by experience. The utterances of those who know by experience are here of more worth than all the statements of psychology, which are concerned of necessity with the outward signs of this inward and spiritual grace. To these we must go if we would obtain some hint of that which ecstasy may mean to the ecstatic. When the soul, forgetting itself, dwells in that radiant darkness, says Suso, it loses all its faculties and all its qualities, as St. Bernard has said.
and this more or less completely, according to whether the soul, whether in the body or out of the body, is more or less united to God. This forgetfulness of self is, in a measure, a transformation in God, who then becomes, in a certain manner, all things for the soul, as Scripture saith. In this rapture the soul disappears, but not yet entirely. It acquires, it is true, certain qualities of divinity, but does not naturally become divine. To speak in the common language, the soul is wrapped by the divine power of resplendent being, above its natural faculties, into the nakedness of the nothing. Here Suso is trying to describe his rapturous attainment of God in the negative terms of Dionysian theology. It is probable that much of the language of that theology originated not in the abstract philosophizings, but in the actual ecstatic experience of the Neoplatonists, who, Christian and pagan alike, believed in, and sometimes deliberately induced, this condition as the supreme method of attaining the One. The whole Christian doctrine of ecstasy, on its metaphysical side, really descends from that great practical transcendentalist Plotinus, who is known to have been an ecstatic, and has left in his sixth Aeneid a description of the mystical trance obviously based upon his own experiences. Then, he says, the soul neither sees nor distinguishes by seeing, nor imagines that there are two things, but becomes, as it were, another thing, ceases to be itself and belong to itself. It belongs to God and is one with him, like two concentric circles. Concurring they are one, but when they separate, they are two. Since in this conjunction with deity there were not two things, but the perceiver was one with the thing perceived, if a man can preserve the memory of what he was when he mingled with the divine, he would have within himself an image of God. For there nothing stirred within him, neither anger nor desire, nor even reason, nor a certain intellectual perception, nor, in short, was he himself moved, if we may assert this. But being in an ecstasy, tranquil and alone with God, he enjoyed an unbreakable calm. Ecstasy, says Plotinus in another part of the same treatise, is another mode of seeing, a simplification and abandonment of oneself, a desire of contact, rest, and a striving after union. All the phases of the contemplative experience seem to be summed up in this phrase. It has been said by some critics that the ecstasy of Plotinus was different in kind from the ecstasy of the Christian saints, that it was a philosophic rhapsody, something like Plato's saving madness, which is also regarded on somewhat insufficient evidence as being an affair of the head and entirely unconnected with the heart. At first sight, the arid metaphysical language in which Plotinus tries to tell his love offers some ground for this view. Nevertheless, the ecstasy itself is a practical manner, and has its root, not in reason, but in a deep-seated passion for the absolute, which is far nearer to the mystic's love of God than to any intellectual curiosity, however sublime. The few passages in which it is mentioned tell us what his mystical genius drove him to do, and not what his philosophical mind encouraged him to think or say. At once, when we come to these passages, we notice a rise of temperature, an alteration of values. Plotinus the ecstatic is sure, whatever Plotinus the metaphysician may think, that the union with God is a union of hearts, that by love he may be gotten and holden, but by thought never. He, no less than the medieval contemplatives, is convinced, to quote his own words, that the vision is only for the desirous, for him who has that loving passion which causes the lover to rest in the object of his love. The simile of marriage, of conjunction as the soul's highest bliss, which we are sometimes told that we owe in part to the unfortunate popularity of the Song of Songs, in part to the sexual aberrations of celibate saints, is found in the work of this hard-headed pagan philosopher, who was as celebrated for his practical kindness and robust common sense as for his transcendent intuitions of the One. The greatest of the pagan ecstatics, then, when speaking from experience, anticipates the Christian contemplatives. His words, too, when compared with theirs, show how delicate are the shades which distinguish ecstasy such as this from the highest forms of orison.
tranquil and alone with God, mingled for an instant of time like two concentric circles with the divine life, perceiver and perceived made one. This is as near as the subtle intellect of Alexandria can come to the reality of that experience in which the impassioned monoideism of great spiritual genius conquers the rebellious senses, and becomes, if only for a moment, operative on the highest levels accessible to the human soul. Self-mergence, then, that state of transcendence in which, the barriers of selfhood abolished, we receive the communication of life and of beatitude, in which all things are consummated and all things are renewed, is the secret of ecstasy, as it was the secret of contemplation. On their spiritual side, the two states cannot, save for convenience of description, be divided. Where contemplation becomes expansive, outgoing, self-giving, and receives a definite fruition of the absolute in return, its content is already ecstatic. Whether its outward form shall be so depends on the body of the mystic, not on his soul. Se l'atto della mente è tutto consubito, en Dio stando rapito, chen se non se retrova. In mezzo de sto mare, essendosi abissato, Dio non ce trova l'atto, onde ne possa uscire. De se non può pensare, ne dir come è formato, però che, trasformato, altro sia vestire. Tutto lo suo sentire e bensa va notando, bellezza contemplando, la qual non ha colore. The activity of the mind is lulled to rest. Wrapped in God, it can no longer find itself. Being so deeply engulfed in that ocean, now it can find no place to issue therefrom. Of itself it cannot think, nor can it say what it is like, because transformed it hath another vesture. All its perceptions have gone forth to gaze upon the good, and contemplate that beauty which has no likeness. Thus sang Jacopone de Todi of the ecstatic soul, and here the descriptive powers of one who was both a poet and a mystic bring life and light to the dry theories of psychology. He continues, and here in perhaps the finest of all poetic descriptions of ecstasy, he seems to echo at one point Plotinus, at another Richard of St. Victor, at once to veil and reveal the utmost secrets of the mystic life. Aperte son la porte facta a congiunzione, et è in possessione de tutte quel de Dio. Sente que non sentio, que non con nove vede, possede que non crede, gusta senza sapere. Però casse perduto, tutto senza misura, possede quell'utura de summa smesuranza, perché non ottenuto e sen altra mistura, quel ben senza figura, ricera e abbondanza. The doors are flung wide. Conjoined to God, it possesses all that is in him. It feels that which it felt not, sees that which it knew not, possesses that which it believed not, tastes though it savours not. Because it is wholly lost to itself, it possesses that height of unmeasured perfection. Because it has not retained in itself the mixture of any other thing, it has received in abundance that imageless good. This ineffable awareness, in Dio stando rapito, this union with the imageless good, is not the only, though it is the purest, form taken by ecstatic apprehension. Many of the visions and voices described in a previous chapter were experienced in the entranced or ecstatic state, generally when the first violence of the rapture was past. St. Francis and St. Catherine of Siena both received the stigmata in ecstasy. Almost all the entrancements of Suso, and many of those of St. Teresa and Angelo Foligno, entailed symbolic vision rather than pure perception of the absolute. More and more, then, we are forced to the opinion that ecstasy, in so far as it is not a synonym for joyous and expansive contemplation, is really the name of the outward condition rather than of any one kind of inward experience. Rapture. In all the cases which we have been considering, and they are characteristic of a large group, the onset of ecstasy has been seen as a gradual, though always involuntary process. Generally it has been the culminating point of a period of contemplation. The self absorbed in the horizon of quiet or of union, or some analogous concentration on its transcendental interests, has passed over the limit of these states and slid into a still ecstatic trance, with its outward characteristics of rigid limbs, cold and depressed respiration. The ecstasy, however, instead of developing naturally from a state of intense absorption in the divine vision, may seize the subject abruptly and irresistibly when in his normal state of consciousness. This is strictly what ascetic writers mean by rapture. We have seen that the essence of the mystic life consists in the remaking of personality, its entrance into a conscious relation with the Absolute. This process is accompanied in the mystic by the development of an art expressive of his peculiar genius, the art of contemplation. His practice of this art, like the practice of poetry, music, or any other form of creation, may follow normal lines, at first amenable to the control of his will, and always dependent on his own deliberate attention to the supreme object of his quest, that is to say, on his horizon. His mystic states, however they may end, will owe their beginning to some voluntary act upon his part, a deliberate response to the invitation of God, a turning from the visible to the invisible world. Sometimes, however, his genius for the transcendent becomes too strong for the other elements of character, and manifests itself in psychic disturbances, abrupt and ungovernable invasions from the subliminal region, which make its exercise parallel to the fine frenzy of the prophet, the composer, or the poet. Such is rapture, a violent and uncontrollable expression of genius for the Absolute, which temporarily disorganizes and may permanently injure the nervous system of the self. Often, but not necessarily, rapture, like its poetic equivalent, yields results of great splendor and value for life. But it is an accident, not an implicit of mystical experience, an indication of disharmony between the subject's psychophysical makeup and his transcendental powers. Rapture, then, may accompany the whole development of selves of an appropriate type. We have seen that it is a common incident in mystical conversion. The violent uprush of subliminal intuitions by which such conversion is marked disorganizes the normal consciousness, overpowers the will and the senses, and entails a more or less complete entrancement. This was certainly the case with Suso and Wilman Mersman, and perhaps with Pascal, whose certitude, peace, joy, sums up the exalted intuition of perfection and reality, the conviction of a final and unforgettable knowledge, which is characteristic of all ecstatic perception. In her Spiritual Relations, St. Teresa speaks in some detail of the different phases or forms of expression of these violent ecstatic states. Trance, which in her system means that which we have called ecstasy, and transport, or flight of the spirit, which is the equivalent of rapture. The difference between trance and transport, she says, is this. In a trance, the soul gradually dies to outward things, losing the senses and living unto God. But a transport comes on by one sole act of His Majesty, wrought in the innermost part of the soul, with such swiftness that it is as if the higher part thereof were carried away, and the soul were leaving the body. Rapture, says St. Teresa in another place, comes in general as a shock, quick and sharp, before you can collect your thoughts or help yourself in any way. And you see and feel it as a cloud, or a strong eagle rising upwards and carrying you away on its wings. I repeat it, you feel and see yourself carried away, you know not whither. This carrying away sensation may even assume the concrete form which is known as levitation, when the upward and outward sensations so dominate the conscious field that the subject is convinced that she is raised bodily from the ground. It seemed to me, when I tried to make some resistance, as if a great force beneath my feet lifted me up. I know of nothing with which to compare it, but it was much more violent than the other spiritual visitations, and I was therefore as one ground to pieces. And further, I confess that it threw me into a great fear, very great indeed at first, for when I saw my body thus lifted up from the earth, how could I help it? though the spirit draws it upwards after itself, and that with great sweetness if unresisted, the senses are not lost. At least I was so much myself as to be able to see that I was being lifted up. So Woolman Merswan said that in the rapture which accompanied his conversion, he was carried round the garden with his feet off the ground. And St. Catherine of Siena, in a passage which I have already quoted, speaks of the strength of the spirit which raises the body from the earth. The subjective nature of this feeling of levitation is practically acknowledged by St. Teresa when she says, "When the rapture was over, my body seemed frequently to be buoyant, as if all weight had departed from it. So much so that now and then I scarcely knew that my feet touched the ground. But during the rapture the body is very often, as it were, dead, perfectly powerless. It continues in the position it was in when the rapture came upon it, if sitting, sitting." Obviously here the outward conditions of physical immobility coexisted with the subjective sensation of being lifted up. The self's consciousness when in the condition of rapture may vary from the complete possession of her faculties claimed by St. Teresa to a complete entrancement. However abrupt the oncoming of the transport, it does not follow that the mystic instantly loses his surface consciousness. There remains the power of seeing and hearing, but it is as if the things heard and seen were at a great distance far away. They have retreated, that is to say, to the fringe of the conscious field, but may still remain just within it. Though the senses may not be entirely entranced, however, it seems that the power of movement is always lost. As in ecstasy, breathing and circulation are much diminished. By the command of the bridegroom, when he intends ravishing the soul, says St. Teresa, the doors of the mansions, and even those of the keep and of the whole castle, are closed, for he takes away the power of speech, and although occasionally the other faculties are retained rather longer, no word can be uttered. Sometimes the person is at once deprived of all the senses, the hands and body becoming as cold as if the soul had fled. Occasionally no breathing can be detected. This condition lasts but a short while. I mean in the same degree, for when this profound suspension diminishes, the body seems to come to itself, and gain strength to return again to this death which gives more vigorous life to the soul. This spiritual storm, then, in St. Teresa's opinion, enhances the vitality of those who experience it, makes them more living than before. It initiates them into heavenly secrets, and if it does not do this it is no true rapture, but a physical weakness, such as women are prone to owing to their delicacy of constitution. Its sharpness and violence, however, leave considerable mental disorder behind. This supreme state of ecstasy never lasts long, but although it ceases, it leaves the will so inebriated, and the mind so transported out of itself, that for a day, or sometimes for several days, such a person is incapable of attending to anything but what excites the will to the love of God. Although wide awake enough to this, she seems asleep as regards all earthly matters. But when equilibrium is re-established, the true effects of this violent and beatific intuition of the Absolute begin to invade the normal life. The self which has thus been caught up to awareness of new levels of reality is stimulated to fresh activity by the strength of its impressions. It now desires an eternal union with that which it has known, with which for a brief moment it seemed to be merged. The peculiar talent of the mystic, power of apprehending reality which his contemplations have ordered and developed and his ecstasies express, here reacts upon his life process, his slow journey from the many to the one. His nostalgia has been increased by a glimpse of the homeland, his intuitive apprehension of the Absolute, which assumes in ecstasy its most positive form, spurs him on towards that permanent union with the divine which is his goal. Such great graces, says St. Teresa, leave the soul avid of total possession of that divine bridegroom who has conferred them. Hence the ecstatic states do not merely lift the self to an abnormal degree of knowledge. They enrich her life,
contribute to the remaking of her consciousness, develop and uphold the strong and stormy love which drives her home. They give her the clearest vision she can have of that transcendent standard to which she must conform, entail her sharpest consciousness of the inflow of that life on which her little striving life depends. Little wonder, then, that, though the violence of the onset may often try his body to the full, the mystic comes forth from a good ecstasy, as Pascal from the experience of the fire, humbled yet exultant, marvellously strengthened, and ready, not for any passive enjoyments, but rather for the struggles and hardships of the way, the deliberate pain and sacrifice of love. In the third degree of ardent love, says Richard of St. Victor, love paralyzes action. Union, copula, is the symbol of this state. Ecstasy is its expression. The desirous soul, he says finally, no longer thirsts for God, but into God. The pull of its desire draws it into the infinite sea. The mind is borne away into the abyss of divine life, and, wholly forgetful of exterior things, knows not even itself, but passes utterly into its God. In this state, all earthly desire is absorbed in the heavenly glory. Whilst the mind is separated from itself, and whilst it is borne away into the secret place of the divine mystery, and is surrounded on all sides by the fire of divine love, it is inwardly penetrated and inflamed by this fire, and utterly puts off itself, and puts on a divine love, and being conformed to that beauty which it has beheld, it passes utterly into that other glory. Thus does the state of ecstasy contribute to the business of deification, of the remaking of the soul's substance in conformity with the goodness, truth, and beauty which is God. Being conformed to that beauty which it has beheld, it passes utterly into that other glory, into the flaming heart of reality, the deep but dazzling darkness of its home. End of Part 2, Chapter 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joy Chan. Mysticism, A Study in Nature and Development of Spiritual Consciousness by Evelyn Underhill. First half of Part 2, Chapter 9. The Dark Night of the Soul. We have wandered during the last few chapters from our study of the mystical life process in man, the organic growth of his transcendental consciousness, in order to examine the byproducts of that process, its characteristic forms of self-expression, the development of its normal art of contemplation, and the visions and voices, ecstasies and raptures, which are frequent, though not essential, accompaniments of its activity. But the mystic, like other persons of genius, is man first and artist afterwards. We shall make a grave though common mistake if we forget this and allow ourselves to be deflected from our study of his growth in personality by the wonder and interest of his art. Being, not doing, is the first aim of the mystic, and hence should be the first interest of the student of mysticism. We have considered for convenience' sake all the chief forms of mystical activity at the halfway house of the transcendental life. But these activities are not, of course, peculiar to any one stage of that life. Ecstasy, for instance, is as common a feature of mystical conversion as of the last crisis, or mystic marriage of the soul, whilst visions and voices, in cells of a visionary or auditive type, accompany and illustrate every phase of the inward development. They lighten and explain the trials of purgation as often as they express the joys of illumination, and frequently mark the crisis of transition from one mystic state to the next. One exception, however, must be made to this rule. The most intense period of that great swing back into darkness, which usually divides the first mystic life, or illuminative way, from the second mystic life, or unitive way, is generally a period of utter blankness and stagnation, so far as mystical activity is concerned. The dark night of the soul, once fully established, is seldom lit by visions or made homely by voices.
It is of the essence of its miseries that the once possessed power of horizon, or contemplation, now seems wholly lost. The self is tossed back from its hard-won point of vantage. Impotence, blankness, solitude are the epithets by which those immersed in this dark fire of purification describe their pains. It is this period in the life history of the mystic type to which we have now come. We have already noticed the chief psychological characteristics of all normal mystical development. We have seen that its essence consists in the effort to establish a new equilibrium, to get, as it were, a firm foothold upon transcendent levels of reality, and that in its path towards this consummation the self experiences a series of oscillations between states of pleasure and states of pain. Put in another way, it is an orderly movement of the whole consciousness towards higher centres, in which each intense and progressive affirmation fatigues the immature transcendental powers, and is paid for by a negation, a swing-back of the whole consciousness, a stagnation of intellect, a reaction of the emotions, or an inhibition of the will. Thus the exalted consciousness of divine perfection, which the self acquired in its mystical awakening, was balanced by a depressed and bitter consciousness of its own inherent imperfection, and the clash of these two perceptions spurred it to that laborious effort of commendation which constitutes the purgative way. The renewed and ecstatic awareness of the Absolute which resulted, and which was the governing characteristic of illumination, brought its own proper negation, the awareness, that is to say, of the self's continued separation from, and incompatibility with, that Absolute which it has perceived. During the time in which the illuminated consciousness is fully established, the self, as a rule, is perfectly content, believing that in its vision of eternity, its intense and loving consciousness of God, it has reached the goal of its quest. Sooner or later, however, psychic fatigue sets in. The state of illumination begins to break up, the complementary negative consciousness appears, and shows itself as an overwhelming sense of darkness and deprivation. This sense is so deep and strong that it inhibits all consciousness of the transcendent, and plunges the self into the state of negation and misery which is called the dark night. We may look at the dark night, as at most other incidents of the mystic way, from 2 points of view. 1. We may see it with the psychologist, as a moment in the history of mental development, governed by the more or less mechanical laws which so conveniently explain to him the psychic life of man. Or, 2, with the mystic himself, we may see it in its spiritual aspect as contributing to the remaking of character, the growth of the new man, his transmutation in God. Psychologically considered, the dark night is an example of the operation of the law of reaction from stress. It is a period of fatigue and lassitude following a period of sustained mystical activity. It is one of the best established laws of the nervous system, says Starbuck, that it has periods of exhaustion if exercised continuously in one direction, and can only recuperate by having a period of rest. However spiritual he may be, the mystic, so long as he is in the body, cannot help using the machinery of his nervous and cerebral system in the course of his adventures. His development on its psychic side consists in the taking over of this machinery, the capture of its centres of consciousness, in the interests of his growing transcendental life. In so far, then, as this is so, that transcendental life will be partly conditioned by psychic necessities, and amenable to the laws of reaction and of fatigue. Each great step forward will entail lassitude and exhaustion for that mental machinery which he has pressed unto service and probably overworked. When the higher centres have been submitted to the continuous strain of a developed illuminated life, with its accompanying periods of intense fervour, lucidity, deep contemplation, perhaps of visionary and auditive phenomena, the swing back into the negative state occurs almost of necessity. This is the psychological explanation of those strange and painful episodes in the lives of great saints, indeed of many spiritual persons hardly to be classed as saints, when, perhaps after a long life passed in faithful correspondence with the transcendental order, growing consciousness of the presence of God, the whole inner experience is suddenly swept away, and only a blind reliance on past conviction saves them from unbelief. The great contemplatives, those destined to attain the full stature of the mystic, emerge from this period of destitution, however long and drastic it may be, as from a new purification. It is for them the gateway to a higher state. But persons of a less heroic spirituality, if they enter the night at all, may succumb to its dangers and pains. The great negation is the sorting-house of the spiritual life. Here we part from the nature mystics, the mystic poets, and all who shared in and were contented with the illuminated vision of reality. Those who go on are the great and strong spirits, who do not seek to know, but are driven to be. We are to expect, then, as a part of the conditions under which human consciousness appears to work, that for every affirmation of the mystic life there will be a negation waiting for the unstable self. Progress in contemplation, for instance, is marked by just such an alternation of light and shade, at first between consolation and aridity, then between dark contemplation and sharp intuitions of reality. So, too, in selves of extreme nervous instability, each joyous ecstasy entails a painful or negative ecstasy. The states of darkness and illumination coexist over a long period, alternating sharply and rapidly. Many seers and artists pay in this way, by agonizing periods of impotence and depression, for each violent outburst of creative energy. Rapid oscillations between a joyous and a painful consciousness seem to occur most often at the beginning of a new period of the mystic way, between purgation and illumination, and again between illumination and the dark night. For these mental states are, as a rule, gradually not abruptly established. Mystics call such oscillations the game of love, in which God plays, as it were, hide-and-seek with the questing soul. I have already quoted a characteristic instance from the life of Woolman Merswan, who passed the whole intervening period between his conversion and entrance on the dark night, or school of suffering love, in such a state of disequilibrium. Thus, too, Madame Guyon, who has described with much elaboration of detail her symptoms and sufferings during the oncoming and duration of the night, or, as she calls its intensest period, the mystic death, traces its beginning in short recurrent states of privation or dullness of feeling, such as ascetic writers call aridity, in which the self loses all interest in and affection for those divine realities which had previously filled its life. This privation followed upon, or was the reaction from, an illuminated period of extreme joy and security, in which, as she says, the presence of God never left me for an instant, but how dear I paid for this time of happiness, for this possession which seemed to me entire and perfect, and the more perfect the more it was secret, and foreign to the senses, steadfast and exempt from change, was but the preparation for a total deprivation, lasting many years, without any support or hope of its return. As Madame Guyon never attempted to control her states, but made a point of conforming to her own description of the resigned soul as God's weathercock, we have in her an unequalled opportunity of study. I endured, she says, long periods of privation, towards the end almost continual, but still I had from time to time inflowings of thy divinity so deep and intimate, so vivid and so penetrating, that it was easy for me to judge that thou wast but hidden from me and not lost. For although during the times of privation it seemed to me that I had utterly lost thee, a certain deep support remained, though the soul knew it not, and she only became aware of that support by her subsequent total deprivation thereof. Every time that thou didst return with more goodness and strength, thou didst return also with greater splendour, so that in a few hours thou didst rebuild all the ruins of my unfaithfulness, and didst make good to me with profusion all my lost. Here we have, from the psychological point of view, a perfect example of the oscillations of consciousness on the threshold of a new state. The old equilibrium, the old grouping round a centre characterized by pleasure affirmation, has been lost. The new grouping round a centre characterized by pain negation is not yet established. Madame Guyon is standing, or rather swinging, between two worlds, the helpless prey of her own shifting and uncontrollable psychic and spiritual states. But slowly the pendulum approaches its limit. The states of privation become almost continual. The reactions to illumination become less. At last they cease entirely. The new state is established, and the dark night has really set in. The theory here advanced that the dark night is, on its psychic side, partly a condition of fatigue, partly a state of transition, is borne out by the mental and moral disorder which seems, in many subjects, to be its dominant character. When they are in it, everything seems to go wrong with them. They are tormented by evil thoughts and abrupt temptations, lose grasp not only of their spiritual, but also of their worldly affairs. Thus Lucy Christine says, "Often during my great temptations to sadness, I am plunged in such spiritual darkness that I think myself utterly lost in falsehood and illusion, deceiving both myself and others. This temptation is the most terrible of all." The health of those passing through this phase often suffers. They become odd, and their friends forsake them. Their intellectual life is at a low ebb. In their own words, trials of every kind, exterior and interior crosses, abound. Now trials, taken en bloc, mean a disharmony between the self and the world with which it has to deal. Nothing is a trial when we are able to cope with it efficiently. Things try us when we are not adequate to them, when they are abnormally hard or we abnormally weak. This aspect of the matter becomes prominent when we look further into the history of Madame Guyon's experiences. Thanks to the unctuous and detailed manner in which she has analyzed her spiritual griefs, this part of her autobiography is a psychological document of unique importance for the study of the dark night as it appears in a devout but somewhat self-occupied soul. As her consciousness of God was gradually extinguished, a mental and moral chaos seems to have invaded Madame Guyon and accompanied the more spiritual miseries of her state. So soon as I perceived the happiness of any state, or its beauty, or the necessity of a virtue, it seemed to me that I fell incessantly into the contrary vice, as if this perception, which though very rapid was always accompanied by love, were only given to me that I might experience its opposite. I was given an intense perception of the purity of God, and so far as my feelings went, I myself became more and more impure. For in reality this state is very purifying, but I was far from understanding this. My imagination was in a state of appalling confusion, and gave me no rest. I could not speak of thee, O my God, for I became utterly stupid. Nor could I even grasp what was said when I heard thee spoken of. I found myself hard towards God, insensible to his mercies. I could not perceive any good thing that I had done in my whole life. The good appeared to me evil, and, that which is terrible, it seemed to me that this state must last for ever. This world as well as the next seemed leagued against her. Loss of health and friendship, domestic vexations, increased and kept pace with her interior griefs. Self-control and power of attention were diminished. She seemed stupefied and impotent, unable to follow or understand even the services of the Church, incapable of all prayer and all good works, perpetually attracted by those worldly things which she had renounced, yet quickly wearied by them. The neat edifice of her first mystic life was in ruins. The state of consciousness which accompanied it was disintegrated, but nothing arose to take its place. It is an amazing thing, says Madame Guyon naively, for a soul that believed herself to be advanced in the way of perfection, when she sees herself thus go to pieces all at once. So too Suso, when he had entered the upper school of the spiritual life, was tormented not only by temptations and desolations, but by outward trials and disabilities of every kind, calumnies, misunderstandings, difficulties, pains. It seemed at this time as if God had given permission both to men and demons to torment the servitor, he says. This sense of a generally inimical atmosphere, and of the dimness and helplessness of the ego oppressed by circumstances, is like the vague distress and nervous sensibility of adolescence, and comes in part from the same cause, the intervening period of chaos between the break-up of an old state of equilibrium and the establishment of the new. The self, in its necessary movement towards higher levels of reality, loses and leaves behind certain elements of its world, long loved but now outgrown, as children must make the hard transition from nursery to school. Destruction and construction here go together. The exhaustion and ruin of the illuminated consciousness is the signal for the onward movement of the self towards other centres. The feeling of deprivation and inadequacy, which comes from the loss of that consciousness, is an indirect stimulus to new growth. The self is being pushed into a new world where it does not feel at home, has not yet reached the point at which it enters into conscious possession of its second or adult life. "Thou hast been a child at the breast, a spoiled child," said the eternal wisdom to Suso. "Now I will withdraw all this." In the resulting darkness and confusion, when the old and known supports are thus withdrawn, the self can do little but surrender itself to the inevitable process of things, to the operation of that unresting spirit of life which is pressing it on towards a new and higher state, in which it shall not only see reality, but be real. Psychologically, then, the dark night of the soul is due to the double fact of the exhaustion of an old state and the growth towards a new state of consciousness. It is a growing pain in the organic process of the self's attainment of the Absolute. The great mystics, creative geniuses in the realm of character, have known instinctively how to turn these psychic disturbances to spiritual profit. Parallel with the mental oscillations, upheavals and readjustments, through which an unstable psychophysical type moves to new centres of consciousness, run the spiritual oscillations of a striving and ascending spiritual type. Gurans gurando vadit spiritus. The machinery of consciousness, overstretched, breaks up and seems to toss the self back to an old and lower level, where it loses its apprehensions of the transcendental world. As the child, when first it is forced to stand alone, feels weaker than it did in its mother's arms. For first he not only withdraws all comfortable observable infusions of light and grace, but also deprives her of a power to exercise any perceptible operations of her superior spirit, and of all comfortable reflections upon his love, plunging her into the depth of her inferior powers, says Augustine Baker, the skilled director of Stolz, here anticipating the modern psychologist. Here, consequently, he continues, her former calmness of passions is quite lost, neither can she introvert herself. Sinful motions and suggestions do violently assault her, and she finds as great difficulty, if not greater, to surmount them as at the beginning of a spiritual course. If she would elevate her spirit, she sees nothing but clouds and darkness. She seeks God, and cannot find the least marks or footsteps of his presence. Something there is that hinders her from executing the sinful suggestions within her, but what that is she knows not, for to her thinking she has no spirit at all, and indeed she is now in a region of all other most distant from spirit and spiritual operations. I mean, such as are perceptible. Such an interval of chaos and misery may last for months, or even for years, before the consciousness again unifies itself and a new centre is formed. Moreover, the negative side of this new centre, the new consciousness of the Absolute, often discloses itself first. The self realizes, that is to say, the inadequacy of its old state, long before it grasps the possibility of a new and higher state. This realization will take two forms. A. Objective, the distance or absence of the Absolute which the self seeks. B. Subjective, the self's weakness and imperfection. Both apprehensions constitute a direct incentive to action. They present, as it were, a divine negation which the self must probe, combat, resolve. The dark night, therefore, largely the product of natural causes, is the producer in its turn of mystical energy, and hence of supernatural effects. 2. So much for psychology. We have next to consider the mystical or transcendental aspects of the dark night. See what it has meant for those mystics who have endured it, and for those spiritual specialists who have studied it in the interests of other men. As in other phases of the mystic way, so here we must beware of any generalization which reduces the dark night to a uniform experience, a neatly defined state which appears under the same conditions and attended by the same symptoms, in all the selves who have passed through its pains. It is a name for the painful and negative state which normally intervenes between the illuminative and the unitive life, no more. Different types of contemplators have interpreted to themselves and to us in different ways, each type of illumination being in fact balanced by its own appropriate type of dark. In some temperaments it is the emotional aspect, the anguish of the lover who has suddenly lost the beloved, which predominates. In others, the intellectual darkness and confusion overwhelms everything else. Some have felt it, with St. John of the Cross, as a passive purification, a state of helpless misery, in which the self does nothing, but lets life have its way with her. Others, with Suso and the virile mysticism of the German school, have experienced it rather as a period of strenuous activity and moral conflict directed to that total self-abandonment which is the essential preparation of the unitive life. Those elements of character which were unaffected by the first purification of the self, left as it were in a corner when the consciousness moved to the level of the illuminated life, are here roused from their sleep, purged of illusion, and forced to join the grooving stream. The dark night, then, is really a deeply human process in which the self which thought itself so spiritual, so firmly established upon the supersensual plane, is forced to turn back, to leave the light, and pick up those qualities which it had left behind. Only thus, by the transmutation of the whole man, not by a careful and departmental cultivation of that which we like to call his spiritual side, can divine humanity be formed, and the formation of divine humanity, the remaking of man according to the pattern showed him in the Mount, is the mystic's only certain ladder to the real. My humanity, said the eternal wisdom to Suso, is the road which all must tread who would come to that which thou seekest. This hard saying might almost be used as a test by which to distinguish the genuine mystic life from its many and specious imitations. The self in its first purgation has cleansed the mirror of perception, hence in its illuminated life has seen reality. In so doing, it has transcended the normal perceptive powers of natural man, immersed in the illusions of sense. Now it has got to be reality, a very different thing. For this a new and more drastic purgation is needed, not of the organs of perception, but of the very shrine of self, that heart which is the seat of personality, the source of its love and will. In the stress and anguish of the night, when it turns back from the vision of the infinite to feel again the limitations of the finite, the self loses the power to do, and learns to surrender its will to the operation of a larger life, that it may be. At the end of such a long and cruel transition, says Lucy Christine, how much more supple the soul feels itself to be in the hand of God, how much more detached from all that is not God. She sees clearly in herself the fruits of humility and patience, and feels her love ascending more purely and directly to God in proportion as she has realized the nothingness of herself and all things. We must remember in the midst of our analysis that the mystic life is a life of love, that the object of the mystic's final quest and of his constant intuition is an object of adoration and supreme desire. With thee, a prison would be a rose garden, O thou ravisher of hearts. With thee, hell would be paradise, O thou cheerer of souls, said Jalaluddin. Hence for the mystic who has once known the beatific vision, there can be no greater grief than the withdrawal of this object from his field of consciousness, the loss of this companionship, the extinction of this light. Therefore, whatever form the dark night assumes, it must entail bitter suffering, far worse than that endured in the purgative way. Then the self was forcibly detached from the imperfect. Now the perfect is withdrawn, leaving behind an overwhelming yet impotent conviction of something supremely wrong, some final treasure lost. We will now look at a few of the characteristic forms under which this conviction is translated to the surface consciousness. A. To those temperaments in which consciousness of the Absolute took the form of a sense of divine companionship, and for whom the objective idea, God, had become the central fact of life, it seems as though that God, having shown himself, has now deliberately withdrawn his presence, never perhaps to manifest himself again. He acts, says Eckhart, as if there were a wall erected between him and us. The eye which looked upon eternity has closed. The old dear sense of intimacy and mutual love has given place to a terrible blank. That which this anguished soul feels most deeply, says St. John of the Cross, is the conviction that God has abandoned it, of which it has no doubt, that he has cast it away into darkness as an abominable thing. The shadow of death and the pains and torments of hell are most acutely felt, and this comes from the sense of being abandoned by God, being chastised and cast out by his wrath and heavy displeasure. All this and even more the soul feels now, for a terrible apprehension has come upon it that thus it will be with it for ever. It has also the same sense of abandonment with respect to all creatures, and that it is an object of contempt to all, especially to its friends. So, too, Madame Guyon felt this loss of her intuitive apprehension of God as one of the most terrible characteristics of the night. After thou hadst wounded me so deeply as I have described, thou didst begin, O my God, to withdraw thyself from me, and the pain of thy absence was the more bitter to me, because thy presence had been so sweet to me, thy love so strong in me. Thy way, O my God, before thou didst make me enter into the state of death, was the way of the dying life, sometimes to hide thyself and leave me to myself in 100 weaknesses, sometimes to show thyself with more sweetness and love. The nearer the soul drew to the state of death, the more her desolations were long and weary. Her weaknesses increased, and also her joys became shorter, but purer and more intimate, until the time in which she fell into total privation. When this total privation or mystic death is fully established, it involves not only the personal absence of God, but the apparent withdrawal or loss of that impersonal support, that transcendent ground or spark of the soul, on which the self has long felt its whole real life to be based. Hence its very means of contact with the spiritual world vanishes, and as regards all that matters, it does indeed seem to be dead. When we have reached this total deprivation, says de Caussade, what shall we do? Abide in simplicity and peace, as Job on his ash-heap, repeating, Blessed are the poor in spirit, those who have nothing have all since they have God. Quit all, strip yourself of all, says the great Gerson, and you will have all in God. God felt, God tasted and enjoyed, says Fenelon, is indeed God, but God with those gifts which flatter the soul. God in darkness, in privation, in forsakenness, in insensibility, is so much God, that he is, so to speak, God bare and alone. Shall we fear this death, which is to produce in us the true divine life of grace? B. In those cells for whom the subjective idea sanctity, the need of conformity between the individual character and the transcendent, has been central, the pain of the night is less a deprivation than a new and dreadful kind of lucidity. The vision of the good brings to the self an abrupt sense of her own hopeless and helpless imperfection, a black conviction of sin far more bitter than that endured in the way of purgation, which swamps everything else. That which makes her pain so terrible is that she is, as it were, overwhelmed by the purity of God, and this purity makes her see the least atoms of her imperfections as if they were enormous sins, because of the infinite distance there is between the purity of God and the creature. This, says St. John of the Cross again, is one of the most bitter sufferings of this purgation. The soul is conscious of a profound emptiness in itself, a cruel destitution of the 3 kinds of goods, natural, temporal, and spiritual, which are ordained for its comfort. It sees itself in the midst of the opposite evils, miserable imperfections, dryness and emptiness of the understanding, and abandonment of the spirit in darkness. C. Often combined with the sense of sin and the absence of God is another negation, not the least distressing part of the sufferings of the self suddenly plunged into the night. This is a complete emotional lassitude, the disappearance of all the old ardours now replaced by a callousness, a boredom, which the self detests but cannot overcome. It is the dismal condition of spiritual ennui, which ascetic writers know so well under the name of aridity, and which psychologists look upon as the result of emotional fatigue. It seems incredible that the eager love of a divine companion, so long the focus of the self's whole being, should have vanished, that not only the transcendent vision should be withdrawn, but her very desire for and interest in that vision should grow cold. Yet the mystics are unanimous in declaring that this is a necessary stage in the growth of the spiritual consciousness. When the sun begins to decline in the heavens, says Rusbroek, it enters the sign Virgo, which is so called because this period of the year is sterile as a virgin. This is the autumn season in the cycle of the soul, when the summer heat grows less. It perfects and fulfils the yearly travail of the sun. In the same manner, when Christ, that glorious Sun, has risen to his zenith in the heart of man, as I have taught in the 3rd degree, and afterwards begins to decline, to hide the radiance of his divine sunbeams, and to forsake the man, then the heat and impatience of love grow less. Now that occultation of Christ and the withdrawal of his light and heat are the first work and the new coming of this degree. Now Christ says inwardly to this man, Go ye out in the manner which I now show you. And the man goes out and finds himself to be poor, miserable, and abandoned. Here all the storm, the fury, the impatience of his love, grow cool. Glowing summer turns to autumn. All its riches are transformed into a great poverty. And the man begins to complain because of his wretchedness. For where now are the ardours of love, the intimacy, the gratitude, the joyful praise, and the interior consolation, the secret joy, the sensible sweetness? How have all these things failed him? And the burning violence of his love, and all the gifts which he felt before, how has all this died in him? And he feels like some ignorant man who has lost all his learning and his works. And of this misery there is born the fear of being lost, and as it were a sort of half-doubt. And this is the lowest point at which a man can hold his ground without falling into despair. D. This stagnation of the emotions has its counterpart in the stagnation of the will and intelligence, which has been experienced by some contemplatives as a part of their negative state. As regards the will, there is a sort of moral dereliction. The self cannot control its inclinations and thoughts. In the general psychic turmoil, all the unpurified part of man's inheritance, the lower impulses and unworthy ideas which have long been imprisoned below the threshold, force their way into the field of consciousness. Every vice was reawakened within me, says Angela of Foligno. I would have chosen rather to be roasted than to endure such pains. Where visual and auditory automatism is established, these eruptions from the subliminal region often take the form of evil visions, or voices making coarse or sinful suggestions to the self. Thus St. Catherine of Siena, in the interval between her period of joyous illumination and her spiritual marriage, was tormented by visions of fiends, who filled her cell and with obscene words and gestures invited her to lust. She fled from her cell to the church to escape them, but they pursued her there, and she obtained no relief from this obsession until she ceased to oppose it. She cried, "I have chosen suffering for my consolation, and will gladly bear these and all other torments in the name of the Saviour, for as long as it shall please His Majesty." With this act of surrender the evil vision fled. Catherine swung back to a state of affirmation, and was comforted by a vision of the cross. An analogous psychological state was experienced by St. Teresa, though she fails to recognize it as an episode in her normal development, and attributes it, with other spiritual adventures for which she can find no other explanation, to the action of the devil. The soul, she says, laid in fetters, loses all control over itself, and all power of thinking of anything but the absurdities he puts before it, which, being more or less unsubstantial, inconsistent, and disconnected, serve only to stifle the soul, so that it has no power over itself. And accordingly, so it seems to me, the devils make a football of it, and the soul is unable to escape out of their hands. It is impossible to describe the sufferings of the soul in this state. It goes about in quest of relief, and God suffers it to find none. The light of reason, in the freedom of its will, remains, but it is not clear. It seems to me as if its eyes were covered with a veil. Temptations seem to press it down and make it dull, so that its knowledge of God becomes to it as that of something which it hears of far away. This dullness and dimness extends to ordinary mental activity, which shares in the lassitude and disorder of the inner life. If it seeks relief from the fire by spiritual reading, it cannot find any, just as if it could not read at all. On one occasion it occurred to me to read the life of a saint, that I might forget myself and be refreshed with the recital of what he had suffered. 4 or 5 times I read as many lines, and though they were written in Spanish, I understood them less at the end than I did when I began, so I gave up. It so happened to me on more occasions than one. If we are reminded of anything here, it is of the phenomenon of dark contemplation. That dimness of mind which we there studied is here extended to the normal activities of the surface intelligence. The cloud of unknowing, rolling up, seems to envelop the whole self. Contemplation, the way within the way, has epitomized the greater process of this mystic life. In both, the path to light lies through a meek surrender to the confusion and ignorance of the dark. The stress and exasperation felt in this dark, this state of vague helplessness by selves of an active and self-reliant type, is exhibited by Teresa in one of her half-humorous self-revealing flashes. The devil, she says of it, then sends so offensive a spirit of bad temper that I think I could eat people up. All these types of darkness, with their accompanying and overwhelming sensations of impotence and distress, are common in the lives of the mystics. Suso and Rulman Mersman experienced them. Torla constantly refers to them. Angelo of Foligno speaks of a privation worse than hell. It is clear that even the joyous spirit of Mechthild of Magdeburg knew the sufferings of the loss and absence of God. Lord, she says in one place, since thou hast taken from me all that I had of thee, yet of thy grace leave me the gift which every dog has by nature, that of being true to thee in my distress, when I am deprived of all consolation. This I desire more fervently than thy heavenly kingdom. In such a saying as this, the whole value for life of the dark night is revealed to us as an education in selfless constancy, a school of suffering love. E. There is, however, another way in which the self-sense of a continued imperfection in its relation with the Absolute, of work yet remaining to be done, expresses itself. In persons of a very highly strung and mobile type, who tend to rapid oscillations between pain and pleasure states, rather than to the long, slow movements of an ascending consciousness, attainment of the unitive life is sometimes preceded by the abrupt invasion of a wild and unendurable desire to see God, apprehend the transcendent in its fullness, which can only, they think, be satisfied by death. As they begin to outgrow their illuminated consciousness, these selves begin also to realize how partial and symbolic that consciousness, even at its best, has been, and their movement to union with God is foreshadowed by a passionate and uncontrollable longing for ultimate reality. This passion is so intense that it causes acute anguish in those who feel it. It brings with it all the helpless and desolate feelings of the dark night, and sometimes rises to the heights of a negative rapture, an ecstasy of deprivation. St. Teresa is perhaps the best instance of this rare method of apprehending the self's essential separation from its home, which is also the subject of a celebrated chapter in the Traité de l'amour de Dieu of St. François de Sales. Thanks to her exceptionally mobile temperament, her tendency to rush up and down the scale of feeling, Teresa's states of joyous rapture were often paid for by such a great desolation, a dark ecstasy or pain of God. As long as this pain lasts, she says, we cannot even remember our own existence, for in an instant all the faculties of the soul are so fettered as to lie incapable of any action save that of increasing our torture. Do not think I am exaggerating. On the contrary, that which I say is less than the truth, for lack of words in which it may be expressed. This is a trance of the senses and the faculties, save as regards all which helps to make the agony more intense. The understanding realizes acutely what cause there is for grief in separation from God, and our Lord increases this sorrow by a vivid manifestation of himself. The pain thus grows to such a degree that in spite of herself the sufferer gives vent to loud cries which she cannot stifle, however patient and accustomed to pain she may be, because this is not a pain which is felt in the body, but in the depths of the soul. The person I speak of learned from this how much more acutely the spirit is capable of suffering than the body. The intense and painful concentration upon the divine absence which takes place in this dark rapture often induces all the psychophysical marks of ecstasy. Although this state lasts but a short time, the limbs seem to be disjointed by it, the pulse is as feeble as if one were at the point of death, which is indeed the case, for whilst the natural heat of the body fails, that which is supernatural so burns the frame that with a few more degrees God would satisfy the soul's desire for death. You will say, perhaps, that there is imperfection in this desire to see God, and ask why this soul does not conform herself to his will, since she has so completely surrendered herself to it. Hitherto she could do this, and consecrated her life to it, but now she cannot, for her reason is reduced to such a state that she is no longer mistress of herself and can think of nothing but her affliction. Far from her sovereign good, why should she desire to live? She feels an extraordinary loneliness, finds no companionship in any earthly creature. Nor could she, I believe, among those who dwell in heaven, since they are not her beloved. Meanwhile all company is torture to her. She is like a person suspended in mid-air, who can neither touch the earth nor mount to heaven. She burns with a consuming thirst and cannot reach the water. And this is a thirst which cannot be borne, but one which nothing will quench. Nor would she have it quenched with any other water than that of which our Lord spoke to the Samaritan woman, and this water is denied her. All these forms of the dark night, the absence of God, the sense of sin, the dark ecstasy, the loss of the self's old passion, peace, and joy, and its apparent relapse to lower spiritual and mental levels, are considered by the mystics themselves to constitute aspects or parts of one and the same process, the final purification of the will or stronghold of personality, that it may be merged without any reserve in God where it was first. The function of this episode of the mystic way is to cure the soul of the innate tendency to seek and rest in spiritual joys, to confuse reality with the joy given by the contemplation of reality. It is the completion of that ordering of disordered loves, that transvaluation of values, which the way of purgation began. The ascending self must leave these childish satisfactions, make its love absolutely disinterested, strong, and courageous, abolish all taint of spiritual gluttony. A total abandonment of the individualistic standpoint, of that trivial and egotistic quest of personal satisfaction which thwarts the great movement of the flowing light, is the supreme condition of man's participation in reality. Thus is true not only of the complete participation which is possible to the great mystic, but of those unselfish labours in which the initiates of science or of art become to the eternal goodness what his own hand is to a man. Think not, says Tauler, that God will be always caressing his children, or shine upon their head, or kindle their hearts as he does at the first. He does so only to lure us to himself, as the falconer lures the falcon with its grey hood. We must stir up and rouse ourselves, and be content to leave off learning, and no more enjoy feeling and warmth, and must now serve the Lord with strenuous industry and at our own cost. This manly view of the dark night, as a growth in responsibility, an episode of character-building, in which, as the Mirror of Simple Souls has it, the soul leaves that pride and play wherein it was full gladsome and jolly, is characteristic of the German mystics. We find it again in Suso, to whom the angel of his tribulation gave no sentimental consolations, but only the stern command, Virilite agite, be a man. Then first, says Tauler again, do we attain to the fullness of God's love as his children, when it is no longer happiness or misery, prosperity or adversity that draws us to him, or keeps us back from him. What we should then experience none can utter, but it would be something far better than when we were burning with the first flame of love, and had great emotion, but less true submission. End of first half of Part 2, Chapter 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joy Chan. Mysticism, A Study in Nature and Development of Spiritual Consciousness, by Evelyn Underhill. Second half of Part 2, Chapter 9. In illumination, the soul, basking in the uncreated light, identified the divine nature with the divine light and sweetness which it then enjoyed. Its consciousness of the transcendent was chiefly felt as an increase of personal vision and personal joy. Thus, in that apparently selfless state, the I, the me, the mine, though spiritualized, still remained intact. The mortification of the senses was more than repaid by the rich and happy life which this mortification conferred upon the soul. But before real and permanent union with the Absolute can take place, before the whole self can learn to live on those high levels where, its being utterly surrendered to the infinite will, it can be wholly transmuted in God, merged in the great life of the All, this dependence on personal joys must be done away. The spark of the soul, the fast-growing germ of divine humanity, must so invade every corner of character that the self can only say with St. Catherine of Genoa, "My me is God, nor do I know my selfhood except in God." The various torments and desolations of the dark night constitute this last and drastic purgation of the spirit, the doing away of separateness, the annihilation of selfhood, even though all that self now claims for its own be the love of God. Such a claim, which is really a claim to entire felicity, since the soul which possesses it needs nothing more, is felt by these great spirits to sully the radiance of their self-giving love. All that I would here say of these inward delights and enjoyments, says William Law, is only this: they are not holiness, they are not piety, they are not perfection. But they are God's gracious allurements and calls to seek after holiness and spiritual perfection, and ought rather to convince us that we are as yet but babes, than that we are ready men of God. This alone is the true kingdom of God, opened in the soul when, stripped of all selfishness, it has only one love and one will in it, when it has no motion or desire but what branches from the love of God, and resigns itself wholly to the will of God. To sum up all in a word, nothing hath separated us from God but our own will, or rather our own will is our separation from God. All the disorder and corruption and malady of our nature lies in a certain fixedness of our own will, imagination, and desire, wherein we live to ourselves, are our own centre and circumference, act wholly from ourselves, according to our own will, imagination, and desires. There is not the smallest degree of evil in us, but what arises from this selfishness, because we are thus all in all to ourselves. To be humble, mortified, devout, patient in a certain degree, and to be persecuted for our virtues, is no hurt to this selfishness. Nay, spiritual self must have all these virtues to subsist upon, and his life consists in seeing, knowing, and feeling the bulk, strength, and reality of them. But still, in all this show and glitter of virtue, there is an unpurified bottom on which they stand. There is a selfishness which can no more enter into the kingdom of heaven than the grossness of flesh and blood can enter into it. What we are to feel and undergo in these last purifications, when the deepest root of all selfishness, as well spiritual as natural, is to be plucked up and torn from us, or how we shall be able to stand in that trial, are both of them equally impossible to be known by us beforehand. The self, then, has got to learn to cease to be its own centre and circumference, to make that final surrender which is the price of final peace. In the dark night, the starved and tortured spirit learns through an anguish which is itself an horizon, to accept lovelessness for the sake of love, nothingness for the sake of the all, dies without any sure promise of life, loses when it hardly hopes to find. It sees with amazement the most sure foundations of its transcendental life crumble beneath it, dwells in a darkness which seems to hold no promise of a dawn. This is what the German mystics call the upper school of true resignation, or of suffering love, the last test of heroic detachment, of manliness, of spiritual courage. Though such an experience is passive in the sense that the self can neither enter nor leave it at will, it is a direct invitation to active endurance, a condition of stress in which work is done. Thus, when St. Catherine of Siena was tormented by hideous visions of sin, she was being led by her deeper self to the heroic acceptance of this subtle form of torture, almost unendurable to her chaste and delicate mind. When these trials had brought her to the point at which she ceased to resist them, but exclaimed, "I have chosen suffering for my consolation," their business was done. They ceased. More significant still when she asked, "Where wast thou, Lord, when I was tormented by this foulness?" The divine voice answered, "I was in thy heart." In order to raise the soul from imperfection, said the voice of God to St. Catherine in her dialogue, I withdrew myself from her sentiment, depriving her of former consolations, which I do in order to humiliate her, and cause her to seek me in truth, and to prove her in the light of faith, so that she come to prudence. Then, if she love me without thought of self, and with lively faith, and with hatred of her own sensuality, she rejoices in the time of trouble, deeming herself unworthy of peace and quietness of mind. Now comes the second of the three things of which I told thee, that is to say, how the soul arrives at perfection, and what she does when she is perfect. This is what she does. Though she perceives that I have withdrawn myself, she does not on that account look back, but perseveres with humility in her exercises, remaining barred in the house of self-knowledge, and, continuing to dwell therein, awaits with lively faith the coming of the Holy Spirit, that is of me, who am the fire of love. This is what the soul does in order to rise from imperfection and arrive at perfection. And it is to this end, namely, that she may arrive at perfection, that I withdraw from her, not by grace but by sentiment. Once more do I leave her, so that she may see and know her defects, so that feeling herself deprived of consolation and afflicted by pain, she may recognize her own weakness, and learn how incapable she is of stability or perseverance, thus cutting down to the very root of spiritual self-love. For this should be the end and purpose of all her self-knowledge, to rise above herself, mounting the throne of conscience, and not permitting the sentiment of imperfect love to turn again in its death struggle, but with correction and reproof digging up the root of self-love with the knife of self-hatred and the love of virtue. Digging up the root of self-love with the knife of self-hatred. Here we see the mystical reason of that bitter self-contempt and sense of helplessness which overwhelms the soul in the dark night. Such a sense of helplessness is really, the mystics say, a mark of progress, the deeper initiation into that sphere of reality to which it has not yet acclimatized, and which brings with it a growing consciousness of the appalling disparity between that reality, that perfection, and the imperfect soul. The self is in the dark because it is blinded by a light greater than it can bear, that divine wisdom which is not only night and darkness to the soul, but pain and torment too. The more clear the light, the more does it blind the eyes of the owl, and the more we try to look at the sun, the feebler grows our sight, and the more our weak eyes are darkened. So the divine light of contemplation, when it beats on the soul not yet perfectly purified, fills it with spiritual darkness, not only because of its brilliance, but because it paralyzes the natural perception of the soul. The pain suffered by the soul is like that endured by weak or diseased eyes when suddenly struck by a strong light. Such suffering is intense when the yet unpurified soul finds itself invaded by this cleansing light. For in this pure light, which attacks its impurities to expel them, the soul perceives itself to be so unclean and miserable that it seems as if God had set himself against it. Wonderful and piteous sight! So great are the weakness and imperfection of the soul that the hand of God, so soft and so gentle, is felt to be so heavy and oppressive, though merely touching it, and that too most mercifully, for he touches the soul, not to chastise it, but to load it with his graces. The dark night, then, whichever way we look at it, is a state of disharmony, of imperfect adaptation to environment. The self, unaccustomed to that direct contact of the Absolute which is destined to become the source of its vitality and its joy, feels the soft and gentle touch of the following love as unbearable in its weight. The self-naughting or purification of the will which here takes place is the struggle to resolve that disharmony, to purge away the somewhat which still sets itself up in the soul as separate from the divine, and makes the clear light of reality a torment instead of a joy. So deeply has the soul now entered into the great stream of spiritual life, so dominant has her transcendental faculty become, that this process is accomplished in her whether she will or no, and in this sense it is, as ascetic writers sometimes call it, a passive purgation. So long as the subject still feels himself to be somewhat, he has not yet annihilated selfhood and come to that ground where his being can be united with the being of God. Only when he learns to cease thinking of himself at all, in however depreciatory a sense, when he abolishes even such selfhood as lies in a desire for the sensible presence of God, will that harmony be attained. This is the naughting of the soul, the utter surrender to the great movement of the absolute life, which is insisted upon at such length by all writers upon mysticism. Here, as in purgation, the condition of access to higher levels of vitality is a death, a deprivation, a detachment, a clearing of the ground. Poverty leaps to the cross, and finds there an utter desolation, without promise of spiritual reward. The satisfactions of the spirit must now go the same way as the satisfactions of the senses. Even the power of voluntary sacrifice and self-discipline is taken away. A dreadful ennui, a dull helplessness takes its place. The mystic motto, I am nothing, I have nothing, I desire nothing, must now express not only the detachment of the senses, but the whole being's surrender to the all. The moral condition towards which the interior travail is directed is that of an utter humility. Everything depends, says Tauler, on a fathomless sinking in a fathomless nothingness. He continues, if a man were to say, Lord, who art thou, that I must follow thee through such deep, gloomy, miserable paths? The Lord would reply, I am God and man, and far more God. If a man could answer then, really and consciously from the bottom of his heart, then I am nothing and less than nothing, all would be accomplished, for the Godhead has really no place to work in, but ground where all has been annihilated. As the schoolmen say, when a new form is to come into existence, the old must of necessity be destroyed. And so I say, if a man is to be thus clothed upon with this being, all the forms must of necessity be done away that were ever received by him in all his powers, of perception, knowledge, will, work, of subjection, sensibility, and self-seeking. When St. Paul saw nothing, he saw God. So also when Elias wrapped his face in his mantle, God came. All strong rocks are broken here. All on which the spirit can rest must be done away. Then, when all forms have ceased to exist, in the twinkling of an eye the man is transformed. Therefore thou must make an entrance. Thereupon speaks the heavenly Father to him. Thou shalt call me Father, and shalt never cease to enter in, entering ever further in, ever nearer, so as to sink the deeper in an unknown and unnamed abyss. And, above all ways, images and forms, and above all powers to lose thyself, deny thyself, and even unform thyself. In this lost condition, nothing is to be seen but a ground which rests upon itself, everywhere one being, one life. It is thus, man may say, that he becomes unknowing, unloving, and senseless. It is clear that so drastic a process of unselfing is not likely to take place without stress. It is the negative aspect of deification, in which the self, deprived of perception, knowledge, will, work, self-seeking, the I, the me, the mine, loses itself, denies itself, unforms itself, drawing ever nearer to the One, till nothing is to be seen but a ground which rests upon itself, the ground of the soul in which it has union with God. Everywhere one being, one life. This is the goal of mystical activity, the final state of equilibrium towards which the self is moving, or rather struggling, in the dimness and anguish of the dark night. The soul, says Madame Guyon, in a passage of unusual beauty, after many a redoubled death, expires at last in the arms of love, but she is unable to perceive these arms. Then, reduced to naught, there is found in her ashes a seed of immortality, which is preserved in these ashes and will germinate in its season. But she knows not this, and does not expect ever to see herself living again. Moreover, the soul which is reduced to the nothing ought to dwell therein, without wishing, since she is now but dust, to issue from the state, nor as before desiring to live again. She must remain as something which no longer exists, and this, in order that the torrent may drown itself and lose itself in the sea, never to find itself in its selfhood again, that it may become one and the same thing with the sea. So Hilton says of the naughted soul, the less it thinketh that it loveth or seeth God, the nearer it nigheth for to perceive the gift of the blessed love. For then is love master, and worketh in the soul, and maketh it for to forget itself, and for to see and behold only how love doth. And then is the soul more suffering than doing, and that is clean love. The mystic death, or dark night, is therefore an aspect or incident of the transition from multiplicity to unity, of that mergence and union of the soul with the Absolute, which is the whole object of the mystical evolution of man. It is the last painful break with the life of illusion, the tearing away of the self from that world of becoming in which all its natural affections and desires are rooted, to which its intellect and senses correspond, and the thrusting of it into the world of being, where at first, weak and blinded, it can but find a wilderness, a dark. No transmutation without fire, say the alchemists. No cross, no crown, says the Christian. All the great experts of the spiritual life agree, whatever their creeds, their symbols, their explanations, in describing this stress, tribulation, and loneliness as an essential part of the way from the many to the one, bringing the self to the threshold of that completed life which is to be lived in intimate union with reality. It is the entombment which precedes the resurrection, say the Christian mystics, ever ready to describe their life process in the language of their faith. Here, as elsewhere, but nowhere else in so drastic a sense, the self must lose to find and die to live. The dark night, as we have seen, tends to establish itself gradually, the powers and intuitions of the self being withdrawn one after another, the intervals of lucidity becoming rarer, until the mystic death, or state of total deprivation, is reached. So too when the night begins to break down before the advance of the new or unitive life, the process is generally slow, though it may be marked, as for instance in Wilman Merswin's case, by visions and ecstasies. One after another the miseries and disharmonies of the dark night give way. Affirmation takes the place of negation. The cloud of unknowing is pierced by rays of light. The act of complete surrender, then, which is the term of the dark night, has given the self its footing in eternity. Its abandonment of the old centres of consciousness has permitted movement towards the new. In each such forward movement, the transcendental self, that spark of the soul which is united to the absolute life, has invaded more and more the seat of personality. Stage by stage, the remaking of the self in conformity with the eternal world has gone on. In the misery and apparent stagnation of the dark night, that dimness of the spiritual consciousness, that dullness of its will and love, work has been done, and the last great phase of the inward transmutation accomplished. The self which comes forth from the night is no separated self, conscious of the illumination of the uncreated light, but the new man, the transmuted humanity, whose life is one with the absolute life of God. As soon as the two houses of the soul, the sensual and the spiritual, says St. John of the Cross, are tranquil and confirmed and merged in one by this peace, and their servants, the powers, appetites, and passions are sunk in deep tranquillity, neither troubled by things above nor things below, the divine wisdom immediately unites itself to the soul in a new bond of loving possession, and that is fulfilled which was written in the Book of Wisdom. While all things were immersed in quiet silence, and the night was in the midway of her course, thy omnipotent word sallied out of heaven from the royal seats. The same truth is set before us in the canticle where the bride, having passing by those who took her veil away and wounded her, saith, "When I had a little passed by them, I found him whom my soul loveth." So far we have considered the dark night of the soul from a somewhat academic point of view. We have tried to dissect and describe it, have seen it through the medium of literature rather than life. Such a method has obvious disadvantages when dealing with any organic process, and when it is applied to the spiritual life of man, these disadvantages are increased. Moreover, our chief example from the life, Madame Guyon, valuable as her passion for self-analysis makes her to the student of mystic states, cannot be looked upon as a satisfactory witness. Her morbid sentimentalism, her absurd spiritual self-importance have to be taken into account and constantly remembered in estimating the value of her psychological descriptions. If we want to get a true idea of the dark night as an episode in the history of a living soul, we must see it in its context, as part of that soul's total experience. We must study the reactions of a self which is passing through this stage of development upon its normal environment, the content of its diurnal existence, not only on its intuition of the divine. As a pendant to this chapter, then, we will look at this state of pain as it expressed itself in the life of a mystic whose ardent, impressionable, and poetic nature reacted to every aspect of the contemplative experience, every mood and fluctuation of the soul. I choose this particular case, the case of Suso. 1. Because it contains many interesting and unconventional elements, showing us the dark night not as a series of specific moods and events, but as a phase of growth largely conditioned by individual temperament. 2. Because, being told at first hand, in the pages of his singularly ingenious autobiography, the record is comparatively free from the reverent and corrupting emendations of the hagiographer. From the 22nd chapter onwards, Suso's life is one of the most valuable documents we possess for the study of this period of the mystic way. We see in it, more clearly perhaps than its author can have done, the remaking of his consciousness, his temperamental reactions to the ceaseless travail of his deeper self, so different in type from those of St. Teresa and Madame Guyon. There is a note of virile activity about these trials and purifications, an insistence upon the heroic aspect of the spiritual life, far more attractive than Madame Guyon's elaborate discourses on resignation and holy passivity, or even St. Teresa's dark ecstasies of insatiable desire. The chapter in which Suso's entrance into this second mystic life of deprivation is described is called How the Servitor was Led into the School of True Resignation. Characteristically, this inward experience expressed itself in a series of dramatic visions, visions of that dynamic kind which we have noticed as a frequent accompaniment of the crisis in which the mystic self moves to a new level of consciousness. It followed the long period of constant mortification and intermittent illumination which lasted, as he tells us, from his 18th to his 40th year, and constituted the first cycle of his spiritual life. At the end of that time, God showed him that all this severity and these penances were but a good beginning, that by these he had triumphed over the unruly sensual man, but that now he must exert himself in another manner if he desired to advance in the way. In two of these visions, these vivid interior dramas, we seem to see Suso's developed mystical consciousness running ahead of its experience, reading the hidden book of its own future, probing its own spiritual necessities, and presenting the results to the backward and unwilling surface mind. This growing mystic consciousness is already aware of fetters which the normal Suso does not feel. Its eyes open upon the soul's true country. It sees the path which it must tread to perfect freedom. The difference between the quality of that freedom and the spirituality which Suso thinks that he has attained. The first of these visions is that of the upper school. The second is that in which he is called to put upon him the armour of a knight. One night after matins, the servitor being seated in his chair and plunged in deep thought, he was rapt from his senses, and it seemed to him that he saw in a vision a magnificent young man descend from heaven before him, and say, "Thou hast been long enough in the lower school, and hast there sufficiently applied thyself. Come then with me, and I will introduce thee into the highest school that exists in this world. There thou shalt apply thyself to the study of that science which will procure thee the veritable peace of God, and which will bring thy holy beginning to a happy end." Then the servitor rose, full of joy, and it seemed to him that the young man took him by the hand, and led him into a spiritual country, wherein there was a fair house inhabited by spiritual men. For here lived those who applied themselves to the study of this science. As soon as he entered it, these received him kindly and amiably saluted him, and at once they went to the Supreme Master, and told him that a man was come, who desired to be his disciple and to learn his science. And he said, "Let him come before me, that I may see whether he please me." And when the Supreme Master saw the servitor, he smiled on him very kindly, and said, "Know that this guest is able to become a good disciple of our high science, if he will bear with patience the hard probation, for it is necessary that he be tried inwardly." The servitor did not then understand these enigmatic words. He turned towards the young man who had brought him, and asked, "Well, my dear comrade, what then is this upper school, and this science of which you have spoken to me?" The young man replied thus, "In this upper school they teach the science of perfect self-abandonment. That is to say, that a man is here taught to renounce himself so utterly that in all those circumstances in which God is manifested, either by himself or in his creatures, the man applies himself only to remaining calm and unmoved, renouncing so far as is possible all human frailty." And shortly after this discourse the servitor came to himself, and talking to himself he said, "Examine thyself inwardly, and thou wilt see that thou hast still much self-will. Thou wilt observe that with all thy mortifications which thou hast inflicted on thyself, thou canst not yet endure external vexations. Thou art like a hare hiding in a bush, who is frightened by the whispering of the leaves. Thou also art frightened every day by the griefs that come to thee. Thou dost turn pale at the sight of those who speak against thee. When thou doest fear to succumb, thou takest flight. When thou oughtest to present thyself with simplicity, thou dost hide thyself. When they praise thee, thou art happy. When they blame thee, thou art sad. Truly is it very needful for thee that thou shouldst go to an upper school. Some weeks later, when he had been rejoicing in the new bodily comfort which resulted from his relinquishment of all outward mortifications, Suso received a still more pointed lesson on his need of moral courage. He was sitting on his bed and meditating on the words of Job, Melicia est. The life of man upon the earth is like unto that of a night, and during this meditation he was once more rapt from his senses, and it seemed to him that he saw coming towards him a fair youth of manly bearing, who held in his hands the spurs and the other apparel which knights are accustomed to wear. And he drew near to the servitor, and clothed him in a coat of mail, and said to him, O knight, hitherto thou hast been but a squire, but now it is God's will that thou be raised to knighthood. And the servitor gazed at his spurs, and said with much amazement in his heart, Alas, my God, what has befallen me? What have I become? Must I indeed be a knight? I had far rather remain in peace. Then he said to the young man, Since it is God's will that I should be a knight, I had rather have won my spurs in battle, for this would have been more glorious. The young man turned away and began to laugh, and said to him, Have no fear, thou shalt have battles enough. He who would play a valiant part in the spiritual chivalry of God must endure more numerous and more dreadful combats than any which were encountered by the proud heroes of ancient days, of whom the world tells and sings the knightly deeds. It is not that God desires to free thee from thy burdens. He would only change them and make them far heavier than they have ever been. Then the servitor said, O Lord, show me my pains in advance, in order that I may know them. The Lord replied, No, it is better that thou know nothing, lest thou shouldst hesitate. But amongst the innumerable pains which thou wilt have to support, I will tell thee 3. The first is this. Hitherto it is thou who hast scourged thyself with thine own hands. Thou didst cease when it seemed good to thee, and thou hadst compassion on thyself. Now I would take thee from thyself, and cast thee without defence into the hands of strangers who shall scourge thee. Thou shalt see the ruin of thy reputation, thou shalt be an object of contempt to blinded men, and thou shalt suffer more from this than from the wounds made by the points of thy cross. When thou didst give thyself up to thy penances, thou wert exalted and admired. Now thou shalt be abased and annihilated. The second pain is this. Although thou didst inflict on thyself many cruel tortures, still by God's grace they remain to thee a tender and loving disposition. It shall befall thee, that there where thou hadst thought to find a special and a faithful love, thou shalt find nothing but unfaithfulness, great sufferings, and great griefs. Thy trials shall be so many, that those men who have any love for thee shall suffer with thee by compassion. The third pain is this. Hitherto thou hast been but a child at the breast, a spoiled child. Thou hast been immersed in the divine sweetness like a fish in the sea. Now I will withdraw all this. It is my will that thou shouldst be deprived of it, and that thou suffer from this privation, that thou shouldst be abandoned of God and of man, that thou shouldst be publicly persecuted by the friends of thine enemies. I will tell it thee in a word. All thou shalt undertake, that might bring thee joy and consolation, shall come to nothing, and all that might make thee suffer and be vexatious to thee shall succeed. Observe here, under a highly poetic and visionary method of presentation, the characteristic pains of the dark night as described by St. John of the Cross, Madame Guyon, de Caussade, and almost every expert who has written upon this state of consciousness. Desolation and loneliness, abandonment by God and by man, a tendency of everything to go wrong, a profusion of unsought trials and griefs, all are here. Suso, naturally high-strung, sensitive, and poetic, suffered acutely in this mental chaos and multiplication of woes. He was tormented by a deep depression, so that it seemed as though a mountain weighed on his heart, by doubts against faith, by temptations to despair. These miseries lasted for about 10 years, They were diversified and intensified by external trials, such as illnesses and false accusations, and relieved, as the years of purgation had been, by occasional visions and revelations. Suso's natural tendency was to an enclosed life, to secret asceticism, reverie, outbursts of fervent devotion, long hours of rapt communion with the eternal wisdom whom he loved. At once artist and recluse, utterly unpractical, he had all the dreamer's dread of the world of men. His deeper self now ran counter to all these preferences, like the angel which said to him in the hour of his utmost prostration and misery, Virilite agite. It pressed him inexorably towards the more manly part, pushing him to action, sending him out from his peaceful, if uncomfortable cell, to the rough and tumble of the world. Poor Suso was little fitted by nature for that rough and tumble, and a large part of his autobiography is concerned with the description of all that he endured therein. The dark night for him was emphatically an active night, and the more active he was forced to be, the darker and more painful it became. Chapter after chapter is filled with the troubles of the unhappy servitor, who, once he began to meddle with practical life, soon disclosed his native simplicity, and lost the reputation for wisdom and piety which he had gained during his years of seclusion. There was not in Suso that high-hearted gaiety, that childlike courage, which made the early Franciscans delight to call themselves God's fools. The bewildered lover of the eternal wisdom suffered acutely from his loss of dignity, from the unfriendliness and contempt of other men. He gives a long and dismal catalogue of the enemies that he made, the slanders which he endured, in the slow acquirement of that disinterested and knightly valour which had been revealed to him as the essential virtue of the squire who would ride with the eternal wisdom in the lists. Suso was a born romantic. This dream of a spiritual chivalry haunts him. Again and again he uses the language of the tournament in his description of the mystic life. Yet perhaps few ideals seem less appropriate to this timid, highly strung, unpractical Dominican friar. This ecstatic messenger of the Holy Ghost, half poet, half metaphysician, racked by ill health, exalted by mystical ardours, instinctively fearing the harsh contact of his fellow men. There is no grim endurance about Suso. He feels every hard knock, and all the instincts of his nature are in favour of telling his griefs. A more human transcendentalist has never lived. Thanks to the candour and completeness with which he takes his readers into his confidence, we know him far more intimately than we do any of the other great contemplatives. There is one chapter in his life in which he describes with the utmost ingenuousness how he met a magnificent knight whilst crossing the Lake of Constance, and was deeply impressed by his enthusiastic descriptions of the glories and dangers of the lists. The conversation between the tough man-at-arms and the hypersensitive mystic is full of revealing touches. Suso is exalted and amazed by the stories of hard combats, the courage of the knights, and the ring for which they contend, but most astounded by the fortitude which pays no attention to its wounds. And may not one weep and show that one is hurt when one is hit very hard? He says. The knight replies, No, even though one's heart fails, as happens to many, one must never show that one is distressed. One must appear gay and happy, otherwise one is dishonoured, and loses at the same time one's reputation and the ring. These words made the servitor thoughtful, and he was greatly moved, and inwardly sighing he said, O Lord, if the knights of this world must suffer so much to obtain so small a prize, how just it is that we should suffer far more if we are to obtain an eternal recompense. O my sweet Lord, if only I were worthy of being thy spiritual knight. Arrived at his destination, however, Suso was visited by fresh trials, and soon forgetting his valiant declarations, he began as usual to complain of his griefs. The result was a visionary ecstasy, in which he heard the voice of that deeper self to which he always attributed a divine validity, inquiring with ill-concealed irony, Well, what has become of that noble chivalry? Who is this knight of straw, this rag-made man? It is not by making rash promises and drawing back when suffering comes that men win the ring of eternity which you desire." "Alas, Lord," said Suso plaintively, "the tournaments in which one must suffer for thee last such a very long time." The voice replied, "But the reward, the honour, and the ring which I give to my knights endure for ever." As his mystic consciousness grew, the instinct pressing him towards action and endurance grew with it. The inner voice and its visionary expression urged him on remorselessly. It mocked his weakness, encouraged him to more active suffering, more complete self-renunciation, more contact with the unfriendly world. Virilite agile. He must be a complete personality, a whole man. Instead of the quiet cell, the secret mortifications, his selfhood was to be stripped from him, and the reality of his renunciation tested under the unsympathetic and often inimical gaze of other men. The case of Suso is one that may well give pause to those who regard the mystic life as a progress in passivity, withdrawal from the actual world, and the dark night as one of its most morbid manifestations. It is interesting to observe how completely human and apparently unmystical was the culminating trial by which Suso was perfected in the school of true resignation. "None can come to the sublime heights of divinity," said the eternal wisdom to him in one of his visions, "or taste its ineffable sweetness, if first they have not experienced the bitterness and loneliness of my humanity. The higher they climb without passing by my humanity, the lower afterward shall be their fall. My humanity is the road which all must tread who would come to that which thou seekest. My sufferings are the door by which all must come in." It was by the path of humanity, by some of the darkest and most bitter trials of human experience, the hardest tests of its patience and love, that Suso came in to that sustained peace of heart and union with the divine will which marked his last state. The whole tendency of these trials in the path of humanity seems, as we look at them, to be directed towards the awakening of those elements of character left dormant by the rather specialized disciplines and purifications of his cloistered life. We seem to see the new man invading all the resistant or inactive corners of personality, the servitor of wisdom being pressed against his will to a deeply and widely human life in the interests of eternal love. The absence of God whom he loved, the enmity of man whom he feared, were the chief forces brought to play upon him, and we watch his slow growth under their tonic influence in courage, humility, and fraternal love. Few chapters in the history of the mystics are more touching than that passage in Suso's life, where we speak of an extraordinary trial which the servitor had to bear. It tells how a malicious woman accused him of being the father of her child, and succeeded for the time in entirely destroying his reputation. And the scandal was all the greater, says the servitor with his customary simplicity, because the rumour of that brother's sanctity had spread so far. Poor Suso was utterly crushed by this calumny, wounded to the depths of his heart. "Lord, Lord," he cried, "every day of my life I have worshipped thy holy name in many places, and have helped to cause it to be loved and honoured by many men. And now thou wouldst drag my name through the mud." When the scandal was at its height, a woman of the neighbourhood came to him in secret, and offered to destroy the child which was the cause of this gossip, in order that the tale might be more quickly forgotten and his reputation restored. She said further that unless the baby were somehow disposed of, he would certainly be forced by public opinion to accept it and provide for its upbringing. Suso, writhing as he was under the contempt of the whole neighbourhood, the apparent ruin of his career, knowing too that this slander of one of their leaders must gravely injure the reputation of the friends of God, was able to meet the temptation with a noble expression of trust. "I have confidence in the God of heaven, who is rich, and who has given me until now all that which was needful unto me. He will help me to keep, if need be, another beside myself." And then he said to his temptress, "Go, fetch the little child, that I may see it." And when he had the baby, he put it on his knees and looked at it, and the baby began to smile at him. and sighing deeply he said, "Could I kill a pretty baby that smiled at me? No, no, I had rather suffer every trial that could come upon me." And turning his face to the unfortunate little creature, he said to it, "O my poor, poor little one, thou art but an unhappy orphan, for thy unnatural father hath denied thee. Thy wicked mother would cast thee off, as one casts off a little dog that has ceased to please. The providence of God hath given thee to me, in order that I may be thy father. I wilt accept thee then from him and from none else. Ah, dear child of my heart, thou liest on my knees, thou dost gaze at me, thou canst not yet speak. As for me, I contemplate thee with a broken heart, with weeping eyes and lips that kiss, I bedew thy little face with my burning tears. Thou shalt be my son, and the child of the good God, and as long as heaven gives me a mouthful, I shall share it with thee, for the greater glory of God, and will patiently support all the trials that may come to me, my darling son." How different is this from the early Suso, interested in little but his own safe spirituality, with more than a touch of the religious aesthete. The story goes on, and when the hard-hearted woman who had wished to kill the little one saw these tears, when she heard these tender words, she was greatly moved, and her heart was filled with pity, and she too began to weep and cry aloud. The servitor was obliged to calm her, for fear that, attracted by the noise, some one should come and see what was going on. And when she had finished weeping, the brother gave her back the baby, and blessed it, and said to it, "Now may God in his goodness bless thee, and may the saints protect thee against all evil that may be." And he enjoined the woman to care for it well at his expense. Small wonder that after this heroic act of charity, Suso's reputation went from bad to worse, that even his dearest friends forsook him, and he narrowly escaped expulsion from the religious life. His torments and miseries, his fears for the future, continued to grow until at last they came to their term in a sort of mental crisis. His feeble nature broken by the pains which he had to endure, he went forth raving like one who has lost his sense, and hid himself in a place far from men, where none could see or hear him. And whilst he suffered thus, several times something which came from God said within his soul, "Where then is your resignation? Where is that equal humour in joy and in tribulation which you have so lightly taught other men to love? In what manner is it, then, that one should rest in God and have confidence only in him?" He replied, weeping, "You ask where is my resignation? But tell me first, where is the infinite pity of God for his friends? O fathomless abyss, come to my help, for without thee I am lost. Thou knowest that thou art my only consolation, that all my trust is only in thee. O hear me, for the love of God, all you whose hearts are wounded. Behold, let none be scandalized by my insane behaviour. So long as it was only a question of preaching resignation, that was easy. But now that my heart is pierced, now that I am wounded to the marrow, how can I be resigned?" And after thus suffering half a day, his brain was exhausted, and at last he became calmer, and sitting down he came to himself, and turning to God, and abandoning himself to his will, he said, "If it cannot be otherwise, fiat voluntas tua." The act of submission was at once followed by an ecstasy and vision, in which the approaching end of his troubles was announced to him. And in the event, God came to the help of the servitor, and little by little that terrible tempest died away. Thus with Suso, as with St. Catherine of Siena, and other mystics whom we have considered, the travail of the dark night is all directed towards the essential mystic act of utter self-surrender, that fiat voluntas tua, which marks the death of selfhood in the interests of a new and deeper life. He has learned the lesson of the school of true resignation, has moved to a new stage of reality, a complete self-noughting, an utter acquiescence in the large and hidden purpose of the divine will. Anzi affumare ed esta beata esse tenerse dentro alla divina voglia per confansi nostra voglia stesse. Nay, it is essential to this blessed being to hold ourselves within the will divine, that therewith our own wills be themselves made one. Says Piccarda, announcing the primary law of paradise. Suso has passed through the fire to the state in which he too can say, La sua volontate è nostra pace. The old grouping of his consciousness round spiritual self has come to its head and at last broken down. In the midst of a psychic storm parallel to the upheavals of conversion, mercenary love is for ever disestablished. The new state of pure love is abruptly established in its place. Human pain is the price. The infinite joy peculiar to free souls is the reward. We may study the pain, but the nature of the joy is beyond us, as, in the absolute type of all mystic achievement, we see the cross clearly, but can hardly guess at the true nature of the resurrection life. Hence Suso's description of his establishment in the unitive way seems meagre and anticlimax after all that went before. And later, he says simply, when God judged that it was time, he rewarded the poor martyr for all his suffering, and he enjoyed peace of heart, and received in tranquillity and quietness many precious graces. And he praised the Lord from the very depths of his soul, and thanked him for those same sufferings, which, for all the world, he would not now have been spared. And God caused him to understand that by this complete abasement he had gained more, and was made the more worthy to be raised up to God, than by all the pains which he had suffered from his youth up to that time. End of Part 2, Chapter 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joy Chan. Mysticism, a study in nature and development of spiritual consciousness by Evelyn Underhill. First half of Part 2, Chapter 10. The Unitive Life. What is the unitive life? We have referred to it often enough in the course of this inquiry. At last we are face to face with the necessity of defining its nature if we can. Since the normal man knows little about his own true personality, and nothing at all about that of deity, the orthodox description of it as the life in which man's will is united with God does but echo the question in an ampler form, and conveys no real meaning to the student's mind. That we should know by instinct its character from within, as we know, if we cannot express, the character of our own normal human lives, is of course impossible. We deal here with the final triumph of the spirit, the flower of mysticism, humanity's top note, the consummation towards which the contemplative life, with its long slow growth and costly training, has moved from the first. We look at a small but ever-growing group of heroic figures, living at transcendent levels of reality which we, immersed in the poor life of illusion, cannot attain, breathing an atmosphere whose true quality we cannot even conceive. Here, then, as at so many other points in our study of the spiritual consciousness, we must rely for the greater part of our knowledge upon the direct testimony of the mystics, who alone can tell the character of that more abundant life which they enjoy. Yet we are not wholly dependent on this source of information. It is the peculiarity of the unitive life that it is often lived, in its highest and most perfect forms, in the world, and exhibits its works before the eyes of men. As the law of our bodies is earth to earth, so, strangely enough, is the law of our souls. The spirit of man, having at last come to full consciousness of reality, completes the circle of being, and returns to fertilize those levels of existence from which it sprang. Hence the enemies of mysticism, who have easily drawn a congenial moral from the morbid and solitary lives of contemplatives in the earlier and educative stages of the mystic way, are here confronted very often by the disagreeable spectacle of the mystic as a pioneer of humanity, a sharply intuitive and painfully practical person, an artist, a discoverer, a religious or social reformer, a national hero, a great active amongst the saints. By the superhuman nature of that which these persons accomplish,
we can gauge something of the supernormal vitality of which they partake. The things done, the victories gained over circumstances by St. Bernard or St. Joan of Arc, by St. Catherine of Siena, St. Ignatius Loyola, St. Teresa, George Fox, are hardly to be explained unless these great spirits had indeed a closer, more intimate, more bracing contact than their fellows with that life which is the light of men. We have, then, these two lines of investigation open to us. First, the comparison and elucidation of that which the mystics tell us concerning their transcendent experience. Secondly, the testimony which is borne by their lives to the existence within them of supernal springs of action, contact set up with deep levels of vital power. In the third place, we have such critical machinery as psychology has placed at our disposal. But this, in dealing with these giants of the spirit, must be used with peculiar caution and humility. The unit of life, though so often lived in the world, is never of it. It belongs to another plane of being, moves securely upon levels unrelated to our speech, and hence eludes the measuring powers of humanity. We from the valley can only catch a glimpse of the true life of these elect spirits transfigured upon the mountain. They are far away, breathing another air. We cannot reach them. Yet it is impossible to overestimate their importance for the race. They are our ambassadors to the Absolute. They vindicate humanity's claim to the possible and permanent attainment of reality. Bear witness to the practical qualities of the transcendental life. In Euchin's words, they testify to the advent of a triumphing spiritual power, as distinguished from a spirituality which merely lays the foundations of life or struggles to maintain them, to the actually life-enhancing power of the love of God, once the human soul is freely opened to receive it. Coming first to the evidence of the mystics themselves, we find that in their attempts towards describing the unit of life, they have recourse to two main forms of symbolic expression, both very dangerous and liable to be misunderstood, both offering ample opportunity for harsh criticism to hostile investigators of the mystic type. We find also, as we might expect from our previous encounters with the symbols used by contemplatives and ecstatics, that these two forms of expression belong respectively to mystics of the transcendent metaphysical and of the intimate personal type, and that their formulae, if taken alone, appear to contradict one another. 1. The metaphysical mystic, for whom the Absolute is impersonal and transcendent, describes his final attainment of that Absolute as deification, or the utter transmutation of the self in God. 2. The mystic for whom intimate and personal communion has been the mode under which he best apprehended reality, speaks of the consummation of this communion, its perfect and permanent form, as the spiritual marriage of his soul with God. Obviously, both these terms are but the self's guesses concerning the intrinsic character of a state which it has felt in its wholeness rather than analysed, and bear the same relation to the ineffable realities of that state, as our clever theories concerning the nature and meaning of life bear to the vital processes of men. It is worthwhile to examine them, but we shall not understand them till we have also examined the life which they profess to explain. The language of deification and of spiritual marriage, then, is temperamental language, and is related to subjective experience rather than to objective fact. It describes, on the one hand, the mystic's astonished recognition of a profound change effected in his own personality, the transmutation of his salt, sulphur, and mercury into spiritual gold; on the other, the rapturous consummation of his love. Hence, by a comparison of these symbolic reconstructions, by the discovery and isolation of the common factor latent in each, we may perhaps learn something of the fundamental fact which each is trying to portray. Again, the mystics describe certain symptoms either as the necessary preliminaries or as the marks and fruits of the unitive state, and these too may help us to fix its character. The chief, in fact the one essential, preliminary is that pure surrender of selfhood or self-naughting
which the trials of the dark night tended to produce. This, says Julian of Norwich, is the cause why that no soul is rested till it is naughted of all things that are made. When it is willingly made naught for love to have him that is all, then is it able to receive spiritual rest. Only the thoroughly detached, naughted soul is free, says the Mirror of Simple Souls, and the unitive state is essentially a state of free and filial participation in eternal life. The capital marks of the state itself are 1. A complete absorption in the interests of the infinite, under whatever mode it is apprehended by the self. 2. A consciousness of sharing its strength, acting by its authority, which results in a complete sense of freedom, an invulnerable serenity, and usually urges the self to some form of heroic effort or creative activity. 3. The establishment of the self as a power for life, a centre of energy, an actual parent of spiritual vitality in other men. By assembling these symptoms and examining them, and the lives of those who exhibit them, in the light of psychology, we can surely get some news, however fragmentary, concerning the transcendent condition of being which involves these characteristic states and acts. Beyond this even Dante himself could not go. Transhumana significa per verba non siporia. We will then consider the unitive life, 1. As it appears from the standpoint of the psychologist; 2. As it is described to us by those mystics who use A. The language of deification, B. That of spiritual marriage; 3. Finally, we will turn to those who have lived it, and try, if we can, to realize it as an organic whole. 1. From the point of view of the pure psychologist, what do the varied phenomena of the unitive life, taken together, seem to represent? He would probably say that they indicate the final and successful establishment of that higher form of consciousness which has been struggling for supremacy during the whole of the mystic way. The deepest, richest levels of human personality have now attained to light and freedom. The self is remade, transformed, has at last unified itself, and with the cessation of stress, power has been liberated for new purposes. The beginning of the mystic life, says Delacroix, introduced into the personal life of the subject a group of states which are distinguished by certain characteristics, and which form, so to speak, a special psychological system. At its term, it has, as it were, suppressed the ordinary self, and by the development of this system has established a new personality with a new method of feeling and of action. Its growth results in the transformation of personality. It abolishes the primitive consciousness of selfhood and substitutes for it a wider consciousness, a total disappearance of selfhood in the divine, the substitution of a divine self for the primitive self. We give a philosophic content to this conception if we say further that man, in this unitive state, by this substitution of the divine for the primitive self, has at last risen to true freedom, entered on the fruition of reality. Hence he has opened up new paths for the inflow of that triumphing power which is the very substance of the real, has remade his consciousness, and in virtue of this total regeneration is transplanted into that universal life which is yet not alien but our own. From contact set up with this universal life, this energetic word of God which nothing can contain, from those deep levels of being to which his shifting, growing personality is fully adapted at last, he draws that amazing strength, that immovable peace, that power of dealing with circumstance, which is one of the most marked characteristics of the unitive life. That secret and permanent personality of a superior type, which gave to the surface self constant and ever more insistent intimations of its existence at every stage of the mystic's growth, his real, eternal self, has now consciously realized its destiny, and begins at last fully to be. In the travail of the dark night it has conquered and invaded the last recalcitrant elements of character. It is no more limited to acts of profound perception, overpowering intuitions of the absolute.
no more dependent for its emergence on the psychic states of contemplation and ecstasy. Anima and animus are united. The mystic has at last resolved the Stevensonian paradox, and is not truly two, but truly one. 2. The mystic, I think, would acquiesce in these descriptions so far as they go, but he would probably translate them into his own words and gloss them with an explanation which is beyond the power and province of psychology. He would say that his long-sought correspondence with transcendental reality, his union with God, has now been finally established, that his self, though intact, is wholly penetrated, as a sponge by the sea, by the ocean of life and love to which he has attained. I live, yet not I, but God in me. He is conscious that he is now at length cleansed of the last stains of separation, and has become, in a mysterious manner, that which he beholds. In the words of the Sufi poet, the mystic's journey is now prosecuted not only to God, but in God. He has entered the eternal order, attained here and now the state to which the magnet of the universe draws every living thing, moving through periods of alternate joy and anguish, as his spiritual self woke, stretched, and was tested in the complementary fires of love and pain. He was inwardly conscious that he moved towards a definite objective. So far as he was a great mystic, he was also conscious that this objective was no mere act of knowing, however intense, exaltant, and sublime, but a condition of being, fulfilment of that love which impelled him, steadily and inexorably, to his own place. In the image of the alchemists, the fire of love has done its work, the mystic mercury of the wise, that little hidden treasure, that scrap of reality within him, has utterly transmuted the salt and sulphur of his mind and his sense. Even the white stone of illumination, once so dearly cherished, he has resigned to the crucible. Now the great work is accomplished, the last imperfection is gone, and he finds within himself the noble tincture, the gold of spiritual humanity. A. We have said that the mystic of the impersonal type, the seeker of a transcendent absolute, tends to describe the consummation of his quest in the language of deification. The unit of life necessarily means for him, as for all who attain it, something which infinitely transcends the sum total of its symptoms, something which normal men cannot hope to understand. In it he declares that he partakes directly of the divine nature, enjoys the fruition of reality. Since we only behold that which we are, the doctrine of deification results naturally and logically from this claim. Some may ask, says the author of the Theologia Germanica, what is it to be a partaker of the divine nature, or a godlike, vergetet, literally deified, man? Answer: he who is imbued with or illuminated by the eternal or divine light, and inflamed or consumed with eternal or divine love, he is a deified man and a partaker of the divine nature. Such a word as deification is not, of course, a scientific term. It is a metaphor, an artistic expression which tries to hint at a transcendent fact utterly beyond the powers of human understanding, and therefore without equivalent in human speech. That fact of which Dante perceived the shadowy preface when he saw the saints as petals of the sempiternal rose. Since we know not the being of God, the mere statement that a soul is transformed in him may convey to us an ecstatic suggestion, but will never give exact information, except, of course, to those rare selves who have experienced these supernal states. Such selves, however, or a large proportion of them, accept this statement as approximately true, whilst the more clear-sighted are careful to qualify it in a sense which excludes pantheistic interpretations, and rebuts the accusation that extreme mystics preach the annihilation of the self, and regard themselves as co-equal with the deity. They leave us in no doubt that it answers to a definite and normal experience of many souls who attain high levels of spiritual vitality. Its terms are chiefly used by those mystics by whom reality is apprehended as a state or place rather than a person, and who have adopted,
in describing the earlier stages of their journey to God, such symbols as those of rebirth or transmutation. The blunt and positive language of these contemplatives concerning deification has aroused more enmity amongst the unmystical than any other of their doctrines or practices. It is, of course, easy, by confining oneself to its surface sense, to call such language blasphemous, and the temptation to do so has seldom been resisted. Yet rightly understood, this doctrine lies at the heart not only of all mysticism, but also of much philosophy and most religion. It pushes their first principles to a logical end. Christian mysticism, says Delacroix with justice, springs from that spontaneous and half-savage longing for deification which all religion contains. Eastern Christianity has always accepted it and expressed it in her rites. The body of God deifies me and feeds me, says Simeon Metaphrastes. It deifies my spirit, and it feeds my soul in an incomprehensible manner. The Christian mystics justify this dogma of the deifying of man by exhibiting it as the necessary corollary of the incarnation, the humanizing of God. They can quote the authority of the Fathers in support of this argument. He became man that we might be made God, says St. Athanasius. I heard, says St. Augustine, speaking of his pre-converted period, thy voice from on high crying unto me, I am the food of the full grown. Grow, and then thou shalt feed on me. Nor shalt thou change me into thy substance as thou changest the food of thy flesh, but thou shalt be changed into mine. Eckhart therefore did no more than expand the patristic view when he wrote, Our Lord says to every living soul, I became man for you. If you do not become God for me, you do me wrong. If we are to allow that the mystics have ever attained the object of their quest, I think we must also allow that such attainment involves the transmutation of the self to that state which they call, for want of exact language, deified. The necessity of such transmutation is an implicit of their first position, the law that we behold that which we are, and are that which we behold. Eckhart, in whom the language of deification assumes its most extreme form, justifies it upon this necessity. If, he says, I am to know God directly, I must become completely He and He I, so that this He and this I become and are one I. God, said St. Augustine, is the country of the soul. Its home, says Rusbroek. The mystic in the unitive state is living in and of his native land, no exploring alien, but a returned exile, now wholly identified with it, part of it, yet retaining his personality intact. As none know the spirit of England but the English, and they know it by intuitive participation, by mergence, not by thought, so none but the deified know the secret life of God. This too is a knowledge conferred only by participation, by living a life, breathing an atmosphere, union with that same light by which they see, and which they see. It is one of those rights of citizenship which cannot be artificially conferred. Thus it becomes important to ask the mystics what they have to tell us of their life lived upon the bosom of reality, and to receive their reports without prejudice, however hard the sayings they contain. The first thing which emerges from these reports, and from the choice of symbols which we find in them, is that the great mystics are anxious above all things to establish and force on us the truth that by deification they intend no arrogant claim to identification with God, but as it were a transfusion of their selves by His self, an entrance upon a new order of life, so high and so harmonious with reality that it can only be called divine. Over and over again they assure us that personality is not lost, but made more real. When, says St. Augustine, I shall cleave to thee with all my being, then shall I in nothing have pain and labour, and my life shall be a real life, being wholly full of thee. My life shall be a real life because it is full of thee. The achievement of reality and deification are then one and the same thing.
necessarily so, since we know that only the divine is the real. Mechtild of Magdeburg, and after her Dante, saw deity as a flame or river of fire that filled the universe, and the deified souls of the saints as ardent sparks therein, ablaze with that fire, one thing with it, yet distinct. Rusbroeck's, too, saw every soul like a live coal, burnt up by God on the heart of his infinite love. Such fire imagery has seemed to many of the mystics a peculiarly exact and suggestive symbol of the transcendent state which they are struggling to describe. No longer confused by the dim cloud of unknowing, they have pierced to its heart, and there found their goal, that uncreated and energizing fire which guided the children of Israel through the night. By a deliberate appeal to the parallel of such great impersonal forces, to fire and heat, light, water, air, mystic writers seem able to bring out a perceived aspect of the Godhead and of the transfigured soul's participation therein, which no merely personal language, taken alone, can touch. Thus Boehme, trying to describe the union between the Word and the soul, says, "I give you an earthly similitude of this. Behold a bright flaming piece of iron, which of itself is dark and black, and the fire so penetrateth and shineth through the iron, that it giveth light. Now the iron doth not cease to be, it is iron still, and the source or property of the fire retaineth its own propriety. It doth not take the iron into it, but it penetrateth and shineth through the iron, and it is the iron then as well as before, free in itself. And so also is the source or property of the fire. In such a manner is the soul set in the deity. The deity penetrateth through the soul, and dwelleth in the soul, yet the soul doth not comprehend the deity, but the deity comprehendeth the soul, but doth not alter it from being a soul, but only giveth it the divine source or property of the majesty." Almost exactly the same image of deification was used, 500 years before Boehme's day, by Richard of St. Victor, a mystic whom he is hardly likely to have read. When the soul is plunged in the fire of divine love, he says, like iron it first loses its blackness, and then growing to a white heat, it becomes like unto the fire itself. And lastly it grows liquid, and losing its nature, is transmuted into an utterly different quality of being. As the difference between iron that is cold and iron that is hot, he says again, so is the difference between soul and soul, between the tepid soul and the soul made incandescent by divine love. Other contemplatives say that the deified soul is transfigured by the inundations of the uncreated light, that it is like a brand blazing in the furnace, transformed to the likeness of the fire. These souls, says the divine voice to St. Catherine of Siena, thrown into the furnace of my charity, no part of their will remaining outside, but the whole of them being inflamed in me, are like a brand, wholly consumed in the furnace, so that no one can take hold of it to extinguish it, because it has become fire. In the same way no one can seize these souls or draw them outside of me, because they are made one thing with me through grace, and I never withdraw myself from them by sentiment, as in the case of those whom I am leading on to perfection. For the most subtle and delicate descriptions of the unitive or deified state, understood as self-loss in the ocean Pacific of God, we must go to the great genius of Rusbroeck. He alone, whilst avoiding all its pitfalls, has conveyed the suggestion of its ineffable joys in a measure which seems, as we read, to be beyond all that we had supposed possible to human utterance. Awe and rapture, theological profundity, keen psychological insight, are here tempered by a touching simplicity. We listen to the report of one who has indeed heard the invitation of love, which draws interior souls towards the one, and says, "Come home." A humble receptivity, a meek self-naughting, is with Rusbroeck, as with all great mystics, the gate of the city of God. Because they have abandoned themselves to God in doing, in leaving undone, and in suffering, he says of the deified souls,
They have steadfast peace and inward joy, consolation and savour, of which the world cannot partake, neither any dissembler, nor the man who seeks and means himself more than the glory of God. Moreover, those same inward and enlightened men have before them in their inward seeing, whenever they will, the love of God as something drawing or urging them into the unity. For they see and feel that the Father with the Son through the Holy Ghost embrace each other and all the chosen, and draw themselves back with eternal love into the unity of their nature. Thus the unity is ever drawing to itself and inviting to itself everything that has been born of it, either by nature or by grace. And therefore too such enlightened men are, with a free spirit, lifted up above reason into a bare and imageless vision, wherein lives the eternal indrawing summons of the divine unity. And with an imageless and bare understanding they pass through all works and all exercises and all things until they reach the summit of their spirits. There their bare understanding is drenched through by the eternal brightness, even as the air is drenched through by the sunshine. And the bare, uplifted will is transformed and drenched through by abysmal love, even as iron is by fire. And the bare, uplifted memory feels itself enwrapped and established in an abysmal absence of image. And thereby the created image is united above reason in a threefold way with its eternal image, which is the origin of its being and its life. Yet the creature does not become God, for the union takes place in God through grace and our homeward-turning love. And therefore the creature in its inward contemplation feels a distinction and an otherness between itself and God. And though the union is without means, yet the manifold works which God works in heaven and on earth are nevertheless hidden from the spirit. For though God gives himself as he is with clear discernment, he gives himself in the essence of the soul, where the powers of the soul are simplified above reason, and where, in simplicity, they suffer the transformation of God. There all is full and overflowing, for the spirit feels itself to be one truth and one richness and one unity with God. Yet even here there is an essential tending forward, and therein is an essential distinction between the being of the soul and the being of God. And this is the highest and finest distinction which we are able to feel. When love has carried us above and beyond all things, he says in another place, above the light, into the divine dark, there we are wrought and transformed by the eternal Word, who is the image of the Father, and as the air is penetrated by the sun, thus we receive in idleness of spirit the incomprehensible light, enfolding us and penetrating us. And this flight is nothing else but an infinite gazing and seeing. We behold that which we are, and we are that which we behold, because our thought, life, and being are uplifted in simplicity and made one with the truth which is God. Here the personal aspect of the Absolute seems to be reduced to a minimum. Yet all that we value in personality, love, action, will, remains unimpaired. We seem caught up to a plane of vision beyond the categories of the human mind, to the contemplation of a something other, our home, our hope, and our passion, the completion of our personality, and the substance of all that is. Such an endless contemplation, such a dwelling within the substance of goodness, truth, and beauty, is the essence of that beatific vision, that participation of eternity, of all things most delightful and desired, of all the things most loved by them who have it, which theology presents to us as the objective of the soul. Those mystics of the metaphysical type, who tend to use these impersonal symbols of place and thing, often see in the unitive life a foretaste of the beatific vision, an entrance here and now into that absolute life within the divine being, which shall be lived by all perfect spirits when they have cast off the limitations of the flesh and re-entered the eternal order for which they were made. For them, in fact, the deified man, in virtue of his genius for transcendental reality, has run ahead of human history, and attained a form of consciousness which other men will only know when earthly life is past. In the Book of Truth, Suso has a beautiful and poetic comparison between the life of the blessed spirits dwelling within the ocean of divine love, and that approximate life which is lived on earth by the mystic who has renounced all selfhood and merged his will in that of the eternal truth. Here we find one of the best of many answers to the ancient but apparently immortal accusation that the mystics teach the total annihilation of personality as the end and object of their quest. "Lord, tell me," says the servitor, "what remains to a blessed soul which has wholly renounced itself?" Truth says, when the good and faithful servant enters into the joy of his Lord, he is inebriated by the riches of the house of God, for he feels in an ineffable degree that which is felt by an inebriated man. He forgets himself, he is no longer conscious of his selfhood, he disappears and loses himself in God, and becomes one spirit with him, as a drop of water which is drowned in a great quantity of wine. For even as such a drop disappears, taking the colour and the taste of wine, so it is with those who are in full possession of blessedness. All human desires are taken from them in an indescribable manner. They are rapt from themselves and are immersed in the divine will. If it were otherwise, if there remained in the man some human thing that was not absorbed, those words of Scripture which say that God must be all in all would be false. His being remains, but in another form, in another glory, and in another power. And all this is the result of entire and complete renunciation. Herein thou shalt find an answer to thy question, for the true renunciation and veritable abandonment of a man to the divine will in the temporal world is an imitation and reduction of that self-abandonment of the blessed of which Scripture speaks. And this imitation approaches its model more or less, according as men are more or less united with God, and become more or less one with God. Remark well that which is said of the blessed. They are stripped of their personal initiative, and changed into another form, another glory, another power. What then is this other form, if it be not the divine nature and the divine being whereinto they pour themselves, and which pours itself into them, and becomes one thing with them? And what is that other glory, if it be not to be illuminated and made shining in the inaccessible light? What is that other power, if it be not that by means of his union with the divine personality, there is given to man a divine strength and a divine power, that he may accomplish all which pertains to his blessedness, and omit all which is contrary thereto? And thus it is that, as has been said, a man comes forth from his selfhood. All the mystics agree that the stripping off of the I, the me, the mine, utter renouncement or self-naughting, self-abandonment to the direction of a larger will, is an imperative condition of the attainment of the unitive life. The temporary denudation of the mind, whereby the contemplative made space for the vision of God, must now be applied to the whole life. Here, they say, there is a final swallowing up of that wilful I-hood, that surface individuality which we ordinarily recognize as ourselves. It goes for ever, and something new is established in its room. The self is made part of the mystical body of God, and, humbly taking its place in the corporate life of reality, would fain be to the eternal goodness what his own hand is to a man. That strange hunger and thirst of God for the soul, at once avid and generous, of which they speak in their profoundest passages, here makes its final demand and receives its satisfaction. All that he has, all that he is, he gives. All that we have, all that we are, he takes. The self, they declare, is devoured, immersed in the abyss, sinks into God, who is the deep of deeps. In their efforts towards describing to us this, the supreme mystic act, and the new life to which it gives birth, they are often driven to the use of images which must seem to us grotesque, were it not for the flame which burns behind. As when Rusborough cries, "To eat and be eaten, this is union. Since his desire is without measure, to be devour of him does not greatly amaze me."
be. At this point we begin to see that the language of deification, taken alone, will not suffice to describe the soul's final experience of reality. The personal and emotional aspect of man's relation with his source is also needed if that which he means by union with God is to be even partially expressed. Hence, even the most transcendental mystic is constantly compelled to fall back on the language of love in the endeavour to express the content of his metaphysical raptures, and forced in the end to acknowledge that the perfect union of lover and beloved cannot be suggested in the precise and arid terms of religious philosophy. Such arid language eludes the most dangerous aspects of divine union, the pantheistic on one hand, the amoristic on the other. But it also fails to express the most splendid state of that amazing experience. It needs some other, more personal and intimate vision to complete it. And this we shall find in the reports of those mystics of the intimate type to whom the unitive life has meant not self-loss in an essence, but self-fulfillment in the union of heart and will. The extreme form of this kind of apprehension, of course, finds expression in the well-known and heartily abused symbolism of the spiritual marriage between God and the soul, a symbolism which goes back to the Orphic mysteries, and thence descended via the Neoplatonists into the stream of Christian tradition. But there are other and less concrete embodiments of it, wholly free from the dangers which are supposed to lurk in erotic imagery of this kind. Thus Jalaluddin, by the use of metaphors which are hardly human, yet charged with passionate feeling, tells, no less successfully than the writer of the Song of Songs, the secret of his union in which heart speaks to heart. With thy sweet soul, this soul of mine hath mixed as water doth with wine. Who can the wine and water part, or me and thee when we combine? Thou art become my greater self, small bounds no more can me confine. Thou hast my being taken on, and shall not I now take on thine? Me thou for ever hast affirmed, that I may ever know thee mine. Thy love has pierced me through and through, its thrill with bone and nerve entwine. I rest a flute laid on thy lips, a lute I on thy breast recline. Breathe deep in me that I may sigh, yet strike my strings, and tears shall shine. What the mystic here desires to tell us is that his new life is not only a free and conscious participation in the life of eternity, a fully established existence on real and transcendental levels, but also the conscious sharing of an inflowing personal life greater than his own, a tightening of the bonds of that companionship which has been growing in intimacy and splendour during the course of the mystic way. This companionship, at once the most actual and most elusive fact of human experience, is utterly beyond the resources of speech. So too are those mysteries of the communion of love, whereby the soul's humble, active, and ever-renewed self-donation becomes the occasion of her glory, and by her love she is made the equal of love, the beggar-maid sharing Cophetua's throne. Thus the anonymous author of The Mirror writes, in one of his most daring passages, "I am God, says love, for love is God and God is love. And this soul is God by condition of love, but I am God by nature divine. And this state is hers by righteousness of love, so that this precious beloved of me is learned, and led of me without her working. This soul is the eagle that flies high, so right high and yet more high than doth any other bird, for she is feathered with fine love." The simplest expression of the unitive life, the simplest interpretation which we can put on its declarations, is that it is the complete and conscious fulfilment, here and now, of this perfect love. In it certain elect spirits, still in the flesh, fly high and yet more high, till taught and led out of themselves, they become, in the exaggerated language of the Mirror, God by condition of love. Home-grown English mysticism tried as a rule to express the inexpressible in homelier, more temperate terms than this. "I would that thou knew," says the unknown author of the Epistle of Prayer, "what manner of working it is that knitteth man's soul to God, and that maketh it one with him in love and accordance of will
after the word of St. Paul, saying thus, Qui adheret Deo, unus spiritus est Camillo. That is to say, whoso draweth near to God, as it is by such a reverent affection touched before, he is one spirit with God. That is, though all that God and he be two and seer in kind, nevertheless yet in grace they are so knit together, that they are but one in spirit. And all this is one for one head of love and accordance of will. And in this one head is the marriage made between God and the soul, the which shall never be broken, though all that the heat and the fervour of this work cease for a time, but by a deadly sin. In the ghostly feeling of this one head may a loving soul both say and sing, if it list, this holy word that is written in the book of songs in the Bible. Dilectus meus, me et ego illi, that is, my loved unto me, and I unto him, understanding that God shall be knitted with the ghostly glue of grace on his party, and the lovely consent in gladness of spirit on thy party. I think no one can deny that the comparison of the bond between the soul and the Absolute to ghostly glue, though crude, is wholly innocent. Its appearance in this passage as an alternative to the symbol of wedlock may well check the uncritical enthusiasm of those who hurry to condemn at sight all sexual imagery. That it has seemed to the mystics appropriate and exact is proved by its reappearance in the next century in the work of a greater contemplative. Thou givest me, says Peterson, thy whole self to be mine whole and undivided, if at least I shall be thine whole and undivided. And when I shall be thus all thine, even as from everlasting thou hast loved thyself, so from everlasting thou hast loved me. For this means nothing more than that thou enjoyest thyself in me, and that I by thy grace enjoy thee in myself and myself in thee. And when in thee I shall love myself, nothing else but thee do I love, because thou art in me and I in thee, glued together as one and the self-same thing, which henceforth and forever cannot be divided. From this kind of language to that of the spiritual marriage, as understood by the pure minds of the mystics, is but a step. They mean by it no rapturous satisfactions, no dubious spiritualizing of earthly ecstasies, but a lifelong bond that shall never be lost or broken, a close personal union of will and of heart between the free self and that fairest in beauty whom it has known in the act of contemplation. The mystic way has been a progress, a growth in love, a deliberate fostering of the inward tendency of the soul towards its source, an eradication of its disorderly tendencies to temporal goods. But the only proper end of love is union, a perfect uniting and coupling together of the lover and the loved into one. It is a unifying principle, the philosophers say, life's mightiest agent upon every plane. Moreover, just as earthly marriage is understood by the moral sense less as a satisfaction of personal desire than as a part of the great process of life, the fusion of two selves for new purposes, so such spiritual marriage brings with it duties and obligations. With the attainment of a new order, the new infusion of vitality, comes a new responsibility, the call to effort and endurance on a new and mighty scale. It is not an act, but a state. Fresh life is imparted, by which our lives are made complete. New creative powers are conferred. The self, lifted to the divine order, is to be an agent of the divine fecundity, an energizing centre, a parent of transcendental life. The last perfection, says Aquinas, to supervene upon a thing, is its becoming the cause of other things. While then a creature tends by many ways to the likeness of God, the last way left open to it is to seek the divine likeness by being the cause of other things, according to what the Apostle says, Dei enim sumus adjutores. End of first half of Part 2, Chapter 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joy Chan. Mysticism, A Study in Nature and Development of Spiritual Consciousness by Evelyn Underhill. Second half of Part 2, Chapter 10. We find, as a matter of fact, when we come to study the history of the mystics, that the permanent unitive state, or spiritual marriage, does mean for those who attain to it, above all else, such an access of creative vitality. It means man's small derivative life invaded and enhanced by the absolute life, the appearance in human history of personalities and careers which seem superhuman when judged by the surface mind. Such activity, such a bringing forth of the fruits of the spirit, may take many forms. But where it is absent, where we meet with personal satisfactions, personal visions or raptures, however sublime and spiritualized, presented as marks of the unitive way, ends or objects of the quest of reality, we may be sure that we have wandered from the straight and narrow road, which leads not to eternal rest, but to eternal life. The fourth degree of love is spiritually fruitful, says Richard of St. Victor. Wherever we find a sterile love, a holy passivity, we are in the presence of quietistic heresy, not of the unitive life. I hold it for a certain truth, says St. Teresa, that in giving these graces our Lord intends, as I have often told you, to strengthen our weakness, so that we may imitate him by suffering much. Whence did St. Paul draw strength to support his immense labours? We see clearly in him the effects of visions and contemplations which come indeed from our Lord, and not from our own imagination or the devil's fraud. Do you suppose St. Paul hid himself in order to enjoy in peace these spiritual consolations, and did nothing else? You know that, on the contrary, he never took a day's rest, so far as we can learn, and worked at night in order to earn his bread. O my sisters, how forgetful of her own ease, how careless of honours should she be whose soul God thus chooses for his special dwelling-place! For if her mind is fixed on him, as it ought to be, she must needs forget herself. All her thoughts are bent on how to please him better, and when and how she may show him her love. This is the end and aim of prayer, my daughters. This is the object of that spiritual marriage whose children are always good works. Works are the best proof that the favours which we receive have come from God. To give our Lord a perfect hospitality, she says in the same chapter, Mary and Martha must combine. When we look at the lives of the great theopathetic mystics, the true initiates of eternity, inarticulate as these mystics often are, we find ourselves in the presence of an amazing, a superabundant vitality, of a triumphing force over which circumstance has no power. The incessant production of good work seems indeed to be the object of that spirit by whose presence their interior castle is now filled. We see St. Paul, abruptly enslaved by the first and only fair, not hiding himself to enjoy the vision of reality, but going out single-handed to organize the Catholic Church. We ask how it was possible for an obscure Roman citizen, without money, influence, or good health, to lay these colossal foundations. And he answers, "Not I, but Christ in me." We see St. Joan of Arc, a child of the peasant class, leaving the sheepfold to lead the armies of France. We ask her how this incredible thing can be, and are told her voices bade her. A message, an overpowering impulse, came from the suprasensible. Vitality flowed in on her, she knew not how or why. She was united with the infinite life, and became its agent, the medium of its strength, what his own hand is to a man. We see St. Francis, God's troubadour, marked with his wounds, inflamed with his joy, obverse and reverse of the earnest money of eternity. Or St. Ignatius Loyola, Our Lady's knight, a figure at once militant and romantic, go out to change the spiritual history of Europe. Where did they find, born and bred to the most ordinary of careers, in the least spiritual of atmospheres, that superabundant energy, that genius for success which triumphed best in the most hopeless situations? Francis found it before the crucifix in St. Damiano, and renewed it in the ineffable experience of La Verna, when by mental possession and rapture he was transfigured of God. Ignatius found it in the long contemplations and hard discipline of the cave of Manresa, after the act of surrender, in which he dedicated his knighthood to the service of the Mother of God. We see St. Teresa, another born romantic, pass to the unitive state after long and bitter struggles between her lower and higher personality. A chronic invalid over 50 years of age, weakened by long ill health and the mortifications of the purgative way, she deliberately breaks with her old career in obedience to the inward voice, leaves her convent and starts a new life, coursing through Spain and reforming a great religious order in the teeth of the ecclesiastical world. Yet more amazing, St. Catherine of Siena, an illiterate daughter of the people, after a 3 years' retreat, consummates the mystic marriage and emerges from the cell of self-knowledge to dominate the politics of Italy. How came it that these apparently unsuitable men and women, checked on every side by inimical environment, ill health, custom, or poverty, achieved these stupendous destinies? The explanation can only lie in the fact that all these persons were great mystics, living upon high levels the theopathetic life. In each a character of the heroic type, of great vitality, deep enthusiasms, unconquerable will, was raised to the spiritual plane, remade on higher levels of consciousness. Each, by surrender of selfhood, by quiescence in the large destinies of life, had so furthered that self's natural genius for the infinite that their human limitations were overpassed. Hence they rose to freedom and attained to the one ambition of the naughted soul. I would fain be to the eternal goodness what his own hand is to a man. Even Madame Guyon's natural tendency to passive states breaks down with her entrance on the unitive way. Though she cannot be classed amongst the greatest of its initiates, she too felt its fertilizing power, was stung from her holy indifference, to become, as it were, involuntarily true to type. The soul, she says of the self entering upon union, and we cannot doubt that as usual she is describing her own carefully docketed states, feels a secret vigour taking more and more strongly possession of all her being, and little by little she receives a new life, never again to be lost, at least so far as one can be assured of anything in this life. This new life is not like that which she had before. It is a life in God. It is a perfect life. She no longer lives or works of herself, but God lives, acts, and works in her, and this grows little by little, till she becomes perfect with God's perfection, is rich with his riches, and loves with his love. This new, intense, and veritable life has other and even more vital characteristics than those which led to the performance of acts or the incessant production of good works. It is, in an actual sense, as Richard of St. Victor reminded us, fertile, creative, as well as merely active. In the 4th degree of love, the soul brings forth its children. It is the agent of a fresh outbirth of spiritual vitality into the world, the helpmate of the transcendent order, the mother of a spiritual progeny. The great unitive mystics are each of them the founders of spiritual families, centres wherefrom radiates new transcendental life. The flowing light of the Godhead is focused in them, as in a lens, only that it may pass through them to spread out on every side. So, too, the great creative seers and artists are the parents not merely of their own immediate works, but also of whole schools of art, whole groups of persons who acquire or inherit their vision of beauty or truth. Thus, within the area of influence of a Paul, a Francis, an Ignatius, a Teresa, an atmosphere of reality is created, and new and vital spiritual personalities gradually appear, meet for the work which these great founders set in hand. The real witness to St. Paul's ecstatic life in God is the train of Christian churches by which his journeyings are marked. Wherever Francis passed, he left Franciscans, fragrant with a wondrous aspect, where none had been before. The friends of God spring up, individual mystics, here and there through the Rhineland and Bavaria. Each becomes the centre of an ever-widening circle of transcendent life.
the parent of a spiritual family. They are come like their master, that men may have life more abundantly. From them new mystic energy is actually born into the world. Again, Ignatius leaves Manresa solitary, maimed, ignorant, and poor. He comes to Rome with his company already formed, and ablaze with his spirit, veritably his children, begotten of him, part and parcel of his life. Teresa finds the order of Mount Carmel hopelessly corrupt, its friars and nuns blind to reality, indifferent to the obligations of the cloistered life. She is moved by the Spirit to leave her convent and begin in abject poverty the foundation of new houses, where the most austere and exalted life of contemplation shall be led. She enters upon this task to the accompaniment of an almost universal mockery. Mysteriously as she proceeds, novices of the spiritual life appear and cluster around her. They come into existence, one knows not how, in the least favourable of atmospheres. But one and all are salted with the Teresian salt. They receive the infection of her abundant vitality, embrace eagerly and joyously the heroic life of the Reform. In the end, every city in Spain has within it Teresa's spiritual children, a whole order of contemplatives, as truly born of her as if they were indeed her sons and daughters in the flesh. Well might the spiritual alchemist say that the true lapis philosophorum is a tinging stone, which imparts its goldness to the base metals brought within its sphere of influence. This reproductive power is one of the greatest marks of the theopathetic life, the true mystic marriage of the individual soul with its source. Those rare personalities in whom it is found are the media through which that triumphing spiritual life, which is the essence of reality, forces an entrance into the temporal order and begets children, heirs of the superabundant vitality of the transcendental universe. But the unit of life is more than the sum total of its symptoms, more than the heroic and apostolic life of the great active, more than the divine motherhood of new sons and daughters of the Absolute. These are only its outward signs, its expression in time and space. I have first laid stress upon that expression, because it is the side which all critics and some friends of the mystics persistently ignore. The contemplative's power of living this intense and creative life within the temporal order, however, is tightly bound up with that other life in which he attains the complete communion with the absolute order, and submits to the inflow of its supernal vitality. In discussing the relation of the mystical experience to philosophy, we saw that the complete mystic consciousness, and therefore, of course, the complete mystic world, had a twofold character which could hardly be reconciled with the requirements of monism. It embraced a reality which seems from the human standpoint at once static and dynamic, transcendent and immanent, eternal and temporal, accepted both the absolute world of pure being and the unresting world of becoming as integral parts of its vision of truth, demanding on its side a dual response. All through the mystic way we caught glimpses of the growth and exercise of this dual intuition of the real. Now the mature mystic, having come to his full stature, passed through the purifications of sense and of spirit, and entered on his heritage, must and does take up as a part of that heritage, not merely a fruition of the divine goodness, truth, and beauty, his place within the sempiternal rose, nor b, the creative activity of an agent of the eternal wisdom, still immersed in the river of life, but both together, the twofold destiny of the spiritual man, called to incarnate the eternal in time. To use the old scholastic language, he is at once patient and agent, patient as regards God, agent as regards the world. In a deep sense, it may be said of him that he now participates according to his measure in that divine human life which mediates between man and the eternal and constitutes the salvation of the world. Therefore, though his outward heroic life of action, his divine fecundity, may seem to us the best evidence of his state, it is the inner knowledge of his mystical sonship whereby we feel eternal life in us above all other thing,
which is for him the guarantee of absolute life. He has many ways of describing this central fact, this peculiar consciousness of his own transcendence, which coexists with and depends on a complete humility. Sometimes he says that whereas in the best moments of his natural life he was but the faithful servant of the eternal order, and in the illuminated way became its secret friend, he is now advanced to the final, most mysterious state of hidden child. How great, says Rusbroek, is the difference between the secret friend and the hidden child! For the friend makes only loving, living, but measured ascents towards God. But the child presses on to lose his own life upon the summits, in that simplicity which knoweth not itself. When we transcend ourselves and become in our ascent towards God so simple that the bare supreme love can lay hold of us, then we cease, and we and all our selfhood die in God. And in this death we become the hidden children of God, and find a new life within us. Though the outer career of the great mystic, then, be one of superhuman industry, a long fight with evil and adversity, his real and inner life dwells securely upon the heights, in the perfect fruition which he can only suggest to us by the paradoxical symbols of ignorance and emptiness. He dominates existence because he thus transcends it, is a son of God, a member of the eternal order, shares its substantial life. Tranquillity according to his essence, activity according to his nature, absolute repose, absolute fecundity. This, says Rusbroek again, is the twofold property of Godhead, and the secret child of the Absolute participates in this dual character of reality, for this dignity has man been made. Those two aspects of truth which he has so clumsily classified as static and dynamic, as being and becoming, now find their final reconciliation within his own nature, for that nature has become conscious in all its parts, has unified itself about its highest elements. That strange, tormenting vision of a perfect peace, a joyous self-loss, annihilation in some mighty life that overpassed his own, which haunts man throughout the whole course of his history, and finds a more or less distorted expression in all his creeds, a justification in all his ecstasies, is now traced to its source, and found to be the inevitable expression of an instinct by which he recognized, though he could not attain, the noblest part of his inheritance. This recognition of his has of necessity been imperfect and oblique. It has taken in many temperaments an exaggerated form, and has been further disguised by the symbolic language used to describe it. The tendency of Indian mysticism to regard the unitive life wholly in its passive aspect, as a total self-annihilation, a disappearance into the substance of the Godhead, results, I believe, from such a distortion of truth. The Oriental mystic presses on to lose his life upon the heights, but he does not come back and bring to his fellow men the life-giving news that he has transcended mortality in the interests of the race. The temperamental bias of Western mystics towards activity has saved them as a rule from such one-sided achievement as this, and hence it is in them that the unitive life, with its dual character of activity and rest, has assumed its richest and noblest forms. Of these Western mystics none has expressed more lucidly or splendidly than Rusbroek the double nature of man's reaction to reality. It is the heart of his vision of truth. In all his books he returns to it again and again, speaking, as none familiar with his writings can doubt, the ardent, joyous, vital language of first-hand experience, not the platitudes of philosophy. He might say with Dante, his forerunner into the Empyrean, La forma universal di questa noda, credo ch'io vidi, pesce più di largo dicendo questo, mi sento ch'io godo. I believe that I beheld the universal form of this knot, because in saying this I feel my joy increased. It is then from Rusbroek that I shall make my quotations, and if they be found somewhat long and difficult of comprehension, their unique importance for the study of man's spiritual abilities must be my excuse. First, his vision of God. The divine persons, he says,
who form one sole God, are in the fecundity of their nature ever active, and in the simplicity of their essence they form the Godhead in eternal blessedness. Thus God, according to the persons, is eternal work, but according to the essence and its perpetual stillness, he is eternal rest. Now love and fruition live between this activity and this rest. Love would ever be active, for its nature is eternal working with God. Fruition is ever at rest, for it consists above all will and all desire, and in the embrace of the well-beloved by the well-beloved in a simple and imageless love, wherein the Father, together with the Son, enfolds his beloved ones in the fruitive unity of his spirit, above the fecundity of nature. And that same Father says to each soul in his infinite loving-kindness, Thou art mine, and I am thine. I am thine, and thou art mine, for I have chosen thee from all eternity. Next, the vision of the self's destiny. Our activity consists in loving God, and our fruition in enduring God and being penetrated by his love. There is a distinction between love and fruition, as there is between God and his grace. When we unite ourselves to God by love, then we are spirit. But when we are caught up and transformed by his Spirit, then we are led into fruition, and the Spirit of God himself breathes us out from himself that we may love and may do good works. And again he draws us into himself that we may rest in fruition. And this is eternal life, even as our mortal life subsists in the indrawing and outgoing of our breath. Understand, he says again, God comes to us incessantly, both with means and without means, and he demands of us both action and fruition, in such a way that the action never hinders the fruition, nor the fruition the action, but they strengthen one another. And this is why the interior man, i.e. the contemplative, lives his life according to these two ways, that is to say, in rest and in work. And in each of them he is wholly and undividedly, for he dwells wholly in God in virtue of his restful fruition, and wholly in himself in virtue of his active love. And God, in his communications, perpetually calls and urges him to renew both this rest and this work. And because the soul is just, it desires to pay at every instant that which God demands of it. And this is why each time it is irradiated of him, the soul turns inward in a manner that is both active and fruitive, and thus it is renewed in all virtues, and ever more profoundly immersed in fruitive rest. It is active in all loving work, for it sees its rest. It is a pilgrim, for it sees its country. For love's sake it strives for victory, for it sees its crown. Consolation, peace, joy, beauty, and riches, all that can give delight, all this is shown to the mind illuminated in God, in spiritual similitudes and without measure. And through this vision and touch of God, love continues active. For such a just man has built up in his own soul, in rest and in work, a veritable life which shall endure for ever, but which shall be transformed after this present life to a state still more sublime. Thus this man is just, and he goes towards God by inward love in eternal work, and he goes in God by his fruitive inclination in eternal rest. And he dwells in God, and yet he goes out towards all creatures, in a spirit of love towards all things, in virtue and in works of righteousness. And this is the supreme summit of the inner life. Compare this description with the careers of the theopathetic mystics, in whom, indeed, action has not injured fruition, nor fruition action, who have by some secret adjustment contrived to possess their lives in rest and in work, without detriment to inward joy or outward industry. Bear in mind as you read these words Rusberic's supreme effort to tell the true relation between man's created spirit and his God, the great public ministry of St. Catherine of Siena, which ranged from the tending of the plague-stricken to the reforming of the papacy, and was accompanied by the inward fruitive consciousness of the companionship of Christ. Remember the humbler, but not less beautiful and significant achievement of her Genoese namesake. The strenuous lives of St. Francis of Assisi, St. Ignatius, St. Teresa,
outwardly cumbered with much serving, observant of an infinitude of tiresome details, composing rules, setting up foundations, neglecting no aspect of their business which could conduce to its practical success, yet altogether dwelling in God in restful fruition. Are not all these supreme examples of the state in which the self, at last fully conscious, knowing reality because she is wholly real, pays her debt? Unable to rest entirely either in work or in fruition, she seizes on this twofold expression of the superabundant life by which she is possessed, and, on the double wings of eagerness and effort, takes flight towards her home. In dwelling, as we have done, on the ways in which the great mystic makes actual to himself the circumstances of the unitive state, we must not forget that this state is, in essence, a fulfilment of love, the attainment of a heart's desire. By this attainment, this lifting of the self to free union with the real, as by the earthly marriage which dimly prefigures it, a new life is entered upon, new powers, new responsibilities are conferred. But this is not all. The three prime activities of the normal self, feeling, intellect, and will, though they seem to be fused, are really carried up to a higher term. They are unified, it is true, but still present in their integrity, and each demands and receives full satisfaction in the attainment of this filial honour for which man has been made. The intellect is immersed in that mighty vision of truth, known now not as a vision but as a home, where St. Paul saw things which might not be uttered, St. Teresa found the perpetual companionship of the Blessed Trinity, and Dante, caught to its heart for one brief moment, his mind smitten by the blinding flash of the uncreated light, knew that he had resolved reality's last paradox, the unity of Cerchio and Imago, the infinite and personal aspects of God. The enhanced will, made over to the interests of the transcendent, receives new worlds to conquer, new strength to match its exalted destiny. But the heart too here enters on a new order, begins to live upon high levels of joy. This soul, says Love, swims in the sea of joy, that is, in the sea of delight, the stream of divine influences. Amans volat curit eletatur, liber estet non tenetur, sera Kempis, classic words, which put before us once and forever the inward joyousness and liberty of the saints. They fly, run, and rejoice, those great laborious souls, often spent with amazing mortifications, vowed to hard and never-ending tasks. They are free, and nothing can hold them, though they seem to the world fenced in by absurd renunciations and restrictions, deprived of that cheap license which is known as liberty. That fruition of joy of which Rusborough speaks in majestic phrases, as constituting the interior life of mystic souls immersed in the Absolute, the translation of the beatific vision into the terms of a supernal feeling state, is often realized in the secret experience of those same mystics as the perennial possession of a childlike gaiety, an inextinguishable gladness of heart. The transfigured souls move to the measures of a love dance which persists in mirth without comparison, through every outward hardship and tribulation. They enjoy the high spirits peculiar to high spirituality, and shock the world by a delicate playfulness, instead of exhibiting the morose resignation which it feels to be proper to the spiritual life. Thus St. Catherine of Siena, though constantly suffering, was always jocund and of a happy spirit. When prostrate with illness, she overflowed with gaiety and gladness, and was full of laughter in the Lord, exultant and rejoicing. Moreover, the most clear-sighted amongst the mystics declare such joy to be an implicit of reality. Thus Dante, initiated into paradise, sees the whole universe laugh with delight as it glorifies God, and the awful countenance of perfect love adorned with smiles. Thus the souls of the great theologians dance to music and laughter in the heaven of the sun. The loving seraphs, in their ecstatic joy, whirl about the being of God. O luce sterne che a me ed aride, exclaims the pilgrim, as the divine essence is at last revealed to him, and he perceives love and joy as the final attributes of the triune God. Thus Beatrice with suori occhi ridenti, so different from the world's idea of a suitable demeanour for the soul's supreme instructress, laughs as she mounts with him the ladder to the stars. So, if the deified soul has indeed run ahead of humanity, and according to his fruition dwells in heaven, he too, like Francis, will run, rejoice, and make merry, join the eager dance of the universe about the One. If, says Patmore, we may credit certain hints contained in the lives of the saints, love raises the spirit above the sphere of reverence and worship into one of laughter and dalliance, a sphere in which the soul says, "Shall I, and that which dances in thy ray, dare to be reverent?" Richard Rolle has expressed this exultant spirit of dalliance with peculiar insight and delicacy. Among the delights which he tastes in so sweet love burning, he says of the true lover, who in the bond of the lover's will stably is confirmed, "A heavenly privity in shed he feels, that no man can know but he that has received it, and in himself bears the electuary that anoints and makes happy all joyful lovers in Jesu, so that they cease not to high in heavenly seats to sit, endlessly their Maker to enjoy. Here too truly they yearn in heavenly sights abiding, and inwardly set afire, all their inward parts are glad with pleasant shining in light, and themselves they feel gladden with merriest love, and in joyful song wonderfully melted. But this grace generally and to all is not given, but to the holy soul imbued with the holiest is taught, in whom the excellence of love shines, and songs of lovely loving, Christ inspiring, commonly burst up, and being made as it were a pipe of love, in sight of God more goodly than can be said, joying sounds. The which soul the mystery of love knowing, with great cry to its love ascends, in wit sharpest, and in knowledge and in feeling subtle, not spread in things of this world, but into God all gathered and set, that in cleanness of conscience and shining of soul to him it may serve whom it has purposed to love, and itself to him to give. Surely the clearer the love of the lover is, the nearer to him and the more present God is. And thereby more clearly in God he joys, and of the sweet goodness the more he feels, that to lovers is wont itself to inshed, and to mirth without comparison the hearts of the meek to turn. The state of burning love, said Rolle, than which he could conceive no closer reaction to reality, was the state of sweetness and song, the welling up of glad music in the simple soul, man's natural expression of a joy which overpasses the descriptive powers of our untuneful speech. In the gay rhythms of that primordial art he may say something of the secret which the more decorous periods of religion and philosophy will never let him tell. Something, too, which in its very childishness, its freedom from the taint of solemnity and self-importance, expresses the quality of that inward life, that perpetual youth, which the secret child of the transcendent order enjoys. As it were a pipe of love in the sight of God he joying sounds. The music of the spheres is all about him. He is a part of the great melody of the divine. Sweetest, forsooth, says Rolle again, is the rest which the spirit takes whilst sweet goodly sounds come down, in which it is delighted. And in most sweet song and playful the mind is ravished to sing likings of love everlasting. When we come to look at the lives of the mystics, we find it literally true that such songs of lovely loving commonly burst up, whenever we catch them unawares. See behind the formidable and heroic activities of reformer, teacher, or leader of men, the vie intime which is lived at the hearth of love. What are the servants of the Lord but his minstrels, said St. Francis, who saw nothing inconsistent between the celestial melodies and the stigmata of Christ? Moreover, the songs of such troubadours as the hermit of Hampole learned in his wilderness are not only sweet but playful, dwelling always in a light of which we hardly dare to think, save in the extreme terms of reverence and awe. They are not afraid with any amazement. They are at home. The whole life of St. Francis of Assisi, that spirit transfigured in God, who loved above all other birds a certain little bird which is called the lark, was one long march to music through the world. To sing seemed to him a primary spiritual function. He taught his friars in their preaching to urge all men to do this. It appeared to him appropriate and just to use the romantic language of the troubadours in praise of the perfect love which had marked him as its own. Drunken with the love and compassion of Christ, Blessed Francis on a time did things such as these. For the most sweet melody of spirit boiling up within him frequently broke out in French speech, and the veins of murmuring which he heard secretly with his ears broke forth into French-like rejoicing. And sometimes he picked up a branch from the earth, and laying it on his left arm, he drew in his right hand another stick like a bow over it, as if on a viol or other instrument, and, making fitting gestures, sang with it in French unto the Lord Jesus Christ. Many a time has the romantic quality of the unitive life, its gaiety, freedom, assurance, and joy, broken out in French-like rejoicings, which have a terribly frivolous sound for worldly ears, and seem the more preposterous as coming from people whose outward circumstances are of the most uncomfortable kind. St. John of the Cross wrote love-songs to his love. St. Rose of Lima sang duets with the birds. St. Teresa, in the austere and the poverty-stricken seclusion of her first foundation, did not disdain to make rustic hymns and carols for her daughter's use in the dialect of old Castile. Like St. Francis, she had a horror of solemnity. It was only fit for hypocrites, thought these rejuvenators of the Church. The hard life of prayer and penance on Mount Carmel was undertaken in a joyous spirit to the sound of many songs. Its great reformer was quick to snub the too spiritual sister who thought it better to contemplate than to sing, and was herself heard, as she swept the convent corridor, to sing a little ditty about the most exalted of her own mystical experiences, that ineffable transverberation in which the fiery arrow of the seraph pierced her heart. But the most lovely and real, most human and near to us of all these descriptions of the celestial exhilaration which mystic surrender brings in its train, is the artless, unintentional self-revelation of St. Catherine of Genoa, whose inner and outer lives in their balanced wholeness provide us with one of our best standards by which to judge the right proportions of the mystic way. Here the whole essence of the unitive life is summed up and presented to us by one who lived it upon heroic levels, and who was, in fruition and activity, in rest and in work, not only a great active and a great ecstatic, but one of the deepest gazers into the secrets of eternal love that the history of Christian mysticism contains. Yet perhaps there is no passage in the works of these same mystics which comes to so unexpected, so startling a conclusion as this, in which St. Catherine, with a fearless simplicity, shows to her fellow men the nature of the path that she has trodden and the place that she has reached. When, she says in one of her reported dialogues, and though the tone be impersonal, it is clearly personal experience which speaks. The loving kindness of God calls a soul from the world. He finds it full of vices and sins, and first he gives it an instinct for virtue, and then urges it to perfection, and then by infused grace leads it to true self-naughting, and at last to true transformation. And this noteworthy order serves God to lead the soul along the way. But when the soul is naughted and transformed, then of herself she neither works nor speaks nor wills, nor feels nor hears nor understands. Neither has she of herself the feeling of outward or inward, where she may move. And in all things it is God who rules and guides her, without the mediation of any creature. And the state of this soul is then a feeling of such utter peace and tranquillity that it seems to her that her heart and her bodily being, and all both within and without, is immersed in an ocean of utmost peace, from whence she shall never come forth for anything that can befall her in this life. And she stays immovable, imperturbable, impassible, so much so that it seems to her in her human and her spiritual nature, both within and without, she can feel no other thing than sweetest peace. And she is so full of peace that though she press her flesh, her nerves, her bones, no other thing comes forth from them than peace. Then says she all day for joy such rhymes as these, making them according to her manner. Vuoi tu che tu mostrio, presto che cosa è Dio, pace non trova chi de lui si patrio. Dost thou wish that I should show all God's being thou mayest know? Peace is not found of those who do not with him go. Then says she all day for joy such rhymes as these. Nursery rhymes one might almost call them, so infantile, so naive is their rhythm. Who would have suspected this to be the secret manner of communion between the exalted soul of Catherine and her love? How many of those who actually saw that great and able woman labouring in the administration of her hospital, who heard that profound and instinctive Christian Platonist instructing her disciples, and declaring the law of universal and heroic love? How many of these divined that Questa Santa Benedetta, who seemed to them already something more than earthly, a matter of solemn congratulation and reverential approach, went about her work with a heart engaged in no lofty speculations on eternity, no outpourings of mystic passion for the absolute, but saying all day for joy, in a spirit of childlike happiness, gay and foolish little songs about her love. Standing at the highest point of the mystic ladder which can be reached by human spirits in this world of time and space, looking back upon the course of that slow interior alchemy, that noteworthy order of organic transformation, by which her selfhood had been purged of imperfection, raised to higher levels, compelled at last to surrender itself to the all-embracing, all-demanding life of the real. This is St. Catherine's deliberate judgment on the relative and absolute aspects of the mystic life. The noteworthy order which we have patiently followed, the psychic growth and rearrangement of character, the visions and ecstasies, the joyous illumination and bitter pain, these but serve to lead the soul along the way, in the mighty transvaluation of values which takes place when that way has at last been trod. These abnormal events sink to insignificance. For us, looking out wistfully along the pathway to reality, they stand out, it is true, as supreme landmarks, by which we may trace the homeward course of pilgrim man. Their importance cannot be overrated for those who would study the way to that world from this. But the mystic, safe in that silence where lovers lose themselves, his cheek on him who for his coming came, remembers them no more. In the midst of his active work, his incessant spiritual creation, joy and peace enfold him. He needs no stretched and sharpened intuition now, for he dwells in that most perfect form of contemplation which consists in simple and perceived contact of the substance of the soul with that of the divine. The wheel of life has made its circle. Here at the last point of its revolution the extremes of sublimity and simplicity are seen to meet. It has swept the soul of the mystic through periods of alternate stress and glory, tending ever to greater transcendence, greater freedom, closer contact with the supplier of true life. He emerges from that long and wondrous journey to find himself in rest and in work, a little child upon the bosom of the Father. In that most dear relation all feeling, will, and thought attain their end. Here all the teasing complications of our separated selfhood are transcended. Hence the eager striving, the sharp vision are not wanted any more. In that mysterious death of selfhood on the summits which is the medium of eternal life, heights meet the deeps, supreme achievements and complete humility are one. In a last brief vision, a glimpse as overpowering to our common minds as Dante's final intuition of reality to his exalted and courageous soul, we see the triumphing spirit sent out before us the best that earth can offer, stoop and strip herself of the insignia of wisdom and power. Achieving the highest, she takes the lowest place. Initiated into the atmosphere of eternity, united with the Absolute, possessed at last of the fullness of its life, the soul, self-naughted, becomes as a little child, for of such is the kingdom of heaven. End of Part 2, Chapter 10.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
Recording by Joy Chan. Mysticism, A Study in Nature and Development of Spiritual Consciousness by Evelyn Underhill. Part 2. Conclusion. Far from being academic or unreal, that history, I think, is vital for the deeper understanding of the history of humanity. It shows us, upon high levels, the psychological process to which every self which desires to rise to the perception of reality must submit, the formula under which man's spiritual consciousness, be it strong or weak, must necessarily unfold. In the great mystics we see the highest and widest development of that consciousness to which the human race has yet attained. We see its growth exhibited to us on a grand scale, perceptible of all men. The stages of its slow transcendence of the sense world, marked by episodes of splendour and of terror, which are hard for common men to accept or understand as a part of the organic process of life. But the germ of that same transcendent life, the spring of the amazing energy which enables the great mystic to rise to freedom and dominate his world, is latent in all of us, an integral part of our humanity. Where the mystic has a genius for the absolute, we have each a little buried talent, some greater, some less. And the growth of this talent, this spark of the soul, once we permit its emergence, will conform in little, and according to its measure, to those laws of organic growth, those inexorable conditions of transcendence which we found to govern the mystic way. Every person, then, who awakens to consciousness of a reality which transcends the normal world of sense, however small, weak, imperfect that consciousness may be, is put upon a road which follows at low levels the path which the mystic treads at high levels. The success with which he follows this way to freedom and full life will depend on the intensity of his love and will, his capacity for self-discipline, his steadfastness and courage. It will depend on the generosity and completeness of his outgoing passion for absolute beauty, absolute goodness, or absolute truth. But if he move at all, he will move through a series of states which are, in their own small way, analogous to those experienced by the greatest contemplative on his journey towards that union with God, which is the term of the spirit's ascent towards its home. As the embryo of physical man, be he saint or savage, passes through the same stages of initial growth, so too with spiritual man. When the new birth takes place in him, the new life process of his deeper self begins. The normal individual, no less than the mystic, will know that spiral ascent towards higher levels, those oscillations of consciousness between light and darkness, those odd mental disturbances, abrupt invasions from the subliminal region, and disconcerting glimpses of truth, which accompany the growth of the transcendental powers, though he may well interpret them in other than the mystic sense. He too will be impelled to drastic self-discipline, to a deliberate purging of his eyes that he may see, and receiving a new vision of the world, will be spurred by it to a total self-dedication, an active surrender of his whole being to that aspect of the infinite which he has perceived. He too will endure in little the psychic upheavals of the spiritual adolescence, will be forced to those sacrifices which every form of genius demands. He will know according to his measure the dreadful moments of lucid self-knowledge, the counterbalancing ecstasy of an intuition of the real. More and more, as we study and collate all the available evidence, this fact, this law, is borne in on us, that the general movement of human consciousness, when it obeys its innate tendency to transcendence, is always the same. There is only one road from appearance to reality. Men pass on, but the states are permanent forever. I do not care whether the consciousness be that of artist or musician, striving to catch and fix some aspect of the heavenly light or music, and denying all other aspects of the world in order to devote themselves to this, or of the humble servant of science, purging his intellect, that he may look upon her secrets with innocence of eye, whether the higher reality be perceived in the terms of religion, beauty, suffering, of human love, of goodness, or of truth. However widely these forms of transcendence may seem to differ, the mystic experience is the key to them all. All in their different ways are exhibitions here and now of the eternal, extensions of man's consciousness which involve calls to heroic endeavour, incentives to the remaking of character about new and higher centres of life. Through each, man may rise to freedom and take his place in the great movement of the universe, may understand by dancing that which is done. Each brings the self who receives its revelation in good faith, does not check it by self-regarding limitations, to a humble acceptance of the universal law of knowledge, the law that we behold that which we are, and hence that only the real can know reality. Awakening, discipline, enlightenment, self-surrender, and union are the essential phases of life's response to this fundamental fact, the conditions of our attainment of being, the necessary formula under which alone our consciousness of any of these fringes of eternity, any of these aspects of the transcendent, can unfold, develop, attain to freedom and full life. We are, then, one and all the kindred of the mystics, and it is by dwelling upon this kinship, by interpreting, so far as we may, their great declarations in the light of our little experience, that we shall learn to understand them best. Strange and far away though they seem, they are not cut off from us by some impassable abyss. They belong to us. They are our brethren, the giants, the heroes of our race. As the achievement of genius belongs not to itself only, but also to the society that brought it forth. As theology declares that the merits of the saints avail for all. So, because of the solidarity of the human family, the supernal accomplishment of the mystics is ours also. Their attainment is the earnest money of our eternal life. To be a mystic is simply to participate here and now in that real and eternal life, in the fullest, deepest sense which is possible to man. It is to share, as a free and conscious agent, not a servant but a son, in the joyous travail of the universe, its mighty onward sweep through pain and glory towards its home in God. This gift of sonship, this power of free cooperation in the world process, is man's greatest honour. The ordered sequence of states, the organic development, whereby his consciousness is detached from illusion and rises to the mystic freedom which conditions instead of being conditioned by its normal world, is the way he must tread if that sonship is to be realized. Only by this deliberate fostering of his deeper self, this transmutation of the elements of his character, can he reach those levels of consciousness upon which he hears and responds to, the measure whereto the worlds keep time, on their great pilgrimage towards the Father's heart. The mystic act of union, that joyous loss of the transfigured self in God, which is the crown of man's conscious ascent towards the Absolute, is the contribution of the individual to this, the destiny of the cosmos. The mystic knows that destiny. It is laid bare to his lucid vision, as our puzzling world of form and colour is to normal sight. He is the hidden child of the eternal order, an initiate of the secret plan. Hence, whilst all creation groaneth and travaileth, slowly moving under the spur of blind desire towards that consummation in which alone it can have rest, he runs eagerly along the pathway to reality. He is the pioneer of life on its age-long voyage to the One, and shows us in his attainment the meaning and value of that life. This meaning, this secret plan of creation, flames out, had we eyes to see, from every department of existence. Its exultant declarations come to us in all great music. Its magic is the life of all romance. Its law, the law of love, is the substance of the beautiful, the energizing cause of the heroic. It lights the altar of every creed. All man's dreams and diagrams concerning a transcendent perfection, near him yet intangible, a transcendent vitality to which he can attain, whether he call these objects of desire God, grace, being, spirit, beauty, pure idea, are but translations of his deeper self's intuition of its destiny, clumsy fragmentary hints at the all-inclusive, living absolute which that deeper self knows to be real. This supernal thing, the adorable substance of all that is, the synthesis of wisdom, power, and love, and man's apprehension of it, his slow remaking in its interests, his union with it at last, this is the theme of mysticism, that twofold extension of consciousness which allows him communion with its transcendent and immanent aspects is, in all its gradual processes, the mystic way. It is also the crown of human evolution, the fulfilment of life, the liberation of personality from the world of appearance, its entrance into the free creative life of the real. Further, Christians may well remark that the psychology of Christ, as presented to us in the Gospels, is of a piece with that of the mystics. In its pain and splendour, its dual character of action and fruition, it reflects their experience upon the supernal plane of more abundant life. Thanks to this fact, for them the ladder of contemplation, that ladder which medieval thought counted as an instrument of the passion, discerning it as essential to the true salvation of man, stretches without a break from earth to the empyrean. It leans against the cross. It leads to the secret rose. By it the ministers of goodness, truth, and beauty go up and down between the transcendent and the apparent world. Seen, then, from whatever standpoint we may choose to adopt, whether of psychology, philosophy, or religion, the adventure of the great mystics intimately concerns us. It is a master key to man's puzzle. By its help he may explain much in his mental make-up, in his religious constructions, in his experience of life. In all these departments he perceives himself to be climbing slowly and clumsily upward towards some attainment yet unseen. The mystics, expert mountaineers, go before him, and show him, if he cares to learn, the way to freedom, to reality, to peace. He cannot rise in this, his earthly existence, to the awful and solitary peak, veiled in the cloud of unknowing, where they meet that death of the summit, which is declared by them to be the gate of perfect life. But if he choose to profit by their explorations, he may find his level, his place within the eternal order. He may achieve freedom, live the independent spiritual life. Consider once more the mystic way as we have traced it from its beginning. To what does it tend if not to this? It began by the awakening within the self of a new and embryonic consciousness, a consciousness of divine reality, as opposed to the illusory sense world in which she was immersed. Humbled, awed by the august possibilities then revealed to her, that self retreated into the cell of self-knowledge, and there laboured to adjust herself to the eternal order which she had perceived, stripped herself of all that opposed it, disciplined her energies, purified the organs of sense. Remade in accordance with her intuitions of reality, the eternal hearing and seeing were revealed in her. She opened her eyes upon a world still natural, but no longer illusory, since it was perceived to be illuminated by the uncreated light. She knew then the beauty, the majesty, the divinity of the living world of becoming, which holds in its meshes every living thing. She had transcended the narrow rhythm by which common men perceive but one of its many aspects, escaped the machine-made universe presented by the cinematograph of sense, and participated in the great life of the all. Reality came forth to her, since her eyes were cleansed to see it, not from some strange far-off and spiritual country, but gently from the very heart of things. Thus lifted to a new level, she began again her ceaseless work of growth, and because by the cleansing of the senses she had learned to see the reality which is shadowed by the sense world, she now, by the cleansing of her will, sought to draw nearer to that eternal will, that being, which life, the world of becoming, manifests and serves. Thus, by the surrender of her selfhood in its wholeness, the perfecting of her love, she slid from becoming to being, and found her true life hidden in God. Yet the course of this transcendence, this amazing inward journey, was closely linked, first and last, with the processes of human life. It sprang from that life as man springs from the sod. We were even able to describe it under those symbolic formulae which we are accustomed to call the laws of the natural world. By an extension of these formulae, their logical application, we discovered a path which led us without a break from the sensible to the suprasensible, from apparent to absolute life. There is nothing unnatural about the absolute of the mystics. He sets the rhythm of his own universe and conforms to the harmonies which he has made. We, deliberately seeking for that which we suppose to be spiritual, too often overlook that which alone is real. The true mysteries of life accomplish themselves so softly, with so easy and assured a grace, so frank an acceptance of our breeding, striving, dying, and unresting world, that the unimaginative natural man, all agog for the marvellous, is hardly startled by their daily and radiant revelation of infinite wisdom and love. Yet this revelation presses incessantly upon us. Only the hard crust of surface consciousness conceals it from our normal sight. In some least expected moment, the common activities of life in progress, that reality in whom the mystics dwell, slips through our closed doors, and suddenly we see it at our side. It was said of the disciples at Emmaus, Mensum igitur ponunt panes cibosque offerunt, et Deum, quem in scripturae sacrae expositione non cognoverant, in panis fractione cognoscunt. So too for us the transcendent life for which we crave is revealed and our living within it, not on some remote and arid plane of being, in the cunning explanations of philosophy, but in the normal acts of our diurnal experience, suddenly made significant for us, not in the backwaters of existence, not amongst subtle arguments and occult doctrines, but in all those places where the direct and simple life of earth goes on. It is found in the soul of man so long as that soul is alive and growing. It is not found in any sterile place. This fact of experience is our link with the mystics, our guarantee of the truthfulness of their statements, the supreme importance of their adventure, their closer contact with reality. The mystics, on their part, are our guarantee of the end towards which the immanent love, the hidden steersman which dwells in our midst, is moving, our lovely forerunners on the path towards the real. They come back to us from an encounter with life's most august secret, as Mary came running from the tomb, filled with amazing tidings which they can hardly tell. We, longing for some assurance, and seeing their radiant faces, urge them to pass on their revelation if they can. It is the old demand of the dim-sighted and incredulous, Dic nobis Maria, quid vidisti in via. But they cannot say, can only report fragments of the symbolic vision. Angelicus testis, sudarium et vestis. Not the inner content, the final divine certainty. We must ourselves follow in their footsteps if we would have that. Like the story of the cross, so too the story of man's spirit ends in a garden, in a place of birth and fruitfulness, of beautiful and natural things. Divine fecundity is its secret, existence not for its own sake, but for the sake of a more abundant life. It ends with the coming forth of divine humanity, never again to leave us, living in us and with us, a pilgrim, a worker, a guest at our table, a sharer at all hazards in life. The mystics witness to this story. Waking very early, they have run on before us, urged by the greatness of their love. We, incapable as yet of this sublime encounter, looking in their magic mirror, listening to their stammered tidings, may see far off the consummation of the race. According to the measure of their strength and of their passion, these, the true lovers of the Absolute, have conformed here and now to the utmost tests of divine sonship, the final demands of life. They have not shrunk from the sufferings of the cross. They have faced the darkness of the tomb. Beauty and agony alike have called them, alike have awakened a heroic response. For them the winter is over, the time of the singing of birds is come. From the deeps of the dewy garden, life, new, unquenchable, and ever lovely, comes to meet them with the dawn. Et hoc intelligere quis bominum dabit bominae, quis angelus angelo, quis angelus bominae, el te patatur, in te quaeratur, el depulsitur, sic accipietur invenietur, sic aperietur. End of Part 2, Conclusion. End of Part 2. End of Mysticism.